Morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody, with the Giants staying alive in your life, fighting off the awful White Sox on a very chill Tuesday night. Marcus Boucher was out there. There's a day game today, 12:45, Logan Webb. Giants going for the sweep. And don't forget, I've been saying it all week. Either sweep the White Sox or don't look at me. Don't even look at me. So they can look at me now. I'm looking at you, buddy. And by the way, thanks for this Kleenex. I need to blow my nose.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad I'm looking at you this morning. I wish I wasn't looking at you blowing your nose into a Kleenex to start the show at 6:01 in the morning. But, Murph, I'm glad we're still making eye contact because the Giants are still winning games. They're still beating the lousy Chicago White Sox.
You'd rather I blow my nose into the Kleenex than let it just drip down my face, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good call. Way to take care of yourself, Murph.
Congrats to the Giants doing it, what they need to do. And like there's no scenario they shouldn't finish this sweep. Like the White Sox, have you ever seen, like in your life, have you ever seen a team just zombieing out right in front of you, just going through the motions? Like I guess we have to play this game. I have to put this uniform and cleats on. I got to tie my shoes and go out there, but that's pretty much the extent of my effort.
The Chicago White Sox are 3-30 in their last 33 games.
Oh, boy.
They are absolutely miserable. And, the crazy part is this is a Major League Baseball team. They have big league players. Andrew Vaughn is a big league player.
Luis Robert
is a big league player.
Andrew Benintendi.
Hell, even you look around at Benintendi. You look at guys like Miguel Vargas, who was a former top prospect with the Dodgers who got traded out there this summer.
Yeah.
And there was a viral clip a couple weeks ago, the day he got traded, the White Sox lost their 18th or 19th or 20th consecutive game in a row. And they had just the saddest looking Miguel Vargas sitting in a dugout what does my life come to? I went from playing in L.A. for the Dodgers to the Chicago White Sox.
The proud Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, so Miguel Vargas, Nick Senzel, these are all guys who were former prospects in other organizations, but here they are just kind of the scrap pile with the Chicago White Sox as the Chicago White Sox are trying to do their best impersonation of the Oakland A's, be so bad that they can leave the south side of Chicago and move that franchise to Nashville or somebody else.
I can't believe they're trying to leave Chicago.
Oh, they're doing the exact same playbook as the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
They're not paying anybody. They don't care about their roster. They don't care about their fans. They're actively trying to get out of the south side of Chicago.
Yeah, it's really, really tragic and sad for a really proud franchise that has, it's funny, I have a handful of friends from the Chicago area, and they're all White Sox fans.
Really?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
My buddy Brendan Healy, my buddy Neil Hayes, who covered De La Salle for many, many years, grew up here. There's a third one, too. I'm forgetting. Well, Dieter Kurtenbach is a White Sox fan.
That's right. Don't forget about Kurtenbach.
And there's yet another one I know from there, too. Oh, well, I mean, your boy who spoke last night at the DNC famously says he's a White Sox fan, but I don't think he can name any.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Isn't Bob Fitzgerald a White Sox fan?
Fitz is another one.
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you, there's a little mafia of White Sox fans.
A pocket of White Sox fans.
Yeah, and they didn't really get rewarded with anything. I mean, the 2005 World Series won by the White Sox is one of the more obscure. I mean, it was kind of fun. I was doing the show back then.
Very obscure.
Back with Tim Liotta,
wow.
Pre-Paulie Mack. And we kind of got into it a little bit. It was they remembered the 1959 Go-Go White Sox were the previous team to do that. But, I mean, that's just a franchise that forever just kind of sputtered along. But if there's the pride there, I mean, yeah, when you go back to 1919, the Black Sox and all that, but they're 30-97. Dude.
Was it the Chicago White Sox who did the disco demolition night?
Yes, it was.
That's right.
Yes, it was.
That's what I remember.
At Old
the White
Comiskey
Sox
Park. I have a couple of regrets of old stadiums I didn't get to. Number one is Tiger Stadium, the old Tiger Stadium. I always romanticized that place. I took over the A's beat in June of '99, the day after they came back from their last trip to Tiger Stadium. I missed Tiger Stadium by one day.
Ooh.
And then Old Comiskey. Old Comiskey was another one. It's hard. Those games, when they televised, you were watching ancient history, bro. They made Fenway and Wrigley look like modern temples, dude. They were ancient, creaky. I know Overnight Dave's fired up right now that we're talking about Old Tiger Stadium. But anyway, so there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of tradition. They're just trying to skedaddle. But again, I don't get how players like Luis Robert, Andrew Benintendi, Andrew Vaughn, Miguel Vargas, Nick Senzel, they're good enough to go better than 30-90.
That's what I'm saying. I was looking at this roster. I was like, it's not that bad of a roster.
Yeah.
And then even with someone like Garrett Crochet going today, I mean, that's an all-star. We got an all-star pitching matchup today. He's throwing 100 miles per hour from the left side.
Yeah, I mean, Crochet, they have the chance to be the worst team in the history of baseball.
Wow.
It was the 1962 New York Mets who went 40. It was at 40 and 120, or let me give you guys the exact number here. The 1962 Mets went 40, 120. Ready for this? And won. They had a freaking tie.
How?
I had no idea they had a tie. How did the 62 Mets have a tie?
There's no ties in baseball.
No ties in baseball.
Come on, what are we doing?
How'd that happen?
Yeah.
I'll have to dig
They
deep
were
on that.
so bad, they're like, let's just end this game on a tie.
Let's just get out of here. I don't care. Do you want to go home? I'll go home.
Yeah.
So 40, let's just call it 40 and 120, setting aside the tie there. And so the White Sox would have to win 11 games to pass that. And, bro, I'm here to tell you on August 21st, I don't see them do that. Again, like it was 1-1 yesterday at a certain point in the game. Giants were down 1-0 on Monday. The White Sox had the bases loaded. There's just something about them where there's just zero DGAF. Is that what they say?
Yeah.
DGAF.
That's what the kids are saying.
I think that team generally DGAF.
Or probably like those kids are like teenagers or like young adults now, like myself. But like Murph, we talk all the time about the Giants struggling with runners in scoring position. It's one thing that the Giants have actually done well this year is put up runs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. How about this stat? The Chicago White Sox are now 0-74 this season when trailing after the 7th inning.
They're just cashing it in. Cashing it in. So that's why either sweep these guys or don't look at me. All right? So off Thursday, and then they go to Seattle on Friday, which should be fun. The Mariners lost again last night to the Dodgers. Hopefully they're scuffling a little bit. But we got to call it in, despite the fact that the White Sox are basically sub-Major League Baseball level and threatening the 62 Mets, pardon me. Wouldn't it be great if the White Sox threw in a tie somewhere along the way just to match the 62 Mets?
I mean, I don't even know how we would end up in that scenario.
How do you do it? How does one tie? I don't know.
Do like both managers just agree to forfeit in extra innings? Like, the only time I ever remembered a tie in baseball was that one All-Star game where they ran out of pitchers.
I'm going to look it up. I'm going to see if I can get to the bottom of it. In the meantime, we'll have Pat Burrell. I just Googled how did the 1962 Mets tie a game. In 1962, it says the pesky Mets tied the game. No, that's not it. Anyway, I can't find the answer.
What, they tied in the top of the ninth? What happened in the bottom of the ninth?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. They got a tie.
What the hell?
Here it is. September 9, 1962. They tied the Colt 45 7-7.
Ooh, the 45ers.
I don't know. It says here a game that 1 inning later had an end, but no winner or loser. Did they hit the time limit?
There's no time limit.
It says the failure to play this game to its conclusion meant the two teams needed to play 3 straight doubleheaders in New York later in the month to complete their 1962 schedules. One of those 3 days ended up being rained out. The Mets had, so they I guess they tried to replay it and it got rained out, and each team was out of it, so they didn't play it.
Wow, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just waved the white flag.
I learned something new. What did I learn today? I learned that the 1962 Mets tied a game.
I found out that a team can end the season with a tie on the record.
It ended at 8 innings because of curfew. No innings shall start after 7 p.m. on a Sunday night.
Curfew?
7 p.m. on a Sunday night.
What was this, before electricity?
Yeah,
Would it have lights at the ballpark?
This was the final game scheduled between the two teams in Houston, which means next week they'll attempt to play. Yeah, so it was the final game between the two teams.
We'll play under the candlelight.
By the way, 3,630 were at the game.
Wow.
If you were at that Mets tie game, give us a call.
That's more than the average attendance at an Oakland A's game.
And the A's have won however many games more than that. So let's call it in. Pat Burrell picks up the phone, calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, "You guys still playing the White Sox?" He said, "Yeah, you're commissioning a league in which you allow this blank to happen, you empty suit. But
You're
put it in the
problem.
books. San Francisco Giants 4, Chicago White Sox 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants kid is great.
I like that.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
There it is. From Blake Snell to Yaz to Jung Hoo Lee. The Giants get it in the book. So now 65 and 63. If you just want to get into it, if you're getting sucked back in, you need to follow the Braves and the Mets. The Braves beat the Phillies last night 3-1. What? Wow. What are they doing beating the Phillies 3-1? And then the Mets lost, however, to Baltimore 9-5. So the Giants closed in a little bit on the Mets, gained no ground on the Braves. Also, if you care about the teams behind the Giants, the St. Louis Cardinals lost 3-2 to Milwaukee.
Poor went out, Murph.
I know we're going to talk about this. The Chicago Cubs won 3-1. So just to give you guys the Updated standings. The Braves remain the third wild card. The Mets are 2.5 behind them, 3 in the loss column. The Giants are 3.5, but 5 in the loss column. That's the thing. And only 2 behind the Mets in the loss column for that spot. And yeah, something we're going to have to talk about. Brandon Crawford, released by the Cardinals. And we'll have to talk about that. All sorts of permutations on that and what it means just kind of to one of the great Giants of all time. Pat Bailey goes to the injured list. The 49ers get one day closer to their Friday exhibition. Friday.
Taking on
against the Raiders. Still no Brandon Aiyuk.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness. We'll get into it all next. Get the guest list on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to qualify for the 49ers Season Pass contest. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. There are only 3 more days left, so tune in today during the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to qualify.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
3-2. Robert takes strike three called. 96 miles an hour. Benintendi strikes out swinging. He went with the slider and he got him. Swing and a miss, strike three. Lee retired and Robbie Ray has another 1-2-3 inning. Robert strikes out swinging. So that's the fourth strikeout for Robbie Ray.
Got him. Vaughn way out in front for strikeout number 5. Robbie Ray looking in to Corey Lee. Swing and a miss. He got him with a high fastball. Strikeout number 6. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Swung on and missed, strike three. Got him with the high fastball. That's strikeout number 8 for Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray trying to dig deep here. Set at the belt. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Oh, listen to this. Marcus Boucher has news to report that I got from my cousin, Antoinette, a.k.a. Tony. It was her birthday. Happy birthday. My cuz out in Vallejo. And she went to the game with her daughters and texted me and said, we're voting on the sing-along song. And I saw that Unwritten was nominated yet again. In fact, I'll tell you the 4. She texted me. You were out there, Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, we're voting right now. And it was, okay, so it was, dude, Unwritten. Which, if you listened to yesterday's show, we talked about a lot.
Yeah, Tony played it about 5 times as a rejoiner.
Kiss from a Rose by Seal. Who wants to sing along to that?
That's a good question.
Not me.
I don't know.
Dynamite, Tayo Cruz. That's a popular one. And Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. And my cousin then texted me and says, oh, my God, Living on a Prayer won.
By a vote of 41% to 39%. Bon Jovi edges out the victory and gets the TKO over Natasha Bedingfield.
So we're wondering if yesterday's heavy Natasha Bedingfield discussion activated the anti-Natasha crowd. Like they had enough. I was listening to the show this morning, man. I'm voting against it. The pushback. My cousin Antoinette and her daughter Michelle voted for Living on a Prayer. Maybe they were the 2 votes.
They were the swing vote, Murph.
Yes, exactly.
They were the swing vote.
They were.
And I want to personally say thank you to them and thank you to everybody who voted for Bon Jovi because I don't think I could have heard Unwritten for a 7th time last night.
Yeah.
It was getting a little old.
Because you go out to the park a lot, so you've heard it a lot.
Well, I hear it almost every night. I hear it as rejoins. It's almost like starting to click with the Cars for Kids commercial. That kind of jingle. It's like torture almost.
We support our sponsors here.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm just riffing Cars for Kids.
Speaking of our sponsors, buddy.
Donate your car today.
I think you're going to find your sponsor right there.
Well, that's right, because these takes on Natasha Bedingfield and Bon Jovi are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized services. Because your journey matters, Redwood Credit Union for all that you love. Well, Murph, looks like I'm checking out. It was fun doing 20 minutes of the show today. Young Tony, hop on the mic. You're taking over.
Well, you can when you're out, you can go listen to Kyle Shanahan this afternoon on with Tolbert and Copes at 4:50. We'll get into that in a little bit, but his explanation of why he's not calling plays. I read the quote twice. It didn't make any sense. Sometimes Kyle doesn't make sense. Did you know that? Sometimes Kyle speaks in sentence fragments, and then he's finishing up one fragment. He starts another fragment. And sometimes you don't really get the complete thought.
Especially when you're reading the quote and not getting the full context of watching Kyle kind of work out the sentences in his brain.
I mean, I could read it to you, but I said we'd promise we'd talk a little Giants here. And Robbie Ray, you were out there last night. Did he look extra sexy in the City Connect tight white pants?
City Connect tighty whiteies out there. And Robbie Ray, great bounce back effort. Tied a season high 9 strikeouts. No walks, did being one guy, but the control was there after that disastrous outing last week where he allowed 5 runs on 1 hit against the Atlanta Braves.
Right. And he said he adjusted his delivery. He said he squared more to the plate. It got him coming longer to the plate. Just whatever tweak he made, it worked. As you mentioned, no walks is a huge deal. And they need, this is the Robbie Ray they traded for. By the way, we talk about Farhan trades. That's one of his more significant trades was the Mitch Haniger for Robbie Ray trade.
I would agree, even just to get off that Mitch Haniger contract.
Yeah,
that was the big difference
which he signed.
Which he signed also. But that's the difference between a Jorge Soler salary dump versus a Mitch Haniger salary dump. At least you got something valuable in return from Mitch Haniger.
Right. And so Robbie Ray, people were like, well, Robbie Ray won 1 Cy Young. Who's he going to be? A lot of people when we were kept saying, well, when Robbie Ray comes back. And people rightfully said on the text line, like, you guys keep talking like Robbie Ray's some lock to go out there and blow teams away.
They kept on talking about Robbie Ray like he was going to be the 3-hitter for this team.
Seriously.
Like he was going to walk in there and hit 30 bombs.
And then he had that outing against the Braves, which, as we know, as the race starts to take shape, those Braves games are going to loom large, where it was just an absolute, utter, frickin' Titanic-level disaster. Didn't get out of the first inning, so what was he going to do to follow it up? His longest outing. So he goes from his shortest to his longest, so a huge moment for him. And part of this whole story is that he's throwing to Curt Casale because Patty Bailey, after declaring yesterday's oblique injury very, very minor, it wasn't very, very minor. They put him on the IL. So, but Melvin thinks it's the kind of thing where he won't need to, rehab for a long time. He thinks he'll come back August 29 when they're playing Milwaukee. But all of a sudden now, if every game is important, all of a sudden Curt Casale's your guy and Jackson Reitz is your backup, which is, whatever. I mean, God bless him, but it's not exactly the game. It's not exactly plan A. But Casale, man, this is the guy who, remember the signing of him back in the spring? We were like, what? We forgot about Casale. And they called him at home. He was just chilling out. He wasn't doing anything, right?
And I think the first time they got back up to 500 this year was after they signed Curt Casale. After they threw up the American Pie poster in his locker.
That's right.
And we were talking about the good vibes of having Curt Casale, and we were tracking the win streak they went on when Curt was behind home plate. He's a good backup catcher to have.
Yeah, and so not only that, but he's contributing offensively. He reached space in Monday's game. He had a big RBI that got him going. Yesterday's game, 1 for 3 with a walk and scored 2 runs. So all of a sudden, whatever Curt Casale shows up, good things happen. So he's going to be the dude. So here's Robbie Ray after the game talking about Casale filling in for Patty Bailey, Cut, and Young Tone.
Oh, he's been great. I mean, he's been awesome behind the plate. I mean, obviously, he's been around the game a long time, so he's seen how it's supposed to be played, and he knows a lot of hitters and knows how to read guys' swings. So to have him back there, it's you don't lose any confidence having him back there just because quote unquote backup catcher. You have the utmost confidence in him, and we have a really good relationship, and I like working with him.
Yeah, so that's a good. You're going to work with him again in your next start.
I mean, it seems like everybody loves throwing to Curt Casale. What was the stat that we brought up a ton? Like he had 5 shutouts that he caught during the 2021 season.
That's right. Yeah.
He's phenomenal behind home plate. Consecutive too, Tony. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, and Yaz is his buddy, right? They went to Vanderbilt together. They live in Nashville together. One of the two or both. They're off-season training partners. So you got buddies hanging out. Here's Yaz after the game, going on and on about his buddy Cut H, Tony, from Yaz.
It's huge. When you have a centerpiece like Patrick go down, and it's tough to swallow. But when you have a very smart veteran presence back behind the plate, calls a great game. He's going to give you a good at-bat no matter what the result is. You know, he's going to see some pitches. He's going to take some good swings. And he really has a good relationship with this staff, and he commands them well in terms of pitch selection, pitch location. He knows how to talk to them, and I think he gives those guys a ton of confidence. So to have somebody like that to fall back on when Patrick goes down is enormous, and it shows to Kurt's character too. You know, the way that he prepares every day, that this isn't something that's going to throw him off. It's not something that's going to be too much work for him. He's ready every day no matter what. So, you know, just happy that we had him here on the roster.
Well, I mean, credit Farhan for that one. That's the one he will make those sometimes. And when we rag on Farhan, it's always macro, but he'll do these little micro moves that are good, like this one.
Well, yeah, we can give him credit for Kirk Casale, but we can also give him blame for DFAing Joey Bart.
Right.
Because now that move looks even worse.
Right.
And it's not just because of the Patrick Bailey injury.
You think Bart would have been, I mean, keeping Bart as a backup catcher to Bailey was a viable plan?
I think
it would have been politically and not like sort of like human relationship wise, like Bart hanging around as the number 2 pick. It would have taken some massaging and managing.
Yeah, and that's your job, to massage those players and make them happy and make them feel like they fit in. Because we know in Major League Baseball, nobody's catching 162 games. So you're going to need a backup catcher. We've seen this year with the Giants have limited options with right-handed bats at first base. I'm shocked they never gave Joey Bart an opportunity there.
Yeah.
Like even at DH now that Jorge Soler is gone. Like to give up on the bat of Joey Bart. But not just because of the Patrick Bailey injury, but because we saw this happen last season with Patrick Bailey. How he completely faded down the stretch in the second half of the season. So even after seeing Patrick Bailey struggle in the second half of the season, you still decided to DFA Joey Bart at the end of spring training because you ran out of options.
By the way, how many years do you think before you let go of the Joey Bart bone?
I'm not, dude, because I'm the same guy that came out and said Joey Bart's got the potential to hit 20 bombs.
He was your guy.
I called Joey Bart hitting a home run on opening day a couple years ago against the Miami Marlins.
Yeah,
and I've been getting mocked ever since last year. Oh, Waterboy, you were so big on Joey Bart.
I love it, though. You ride with your guys. By the way,
I ride. I'm the president of the Joey Bart fan club.
When you say you can't start 162, it made me think of Yogi Berra, who almost freaking did 1950, started 148 out of 154.
That's unbelievable.
Okay, 1954 started 148 out of 154. 1955 started 141 out of 154. Then he had a couple of years with 140, 138. So you're talking about a guy who caught, I mean, I don't know what the percentage is, top of my head, but north of 90% of the games.
Which you will never see again. I can guarantee you that.
That's why I recommend that Yogi Berra documentary, man. It's awesome. It goes to prove that he's probably the most underrated player in the history of baseball. He really is. So Kurt Casale as our Yogi Berra doing his thing. He's going to catch again today, they say. Day game. He's going to go 3 in a row. Casale said he cannot remember when he caught 3 in a row.
Yeah, I don't think too many catchers ever do 3 in a row, or at least 4 in a row.
Yeah, and then they're off Thursday. And then I guess, are they going to make him go back at it in Seattle? Like, dude, get back there. I mean,
I know, even just catching a complete series is an accomplishment these days.
Right. So, all right, guest list on a Wednesday, August 21, 8, 21, 24.
What?
12:45. What do you got?
Oh, 5-3 on the text line. Bro, you guys were shouting from the rooftops to get Bart out of here. I think you were listening to the wrong show, buddy. I was the biggest Joey Bart supporter in his damn country.
Yeah, you have been. And Joey and Trey by the Bay and all that good stuff we did.
You can't give up on a bat when your prospect or when your farm system lacks power all over the system.
408 says Joey Bart cannot hit a ball. He is the king of striking out.
He cannot hit a ball. Tell that to his 276 average this year, his 12 bombs, and his 856 OPS.
It's funny. 818 asks, where's Blake Sable? I had the same thought this morning. I was getting ready for work. I was like, where's Blake Sable?
Just hanging out in Sacramento.
That's interesting. He could hit. All right, Tone. First of all, good morning. Youngster.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing fantastic.
How'd you feel about Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer?
Great song. Phenomenal song.
Is it really? I
enjoy it.
All right. What do we got today, buddy?
All right. Well, coming up at 7:30, Mike Krukow is going to join the show. We'll talk to him about the Giants being 2 games over 500, 5 out in the loss column for the wild card spot, third wild card spot.
Got to win them all, baby. Got to sweep the White Sox or don't look at me.
I believe.
Yes.
The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:15. We'll talk to Todd Husak, a guy who knows a little bit about playing quarterback, at 8:50. Talk to him about Purdy's performance playing without the starters in that preseason game. And then Andrew Baggerly at 9:30 will get the latest on Patrick Bailey.
All right. The latest. Speaking of the latest, is there a latest on Brandon Aiyuk? It's August 21st. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love Kurt Casale.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Brandon Aiyuk, the 49ers were off yesterday. No practice. They played Sunday night. No practice yesterday. Players, by and large, not in the building. Today, they're back. So there's going to be practice. So what's going to happen? We're now under 3 weeks away to the start of the regular season. At some point in time, they're going to have to make a move. And the 49ers want resolution, right? Like, they've tried to sign him. They want to re-sign him. They've given him an offer. They've given him what most people would think is a fair offer. Again, is he going to take it? Is he not going to take it? If he's not going to take it, can they find another wide receiver? They don't want to trade him without getting another wide receiver in return from somewhere as part of a deal. So that's ongoing, and I would expect that to heat up this week.
Well, there it is, Adam Schefter with the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. August 21st, he's not here. Less than 3 weeks away from the season opener. Are you saying he's going to get on a big old jet airplane? Is that what you're saying
I'm
here?
saying put Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk on the jet airliner and get him out to Levi Stadium for that Monday night game.
Deshaun Jackson gave a podcast saying Trent Williams will appear shortly. Actually, do we have that? We can play that, too. But there's Adam Schefter talking about Aiyuk. And he's still left open the trade possibility. It's crazy. But you start hearing that they're meeting and they're getting closer and they're meeting and they're getting closer and they're meeting and they're getting closer. I'm starting to believe the John Lynch part about I wish I knew. Like, what is if this all comes down to just like an extra year on the contract, which is what some people are saying, that the Aiyuk wants one more year than the Niners are willing to give. It's like, bro, we got to compromise at some point.
I mean, at what point do we say that we're literally just penny pinching? Like, it is dollars and cents at the end of the day, but when the report comes out that the Pittsburgh Steelers are offering around $28 million or even less, and we know that the 49ers offered $26 million, then yeah, it's just all paperwork. It's finding out those contract details. Will there be a fourth year? Will there be a fifth year? Let's just figure it out already.
I know, man. It's going crazy. And will this affect his performance? By the way, that whole idea of him just playing on his fifth-year option is gone. I guess never. I don't know. Is that still an option? Are the Niners going to say, no, you just got to play on your – because they could just tell him, no, we're not going to do the deal. We're not going to trade you. You got to play on your fifth-year option. Of course, that creates bad vibes, bad locker room, bad juju, bad toxic atmosphere in what's supposed to be a quote-unquote championship window. But isn't really feeling to me like a championship window. Although I just read again, I told you guys yesterday, the Athletic did their mock thing, Austin mock with his computers, and that the Niners are projected to win the most games in the NFC. It was 11.4 wins. And then I just read again that there's another big betting simulator went through, and it had the Niners winning the NFC again. Mm-hmm. Like, it seems like the computers like the Niners more than I like the Niners right now.
Yeah, everywhere you look, you can go out to the desert, go out to Las Vegas. The Kansas City Chiefs are the favorite to win the Super Bowl, but in the NFC, the 49ers are the number one favorite to represent the conference again.
Feels like to me like the Lions should be.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's so hard for teams to repeat what they do, setting aside what the Chiefs are doing, which is, isolated history. It seems like the NFL is always about next team up. Like it's always about the next. Like half the NFL playoff picture changes every year. That's that stat where I don't know. Is it how many years in a row where half of the teams who made the playoffs missed the playoffs the next year? There's so much rotation. I feel like it's time for the Lions to pass the Niners. I feel like they're on the come up, and the Niners are a little bit at least leveling out.
Now, we're not going full-fledged 2014 49er drop-off where they completely missed the playoffs.
Mikey Silver went there in the Chronicle. He actually wrote about that. I was like, bro, why are you putting that in the universe? Come on, man. But, no, I'm not saying that. That was Harbaugh, bulky. I mean, dude, when your coach and your GM aren't even, looking at each other. Which, by the way, don't look at me if the Giants don't sweep the White Sox.
Yeah, I wonder what that show is going to be like tomorrow when no one's allowed to look at Murph if the Giants lose.
Just shield your eyes. Shield your eyes.
If you're watching live on the stream, I want you to block off half the camera.
That's it. A lot of people probably prefer not to look at me.
Yeah, turn that camera off.
They're rooting for the White Sox today. But that Harbaugh bulky thing was so bad, and it filtered down, and Kaepernick and all that stuff. No, I feel like the Niners obviously are a much better position with Chris. As long as Christian McCaffrey, that's my big going question. How are the Niners going to do this weekend? Is Christian McCaffrey playing? Is basically my question.
Well, is Christian McCaffrey healthy? Because he's been dealing with that calf strain throughout training camp, and we already know that he's not playing on Friday night.
Just been quiet about McCaffrey, right? It's just nobody's talking about it.
Just talking about his wedding this summer.
Yeah, here's Shanahan on. Did you see the quote he had?
Yeah, about McCaffrey.
About walking down the aisle thinking about football?
Yeah.
He actually said that about he said McCaffrey's obsessed with football, and when he was walking down the aisle, no offense to Olivia, he was probably thinking about a route. Oh, you got it?
You think McCaffrey's like cutting through, like, oh, the flower girl is like the A gap. I'm cutting through here.
Here it is, right here.
No, that's what's good when you're that obsessive about everything. I mean, when you're hurt, you can't go. But when you take every rep, every walkthrough, everything you do, you're just so deliberate in everything. When he's probably walking down the aisle to get married, he's probably thinking about his feet and how to do routes. No offense to Olivia, but he's obsessed with it. And so when you do get in these situations where you do get hurt and you can't go do all that stuff, at least he's put the work in before. So that stuff does come back fast. But, I mean, he understands what it takes to play in this game, especially at the level he does. And not many people play at that level unless they are like that.
Great line from Kyle. Coming down the aisle, thinking about his route. That's very funny. That goes into the all-time Kyle quotes right
now.
there.
I'm just thinking about, like, Brock Purdy being, like, the ring bearer, and, like, he's, like, calling out, like, audibles at the line of scrimmage, and then he turns around and hands it off to McCaffrey to deliver it to his wife.
Well, you've seen those weddings where offensive linemen are the groomsmen or whatever. You've seen those, like, viral videos where they do, like, a formation. Maybe that's what Christian really wanted to do. I don't know. By the way, I mentioned earlier that he addressed the Kubiak calling plays. We actually have the sound, Tony. Cut W. Here's Kyle's explanation as to why he's not calling plays in the preseason.
Just give him that experience. I mean, he did it in high school for a while. He's been here. I've let him do it at practice a lot. Just allowing him to do it in the game is something he's earned. I think it's good for his career. But a lot of guys don't get that before, and they're fine too. So it's more, why wouldn't I do it? Like, what does it affect on the team? And when I was younger, I always felt like it was kind of disrespectful to the players, just in terms of not treating it as important as it can be. That's why I hated doing that. I'd always call it, but then a backup guy would get in the preseason, and now I'm not going to do it. So that always kind of made me insecure just to those guys. I didn't want them to think I wasn't taking it as seriously, but Clay spent so much time with those guys, I don't think they've taken that way at all. So as long as they weren't offended by it and stuff, I think it's been great for him. It's great for everybody, and it's been more relaxing.
Okay, so if I take him at face value, what it is, it's like Kyle's getting a little older, a little more mature, and like seeing the macro, like, okay, I'm established. I'm the guy. Now it's time for me to start mentoring some young guys and giving Clay. That's how I read that, where he's just like getting to a different phase in his life where he's like, okay, I want this kid to get this chance because I've done it. I've seen the world. I've seen what it's like. It's not the end of the world if I don't call the plays. I used to freak out and think I was disrespecting the players if I gave it to someone else. All right, I'll start to buy that. I'll get off my little freak out.
Well, that was the
podium.
thing that stood out to me, was him reflecting on how he used to look at it as an insult to the other players if he wasn't calling plays.
Mm-hmm.
But I think now we're at the point where, whether it's Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay or any of these coaches that don't play their starters or even coach games now, they're just showing you how meaningless preseason football is, which is crazy to hear from a head coach when we've heard about the importance of guys trying to make the 53-man roster. But now you're hearing it straight up from head coaches that essentially these games mean absolutely nothing.
It's like there's two preseasons. There's the one big one that means nothing to the Brock Purdy's and Christian McCaffreys and Nick Bosa's of the world. And then there's the other one that means everything to the 51st, 52nd, 53rd guy. So there's like two preseasons going on.
Mm-hmm,
but one that doesn't mean anything and the one for guys who means everything.
Yeah, and we know how much of an emphasis coaches put now on these joint practices, how they talk about how you get in more work in these joint practices. So I think that's what stood out to me most, especially after you canceled the joint practice against the New Orleans Saints. I was surprised that Kyle wasn't calling plays in the second preseason game. The first preseason game, I really didn't care. But after having no joint practices and after seeing Brock Purdy out there with a bunch of backups, I thought Kyle should have been calling plays.
All right. Yeah. I mean, at least I'm glad his explanation was a little bit better. He was so weird on Sunday night when he was asked, it was kind of coy. I see him as maybe just like it's like part of Kyle's exploration with the hair and the mustache and everything that's going on. Maybe he's going a little kooky.
Kyle's finding himself.
He is finding himself. Exactly. He's finding himself. Here's 559. Couldn't miss the opportunity. Said, talking about Christian McCaffrey thinking about football all the time. 559 says, if only Kyle had been thinking about football during the Super Bowl overtime. Coin flip.
So 707 says, hopefully Kubiak will call some run plays in the Super Bowl.
Oh, man, oh, man. 209 says, besides the Bosa injury, when have the 49ers not really looked good in the last 5 years? So he's saying, don't worry. People stop freaking out.
I would say that 3-game stretch when they did not have Deebo Samuel or Trent Williams when they lost 3 in a row last year did not look very good.
Yeah, man. 408 says Aiyuk won't tank if he plays the fifth-year option. He has to showcase his talent. And 209 says he doesn't want to reveal anything in the preseason, so what's the big deal? It was a big deal because it had never happened before, and he wasn't giving us a good explanation. That's why. But now we have a little bit better of like sort of getting older. How old is Kyle? He's not that old, is he? Is he like early 40s?
I would say, I would guess 47 off the top of my head.
Okay. Wow, he's getting up there, man. Kyle Shanahan age is 44.
44.
Oh, he's a baby.
My apologies, Kyle.
He is a baby. God, he's been around for a while.
Kyle Shanahan is well into his 40s.
How long is he going to go? I mean, is he here for the next 10?
How long does he have to wait before winning a Super Bowl? Like we do those comparisons all the time to Andy Reid and how they were great offensive coordinators, how Andy was not successful with the Eagles, and how he had to have a change of scenery. I just hope we don't have to go down that same path with Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, so you're literally talking. So Andy Reid right now is 66. So he was born in 58. He won his first one was at the 2019 season. So it was February of 2020. He was almost 62. So he was a month shy of 62. So he was 61. I won't turn his age. That's 17 years from now for Kyle.
Wow.
So where are you going to be in 2041, bro?
2041.
Where are you going to be when Kyle wins his first?
Murph.
2041.
Murph, I don't even know who's going to be alive this Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
There's the perspective.
So that goes for all of us.
That's the perspective.
And that goes for 2041.
All right, guys. Hey, Brandon Crawford got released by the Cardinals. How does that affect the Giants? And, of course, we can talk about where they stand and recap last night's win next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Walking down the aisle to get married, he's probably thinking about his feet and how to do routes.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
On behalf of the team, I just want to thank you guys for this season, for showing up through the ups and the downs. You guys continue to show support and show up, and we just really appreciate it. And then personally, from the Grand Slam in Milwaukee to the World Series wins to today, you guys always showed me love. My family and I appreciate it so much. You guys are the best. Appreciate it.
Oh, man. No introduction needed, right? You guys all know that is the greatest shortstop in Giants history. With apologies to Travis Jackson, who I did see at Cooperstown when I was walking right by Freddie Lindstrom's plaque, I guess. Is Travis Jackson or Brandon Crawford the greatest shortstop in Giants history? We're going to go in the color TV era. It's Brandon Crawford, all right? And the news, if you missed it, everybody, that was from the last day of the year last year when the Giants finished up their 80-82 season, and there was no official word on what was going to happen to him. It was all believed that, his contract was up and the Giants were going to go in a different direction because Farhan told us Marco Luciano was the shortstop.
Who?
For the future. Yes.
Who?
Exactly.
Marco Luciano.
So we then found out that around the winter meetings in early December, Farhan's in that lobby and Crawford and his people approach him and say, "Hey, man, we understand we're not going to be the starter. We understand you want to go to Marco. We think we have a year left in us." I'm speaking in the royal we here because this is Crawford's agent. And he says, how about a little deal here? We don't need a lot of money. One last ride, one last rodeo, one last the Lonesome Dove, right? When they make the last ride, Gus McRae and all that. So, or McCall, I forget my characters from Lonesome Dove. Young Tony, Lonesome Dove, you down?
No.
What is that?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, come on.
Lonesome Dove.
That's kind of within your bandwidth, I think.
I don't think so.
So maybe it's the 90s?
Huh.
Anyway.
I'll look it up.
Well, you should know it because, how about John Joe Curley? Lonesome Dove, yeah? What? Well, the reason why you guys should know it is because Bruce Bochy and Tim Flannery in 2007. Where were you in 07? Tony, you were a kid.
Was Tony alive in 2007?
You were alive in 07. You were kicking in 07.
Yeah, I was in high school.
So when Bochy took the job with the Giants, he sent Tim Flannery the CD of the movie Lonesome Dove and said, "What do you say, partner?" And that was an awesome move because it's a famous book by Larry McMurtry about two old Texas ranchers. It's about life in Texas in the 1800s. It's a great book. I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. And it's about these two old ranchers on one last ride, played by Robert Duvall and Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, but Murph, who are you recommending it to? Because no one reads books anymore.
Certainly not my kids. If I put that on the table, they'll leave the room. They'll freaking leave the room.
It's like, Dad, what's this fire starter you're doing on the table?
Exactly. What is that? Dude, don't even. Well, I'm talking to a guy who's going to be dealing with apps in his life, right?
Let's not go down that road.
Okay, let's not talk about that.
Man.
That's not for on air. Anyway, point is that it's a great symbol of one last ride, right? So Brandon Crawford says, "Why don't we come back for one last ride?" And we heard through back channels that Farhan did not really treat Crawford with a ton of respect. That there was maybe not so, and that's what got you and me pissed, right? We were hot.
Well, let's go back to even before this offseason when we were talking about whether or not Brandon Crawford should have one last ride. because the season before that, the Giants were ready to shift him to third base to let Carlos Correa play shortstop every day, and they never even mentioned to Brandon Crawford that they were talking to Carlos Correa.
Dude. I mean, Crawford handled that one above board.
Yes.
He was like, I just got on YouTube and started watching Nolan Arenado film.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, should have been watching Matt Chapman film, as now we know. But, yeah, so it started there.
Yeah, that's where the disconnect really started to show to me. And then after his final season, after he addressed the crowd, he kind of had his moment to say goodbye to Giants fans. I mean, that's why we've had a few people texting in this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line asking, is it possible the Giants re-sign him on a one-day contract at the end of the season so that he can retire a Giant? I don't know if Farhan and the Giants front office will go down that road after giving him that opportunity last season.
Well, it's certainly definitely something I want to jump to. I just want to get over some of the details out of the way here. Is that 13 years with the Giants, 4-time Gold Glove winner, 3-time All-Star, obviously a 2-time World Series champ. Did not win the 2010 World Series, but 2012 and 2014. Here are his numbers in St. Louis: 80 plate appearances. So they just weren't even playing the guy. Mm-hmm. He was backing up this young kid, Mason Wynn, who's been playing very well. Mm-hmm. He's sort of in the National League Rookie of the Year conversation. I mean, we all know Paul Skeens, Jackson Merrill, and wait for it, Tyler Fitzgerald. Tyler Fitzgerald's like a top 3 NL Rookie of the Year guy right now.
He's entered the chat.
It's like Skeens, Merrill, and Fitz. Like, really, honestly. Like, those are the guys. The guy in the Cubs.
Shota Imanaga.
I never think guys who have played major professional baseball in Japan should be eligible for Rookie of the Year, but they are.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shout out Ichiro.
Yeah, right, and others too, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, point of the matter is that he only had 80 plate appearances, $169. To which, by the way, Farhan said, looks pretty good. Yeah,
he said, Brandon, you can hit in the 3-hole for us.
1 home run. He did hit a home run as a Cardinal. So if you're doing Immaculate Grid, minimum 1 home run, St. Louis Cardinals, you can put Brandon Crawford down. And 4 ribbies. Now, that sounds more like the Giants, right? 4 ribbies.
Now, real quick.
He hasn't played since August 10th. Mm-hmm. He's now out there. Now we can address, like, given all that, is there any scenario where you sign him for that one day to retire a Giant?
I don't think so after the breakup we saw this offseason. Like, it's a nice storybook ending, but again, the story probably should have ended last year at Oracle Park where Brandon Crawford had the opportunity to address the crowd. Like, if we're being realistic,
he himself wanted
to keep playing, but he probably should have read the tea leaves and looked at it as a perfect opportunity to retire with the Giants instead of being cut in the middle of the season by the Cardinals.
That's forever the thing.
Yeah.
You know, an athlete, do you know when to leave? Are you hanging on too long? Mike Krukow says you play. This is just Kruk's opinion. It's, there's no right or wrong. But Kruk's opinion is you play until they rip the jersey off your back. Well, they ripped the jersey off of Crawford's back.
Yeah, and it's different when the team that you grew up rooting for, the team that you went through the farm system through, the team that you won World Series with, they're the team ripping the jersey off your back.
We're talking about forever Giant.
Different.
I mean, this guy is on the short list of forever Giants. I mean, born here, raised here, drafted here, champion here. And I mean, watching that guy play shortstop in his prime was incredible, right? Quickly, I tell you guys are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And go out to Jeff in Santa Rosa, who's checking in on the Brandon Crawford situation. Jeff, good morning. You're on KNBR with Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Morning, Jeff.
I'm great, thank you. How was your trip? Did you have a good time?
Oh, it was absolutely fabulous. Cooperstown, man. Come on.
Been there. It's an amazing place. So,
yeah,
absolutely. And Fenway's phenomenal. We started off the season, I think, on the wrong foot. Whether you go with Rennell, you go with Crawford, the way things started was not quite the way that I think a Giants fan wanted to start. And I think it was on the wrong foot. And, we have tickets for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, last game of the seasons, just because Crawford was going to be there. We picked those in our draft for season ticket holders. So it's sad to see him DFA'd. I think if Farhan wasn't here, I think there is a chance of a reunion myself. So
you want him? I mean, did you feel like the game 162 last year was a good enough farewell, or do you feel like you need another one?
Oh, I would love another one, but it's not what I want.
More Crawford is better, right?
Yeah, more. Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, Jeff, and here's the thing: is like and to be fair to the Farhan side of this, he's not an effective player anymore.
you're right, but he deserved a little bit more respect than what he got.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, Jeff. All right, man. We appreciate you. Everybody, my Giants fans really got emotional. Well, you and I did.
Yeah.
We felt like he should have been the mentor backup shortstop for who we thought was going to be Marco Luciano.
Yeah.
And then instead it went Nick Ahmed.
Yeah, because we saw even over the last final seasons, we heard Casey Schmidt talk about what Brandon Crawford meant to him, what some of those young guys talked about what Brandon Crawford meant to him in the clubhouse. That's why the Cardinals signed him to help mentor a guy like Mason Wynn, to your point earlier. But to kind of just I don't want to say disrespect, because, I mean, that's the way it felt with the whole entire breakup thing. It felt like Brandon Crawford was offered to compete for the last roster spot at spring training. That's not something you tell to a guy who's going to have his number retired on the Wall of Fame.
Did you see the story on Nick Ahmed? He got DFA'd by the Dodgers.
Again?
Yes.
For the second time this season.
How about that, dude?
And so, that was the most frustrating part when
Dude,
people would
this?
call in and argue, well, Nick Ahmed's numbers, blah, blah, blah. It's like, we looked up the numbers when Nick Ahmed got DFA'd this season by the Giants, and Brandon Crawford had a higher WAR. Despite getting 0 playing time with the St. Louis Cardinals, still had a higher WAR and just as many home runs as Nick Ahmed had with the Giants.
Did you see this stat about Nick Ahmed? After he hit that home run against the Giants 3 weeks ago, he didn't have a single extra base hit in the next 3 weeks.
Of course not.
He just rose up from the freaking grave. Stuck it, because you could use that win right now. I could do it. Like, if the Giants had won that game, we'd be in a little better shape. You know what I mean?
Pettiness of a Nick Ahmed. This year, he went off against the Diamondbacks after the story came out that he refused for that National League Championship ring last year, and then took her personal against the D-backs for leaving him off the roster. The Giants DFA him, and he's the one that we were joking about driving a dagger into the Giants season with that walk-off home run.
Unbelievable. Hey, our buddy Jose in Oakland is checking in. Jose, it's always good to hear from you, man. What's on your mind? What you got?
What's up, Jose?
Good morning, guys. I think they owe him that much as far as signing him for him to retire as a Giant. Question is, will he do it? I mean, asking him to come back and sign as a Giant and retire as a Giant, while Farhad is the president of operations, would be the same thing as asking Jimmy Harbaugh to come back and visit the team while Balky was still the general manager. They want no part of it. I wouldn't, with the way he was treated, to be honest with you. It's not even a matter of respect. It's a matter of showing him the guy appreciation for what he did for the team, because he did play a great part in this trophy that they have right now at the Giants headquarters.
Yeah, I don't think he will. I think Brandon Crawford feels like my guess is that he will not re-sign with the Giants. That he had his goodbye, he did his thing, and that he and Farhan aren't really speaking the same language. Jose.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Let me quickly just get off on a tangent regarding yesterday's interview with Mike Silver. What's the Silver?
On our show or a different show?
No, your show.
Larry Kruger. Larry Kruger?
No. The guy that went to Paris.
Mark Spears. Mark Spears. Yeah.
Oh, Mark Spears. Okay. You know, when he was talking about the guy clipping the guy on a bicycle, the first thing that came to my mind was, National Lampoon's European Vacation. When the guy gets he gets run over like several times. Are you Americans? Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. But you're bleeding. No, it's okay. You're Americans. It's all good.
I confess now, that's a hole in my game. I have not seen European Vacation. I know my generation will kill me for that. Oh. But now I'm excited. Now I want to go see it, Jose. But
you should watch it.
Are you a Caddyshack guy, Jose, at all? Are you a Caddyshack? No?
Yes, so. No,
because
not
a listener came up with, I thought was the perfect one, was the way Bill Murray just kind of slinks off the green after the Bishop gets struck by lightning. He just kind of looks left, looks right, puts the bag down, and just kind of trots off the green. Similar to Spears telling him, let's get out of the Uber and go.
No, this one is so funny because after Chevy Chase runs him over for a third time because he doesn't know how to drive on the opposite side of the street, the guy said, hey, can I keep this? And they give him the bumper of the car as a keepsake just because they're Americans.
All right, I'm going to look up that scene on YouTube, Jose. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call.
All right, bye-bye, guys.
There he is, Jose. So, I don't think Crawford will my guess is that he won't do it just out of sort of pride and, he and Farhan not being best friends. And he's already had his goodbye. Yeah. He had his microphone. Now, the Giants, what they will is the same way they did it for Buster's, like have a Brandon Crawford day next spring, next game, some Saturday in May, something like that.
Yeah, like I said, he's eventually going to be on the Wall of Fame. I wouldn't be surprised if they retire number 35. No disrespect to Rich Aurilia, but Brandon Crawford won World Series rings. That's why we consider him the best shortstop of this era.
Well, so they used to only retire Cooperstown numbers. That was the rule. So everybody up there's in Cooperstown. Mel Ott, Bill Terry, Carl Hubble, Monty Irvin, Willie Mays, not Barry Bonds, Juan Marichal, Orlando Cepeda, Gaylord Perry, and Willie McCovey. Those were all the retired numbers. Then the one that broke the mold was Barry Bonds. When Barry Bonds' number was retired, that's the first time they retired a non-Cooperstown, and then that kicked down the door for Will.
Yeah.
So now you have 2 non-Cooperstown numbers up there.
And they've been kind of shaking their requirements because there were certain requirements to go on the Wall of Fame that they changed for some of the core 4 members.
Yeah, the Wall of Fame is weird because it's 9 seasons, strange number, right? 9 seasons or 1 All-Star season or 3... What is it? Anyway, you have to look it up. It's kind of weird.
3 World Series rings, apparently.
Right. Well, Crawford's a no-brainer for he's already qualified for the Wall of Fame because he's played 13 years with the Giants. You only have to play 9. Like Johnny LeMaster's on the Wall of Fame.
Nice.
You know what I mean? Because he played that many years. But for Crawford, I don't know if we're going to get to retire the number status. In fact, out of that whole crew, might just be 28, maybe 15. Maybe 15 for Boch.
Wow.
He goes in. I don't know. Do you do 40? Do you do,
I mean, you don't have that 2014 title without 40.
They haven't retired. They haven't given out 40 or 55.
Yes.
Remember 40 was given out in spring training. I lost my mind.
Yeah.
Who was it? It was like it was Nick Ahmed was wearing it, wasn't he?
Oh, that's right.
I was like, what are you doing?
During spring training.
What are you doing? So, something for the front office to consider.
It will be interesting. Like you said, with them changing the kind of requirements with Bonds and Will, it is going to be interesting to see who from that era gets their number retired, who from that era gets the next statue.
I've thought about that, and I thought about how long do you wait until you do a statue? Because Bonds is next up to get a statue. Bonds is next up.
I would say Bonds is long overdue for a statue.
But you got to wait a certain amount of time. You can't give a guy a statue like right away. Like there has to be like a little bit of perspective, right? Doesn't there?
I guess, but it seems like it's been some time since Bear was in the box.
Well, it's been 17 years.
Yeah, it's been some time.
17 years, yeah. That's a good call. Because you think about it, the park opened in 2000. Willie McCovey got a statue. He retired in 1980. That's 20 years. So,
I mean, we just brought up how young Tony was in 2007. We're talking about an entire generation of Giants fans who maybe don't even remember watching Barry play.
Young Tony, do you even know how are you with Bonds, buddy?
I mean, I've seen all the videos. I've heard such great things, but I never got to see him play.
You never saw him
I was
play?
9 years old in 2007.
That's crazy, yeah.
Wow.
Even Lincecum. I really didn't get to see him play.
Well, he pitched through 2014, buddy.
Yeah, come
on, man.
I was still as like a young, up-and-coming sports fan. I wasn't dialed in like I am now.
When did you go to your first game?
Like when I was young, for sure. I just wasn't dialed in like I am now.
Okay, look at you. This kid's a trip. Man.
Yeah, dude.
I love him. God
Tony,
bless him.
one of a kind.
He's a sharp cookie. He's got a trippy backstory. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, guys, here's the deal. What's not trippy is the 49ers season pass giveaway contest, which is underway through Friday. Now, we have 3 days left. Today, tomorrow, and Friday. Our show, Papa and Lund, Tolbert and Copes. You have a chance to qualify to win 2 tickets to every 2024 regular season Niner home game. You might go to more home games than Brandon Aiyuk. Think about that. But you call in when you hear Tim Ryan's cue to call. You call 415-896-KNBR. I'll say that again. 415-896-KNBR. It's caller number 10. Curly picks it. Now, that'll put your name in the drawing. At the very minimum, though, just by calling and qualifying, you get a $50 gift card to the Niners team store. But you're also entered for a chance to win the grand prize. And when is the hour we're doing it? This hour, baby. 7 a.m. hour. 7 a.m. hour. So I know 10 minutes have gone by, but stay tuned. Some point between now and 8 a.m., you'll hear Tim Ryan. So speaking of the Niners, Kyle Shanahan addressed the quarterback situation, the backup quarterback situation. We can get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on the line bright and early on a Wednesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what happens if you didn't get the check that you were promised for the ERC?
ERC is a government program, it's still open, employee retention credit, where employers were promised a lot of money. And you filed a while ago, what happens if you didn't get your check? Because right now the government has over 1 million applications on paper just sitting there. There's a way to hurry them up. So if you're sitting back, waiting for that check, talk to us, and we'll explain the 3 ways you can hurry them up. What if you did hear and the IRS said, you're not entitled to that? That doesn't make it so. It's like any other audit where we go ahead and represent you in that. And the bottom line is, if you're entitled to this, you want to make sure that you get your money and not wait forever for it. So these are all programs that we want to come in. We want to take care of you. Just call us for the free consultation. We'll explain it all, and we want you to get your money, whether you haven't heard from them, whether they've disallowed it, whatever the situation is, or if they're auditing you. We want to help you with all that. The only thing you have to do is call for the free consultation, and we'll explain everything to you, and then go do it for you.
All right, well, that sounds pretty good. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. You should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
That's on movement with Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams.
Zero updates. Nothing's changed.
Okay. That was pretty definitive there. Zero updates. Zero. Going Blutarski there. Animal House, young Tony. 0.0. You don't know that one, do you? No way. What was the other one? A Lonesome Dove. We had that too. God, it's so funny.
Ooh, also
the 20th century is a strange and foreign century to young Tony.
Throw the Steve Miller Band on the list of what a young Tony learned
one
today.
One of your all-time favorites.
Exactly. And so when I walked in earlier, Tony was like, what's up? Are we having like a Bon Jovi theme for rejoins today? I was like, we're definitely not doing that. How about instead you give me San Francisco's own Steve Miller Band? And the kid had no idea that they were from San Francisco.
Okay. Well, but he knew the Steve Miller Band, though. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, of course.
Good man.
Yeah.
Okay, good man.
Didn't know they were from the city.
Well, it's true, but actually, you know what? I'm going to cut you a little break on that one, kid. A lot of people don't know that. It's kind of an underrated, like everybody talks Grateful Dead or Huey Lewis or Jefferson Starship, whatever. But he doesn't get a lot of love for being local.
That was one of my lines I dropped to Tony. I was like, maybe one of the most underrated San Francisco bands.
I would say so. I'd say number one. Maybe along with our guy who we just lost, Greg Kinn, right? By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, zero updates. Well, we had Adam Schefter had an update. Do you want to play that one for the 719 crowd here? Adam Schefter on ESPN yesterday. It's August 21st, bro. They're playing Friday in Vegas, their third preseason game. They got a game 2 weeks from Monday. Brandon Aiyuk has not caught a single pass from Brock Purdy all summer long. I can't see this as a good thing at all. Here's Adam Schefter.
They were off yesterday, so there was no practice in the building. No players were not there. Today they go back, and we are now under 3 weeks away from the regular season opener to where the 49ers are hosting the New York Jets. Now, the 49ers know that they need Brandon Aiyuk out there. He's made a lot of plays for them over time. He has had a great run, and they want to get the deal done. They've made him multiple offers to try to keep him. But for whatever reason, that deal hasn't gotten done, and that has allowed other teams to enter the fray with trade conversations. And so I think we're at the point now where we're going to start to get a push here to see how this winds up, how it's resolved. And I think the 49ers would like to keep him, want to keep him. I still think that's the more likely scenario, but to think that there's any likely scenario for this particular situation would be a mistake, because there was a time when I thought, okay, it sounds like he's going to be traded to Cleveland. And then there was a time where I thought, well, it sounds like he's going to be traded to New England. And then there was a time I thought, okay, he's going to be traded to Pittsburgh. And then I thought there was a time he's re-signing with San Francisco. And here we are on, what is it, Tuesday, August 20th, and nothing is still done. Nothing. And I just think that everybody is at the point where they know they need to get resolution, whatever that is.
There it is. Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee yesterday said he said August 20th. I'll one-up him. It's August 21st, and there's still no resolution. He talked. Geez, when Schefter's in the dark too, he said he thought Cleveland, he thought Pittsburgh, he thought New England, he thought San Francisco. He's not sure. Resolution. I'm hoping that, and I'm pretty confident, but I'm hoping like the desire just to resolve it doesn't lead to a bad decision. You know what I mean? Like you still got to make the right decision, and the right decision. Well, I mean, is the right decision to keep him at 4 years? Whatever. It's all about guaranteed money too. 4 years, $70 million guaranteed. I mean, you want Brandon Aiyuk, right? He and Brock Purdy have great chemistry. Deebo Samuel is getting older and slightly injury prone. We've already seen this Ricky Pearsall thing, dude. Remember yesterday I gave you guys the needle that made Curly laugh for some reason. I was going boom or bust. I'm doing this on the YouTube and the Twitch right now. So the needle is if this way is boom and this way is bust. It's going slightly tilting toward bust right now.
Uh-oh.
So, Jacob Cowing looks pretty good. I always love Chris Conley. But, dude, now you're looking at the point where you might need Brandon Aiyuk that much more because Pearsall's not working out so far.
Yeah, and just going back to your remark about making the right decision, the 49ers front office cannot get frustrated and kind of force themselves into a trade situation for Brandon Aiyuk, because we've heard all year long, even going back to the draft, if they were going to trade Brandon Aiyuk for draft picks, it would have been before this last draft so they can help get players that can contribute to this Super Bowl window right now. That's why the big holdup with the Pittsburgh Steelers has been about them being reluctant to give up a Minkah Fitzpatrick or any of their players currently on the roster. They're talking about future draft picks. Future draft picks don't help you win a Super Bowl right now. And that's why the 49er front office has got to be patient with this deal and figure out what works for Brandon Aiyuk. Because right now, he's Goldilocks with the 3 Bears. The porridge is too cold. It's too hot. $26 million is not good enough for the Niners. Oh, but 28 might be good for the Steelers. 32 is not good for the New England Patriots. You got to figure out what you want, Brandon Aiyuk. You got to get the porridge that suits you.
By the way, shout out the enduring, lasting ability of the Goldilocks fable. That thing's been going for how long? A couple hundred years? It still fits.
One of the great myths.
They were dropping it last night in Chicago.
Really?
I heard it last night. Somebody popped up. We won't get into that, right? Exactly.
But like that's how it breaks down to me. We got Brandon Aiyuk as the 3 Bears going around testing each one of these pots of porridge, and he just can't figure out what's the right temperature, what's the right price.
Or, as somebody might say, go to the bathroom or leave the toilet.
Yeah.
Somebody might say that, right? Wow, boy. In the 49ers and John Lynch, that goes back to last week when he said, I wish I knew. And everybody roasted him for him. Maybe he's really right. Like, he doesn't know, like, what's going on in Aiyuk's corner. I bet Aiyuk's agent is like, just don't worry. Like, this will pass. This August will pass, but your next 4 or 5 years are more important than August 21st, 22nd, 23rd. And they're going to play it all. It's a game of chicken, right? I bet his agent is probably telling him late at night when Aiyuk's freaking out, going, what do I do? What do I do? He's telling him, dude, this will pass. We will get the best deal possible, and you will get the security you want for as long as you want, but we just have to grind through these days. Fans are going to lose their mind. Talk show hosts are going to lose their mind. Podcasters are going to lose their mind, but you just stay. I'm imagining that's what his agent is telling him.
And also, I think there might be one more piece to the puzzle with Brandon Aiyuk and his agent. Whether or not this is a realistic possibility or not, but I truly think that they might be waiting for one last Hail Mary with CeeDee Lamb to maybe reset the market one more time. If he ends up making more money than Justin Jefferson, then their agent's going to say, look, the market is moving up once again. So if CD gets paid out by the Cowboys, maybe that's their last-ditch effort to get a bigger contract and more money from the 49ers.
That makes sense. It does. And it means that we lose. Because as Niner fans, we want him, and he just wants his money, and the Niners lose. The only winner in that would be Aiyuk, and that's the deal. Hey, I teased the backup quarterback situation. It's funny, Eric Branch in the Chronicle today firmly wrote that Dobbs pretty much won the backup quarterback position. I was listening to Papa yesterday talk to, I forget who it was. Who were they talking to? But it was Tim Kawakami. And they were more like, I don't know. Is it going to be Allen? Is it going to be Dobbs? Is it going to be Allen? Because starting 17 is a big ask, by the way, in the NFL. That's a lot of hits and a lot of sprained ankles and a lot of twisted knees and all that stuff.
I mean, look at the amount of backup quarterbacks we saw last year. Damn near set a record.
Yeah, how many quarterbacks started 17 last year? We could look it up.
Not too many.
But anyway, here is the story. After Josh Dobbs had a really nice performance that reminded you of all his playmaking ability, Kyle Shanahan cut H on whether or not Dobbs won the number 2 job.
Last year, you declared your backup quarterback before the last preseason game. Where do you stand now with that?
It's kind of like what you guys see. They're pretty tight, so I'm definitely not declaring it now. Hopefully they'll play out more in these 2 practices and hopefully a little bit more in the game.
He's not making the call. And so, me personally, I like Dobbs' playmaking ability, his ability to improvise. I like legs. I like all that stuff. What I've seen of Brandon Allen, I guess I haven't really firmly formed an opinion on Brandon Allen. To me, he just seems like your standard backup quarterback that you've had forever.
I think that's the difference between Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen. I would say Dobbs has the higher ceiling as a backup, but Brandon Allen has the lower floor.
Yeah.
Because Josh Dobbs has flashed more in the actual
Higher
preseason
floor, right?
games. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, higher floor. I was getting confused on those, by the way. Who was that? Mike Jordan, who said the ceiling is not the floor. Remember that? Remember Jordan's famous thing, the roof is not the ceiling or whatever? It gets confusing.
Yeah,
he
has a higher floor, but a lower ceiling.
Yes.
The ceiling is the roof. Now I'm confusing myself.
The ceiling is the roof.
I'm saying that Brandon Allen is the safer option.
Right.
Josh Dobbs might give you a better chance if Brock goes down to improvise and make more plays with his legs and that kind of winning mentality that we saw a little bit last year with the Cardinals when he beat the Dallas Cowboys. But I think Brandon Allen might be able to execute Kyle Shanahan's system better.
I don't know. I guess I got to take a harder look at Brandon Allen this Friday. And we don't know, did he say, we have a quote here on who's going to start, how they're going to play on Friday night. Cut F, young tone. It's a shortcut on will the starters play in Vegas on Friday.
You decided what you're going to do on Friday as far as the starters playing?
Yeah, I'd like the starters to play. We'll see how today and tomorrow go, but that's the plan.
Okay. You'd like the starters to play. All right, buddy.
All of them?
Well, not Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, not Christian
McCaffrey. And not Trent Williams
not
either.
Trent Williams, yeah.
What do we have? 7 o'clock Friday night.
Ooh, Friday nights under the lights at the Death Star.
Got the Mariners and the Giants on one TV, the Raiders and the Niners on another IT. Yeah, let's go. On to the Death Star we go. You going?
No, I'm not going this
Isn't
year.
there a fight this weekend?
I was out there last year. Is there a big fight this weekend? UFC
Somebody
had a
texted
fight
in and
last
asked
weekend.
if you were going to cover. When's the next big
Oh,
boxing?
the Canelo fight is coming up in September, and stay tuned. The Waterboy's trying to get out there to cover the fight, but you're our
fight correspondent.
Got to deal with the higher ups.
One
here
of the
at Kinos.
highlights of 2024. Don't mention. Well, let's not talk about that. One of the highlights of 2024 was your YouTube chat with Oscar De La Hoya.
Dude, how about me and Oscar going face to face? Yeah.
Who was the Golden Boy? Was it? Wasn't that what he calls himself?
Yeah, the Golden Boy.
Yeah, thank
the
you very
Golden
much.
Boy and the Water Boy.
Is that his nickname?
Yeah, Golden Boy.
Okay.
Oscar De La Hoya.
Were you a De La Hoya fan back in the day?
To be honest with you, I wasn't a huge Oscar fan, but, I was glad that he was able to sit down for a good interview.
Gold medalist in boxing, right? Back in the day?
I believe he
think
was,
so.
yeah.
We talked about, God, USA boxing. I didn't hear peep from them this Olympics.
They were talking about maybe not even having boxing in the 2028 Olympics in L.A. I was like, you have to have boxing in L.A.
Overnight, Dave and I went down an Old Head Road. The Olympic boxing used to be a big freaking deal, man. From Cassius Clay in 1960 to Sugar Ray Leonard to even the Cuban Teofilio Stevenson. I mean, man, we knew our Olympic boxers. They were like, it was a prime time event. Talk about one that's fallen off the table. All right, guys. Well, that was it. Niner talk for you. We'll get back into it a little bit later. Todd Husak will join us at 8:50 talking quarterbacks. But it is time to talk Giants baseball. Hey, 3 in a row. Major League, Lou Brown calls that a winning streak. They're 65-63. Logan Webb versus Garrett Crochet for the sweep today. And better sweep them or don't look at me. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Cinco de Drinko. Yeah.
Exactly. When we drink in,
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, let's go. Giants 3 in a row. Robbie Ray, the hero last night, 6 2/3. Kurt Casale playing a role as he steps in for Pat Bailey. Ryan Walker with another save. Elliot Ramos, couple RBIs, including a bases-loaded walk last night. So just a nice all-around win over a White Sox team that we have to talk to Mike about. Is just historically bad, 30-97. All things we can talk about with Mike Krukow. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with Mike, who's brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. They're doing what they have to do, and it's each day it's been good pitching, good defense. I love those games. I mean, those are my favorite games. I mean, give me a good defense. Give me guys that can throw strikes. Give me guys that can pitch the situation. I mean, that's the big leagues. And I also like the story of Robbie Ray. And he was embarrassed this last outing. And, he's in his 11th year at the big league level. Guys play a decade at the big league level. They're some of the mentally toughest guys I've ever met in my life. And after getting embarrassed, I mean, it was game on. I mean, he went into Spartan training to get back because he wants to make contribution. He wants that respect that's in the clubhouse. And he goes out there last night, and the first inning, he shows up, and we're like, yeehaw, daddy. That slider's tight. He's planting the fastball in the hands of these right-handed hitters. This is going to be good. And he wound up getting 9 strikeouts, 8 swing and miss strike threes, and I think 22 overall swing and misses on the night. I mean, he was good.
He was, and he actually said what you always talk about, the M word, mechanics. He said he went back and worked. He studied his video, changed his delivery, said he squared up to the plate more. It's funny, man. I mean, these guys in the bigs, they're still tinkering with mechanics on 11 years in the bigs, and he still has things to fix, Mike.
It really sounds kind of odd, but every once in a while, a big league player can forget how to throw a baseball. I mean, and it really is nothing but a game of catch. That's what it is. That's the backbone of our game. It's a game of catch. The guys who play the best game of catch, they're the guys that they go to the next level. But every once in a while, you have to get reminded. I mean, just like you did in Little League and youth ball and high school baseball and college baseball and every level of the minor leagues. You go back and you start talking about, all right, a pitcher, what are you doing? Well, your concentration's all over the place. How do you get your concentration back? All right, imagine that you've got 3 panes of glass up there. One is the hitter, one is the catcher, one is the umpire. What you want to do is you want to try and throw a baseball through all panes of glass. You want to break all those panes of glass. Because what guys do, and it's just so, when you watch guys play catch, they throw to the person that they're playing catch with. What you have to learn at a young age, and whenever you play catch, when you throw the ball, you try and throw that ball through your target. If you're playing with your dad in the backyard, try and throw it right through him. So when you get to the big leagues, when you're a pitcher, you want to throw through all 3 panes of glass. And that's what he wasn't doing. And the other thing, too, is he was watching the fly of the ball. So easy. Pick your target, put your eyes on the target, and when you're throwing the ball, don't watch the ball. Keep your eyes on the target, and then throw through those pane of glass. And it gets you right back into that groove where you have to drive your front shoulder to your target, push from your back foot through that target, rotate your hips, and then crack the whip through that target. That's what you have to work on. And it's a story that it gets retold every day at the big league level, and even on an 11-year veteran can stray away from it. But he did his homework. He got back into his good mechanics, and he was throwing that ball right through the hitter last night. It was freaking awesome.
Yeah, Robbie Ray looked like he was locked back in last night. 6 2/3 inning, 9 strikeouts, and gets the win. And then, Mike, we get to the 9th inning, and Ryan Walker looked absolutely locked in. Struck out the side, was hitting 97, damn near 98 on the gun with that two-seamer. It's some of the best I've seen all season long from Ryan Walker. Your thoughts on his performance last night, and do you think that he's earned the right to keep the closer role even when Camilo Duvall comes back?
Absolutely. 100%. And last night solidified it. And, when he got the win in the extra inning game in Oakland where he lowered the bases and he struck out the side, that puts him on Bruce Jenkins' manly man on the ship of men, right? And he does it last night. He strikes out the side in 11 pitches. And it wasn't close. 2 right down the middle strike threes. 2. And you're thinking, the guy was looking for another pitch. Well, okay, he's got 2 pitches. Guessed wrong twice. I think he bow locked him on a fastball. And when you can do that, most bow locks come on breaking balls, but when you can bow lock a guy on a fastball, that's talking about something special. Plus, I think he's still finding his sea legs. Every time you go out there and have an outing like that, you start to believe, you know what, I can close here. I can get the best, the hardest, the most difficult 3 outs of the game. And he sure did last night. He made it look like a man playing with boys.
This is one of the stories of the year for sure. This guy, absolutely great, and hopefully his arm stays strong through the rest of the year. We're talking to Mike Krukow. We do it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Giants, afternoon game today, 12:45 against Logan Webb against the White Sox best pitcher, Garrett Crochet. This guy's the real deal, all-star. But, Mike, we were talking about this historically bad White Sox team, and just I wonder how curious you are about a 30-97 team. Now, they have big leaguers, man. Andrew Benintendi, Luis Robert, Andrew Vaughn, Miguel Vargas, Nick Senzel. These are players. How can a team have a season this historically bad? Like, they're in danger of being as bad as the 62 Mets. There's a fascination here. What's going on? Why is that so bad? And what are you seeing? And how does it make your mind boggle about the history of baseball?
Well, first of all, when you're playing against them, you never look at the standings ever. You just know that a big league hitter's getting in the box. You just know that there's going to be a big league pitcher on the mound, and you have to know that in order for everybody to get on that field, they somewhere they had to prove that they belong there. So as soon as you assume that you're going to go and steamroll a big league team, and I don't care what their record is, your day's done. Believe me, we all fall into that victim. Or we all fall into that trap and we get victimized. It happens to everybody. You go out there and you take an opponent lightly at this level, you're done. And, I think in baseball, more so than any other sport, you can hit a guy on a day where he can just shove it up your nose. You could play a double-A team. And if they got a pitcher out there and they got a good defense, you could lose. So you never, ever take anybody for granted. You don't look at the schedule or their standings. You just don't do it. And they'll have to do that again today. They had to play good ball. They had to come from behind, and they did. I think the last 2 games are some of the best defensive games they've played all year, and that's their ticket. And as they go forward, they have to do the same thing. Look, we're getting into late August here. The offense is what it is. They're not a good situational hitting offense. They can't get a guy in from third base with less than 2 outs. It's like the plague. It just they just can't do it. So what do you do? Well, I tell you a story. When I was with the Phillies, we had this meeting. Pat Corrales was the manager. And this was a team that had Pete Rose and Mike Schmidt and Gary Matthews and Gary Maddox and Bob Dernier and George Vukovic and Manny Trio and Bo Diaz and all these guys could hit, right? They never hit. So we're sitting there, and it was like a week where the pitchers were pitching their tails off. We were all just, not getting run support. And we were all feeling sorry for ourselves. So Pat Corrales got in there and he goes, we need a meeting. So he gets in there and he kind of takes a couple circles, doesn't say a word, and finally he opens up and he starts laying into the pitchers. He says, yeah, you know what? We are struggling with the bats. How about you throw a shutout? Take a little pressure off of the offense. Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. How about you as pitchers do your job to make it easier for that offense? And that's where they are right now. And that's where they're going to be the rest of the year. They can do this, but the pitching staff and the defense have to be exceptional because that's how they're going to win. Don't count on the offense. If it shows up, great, but count on a scratch here and a scratch there. And if you get 3, make it work. And there are no other excuses. That's how you're going to get to the playoffs.
Few more minutes here with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line this morning. And Mike, the Giants made a big roster move yesterday, placing Patrick Bailey on the 10-day IL. Talk about that loss for the rotation, but also the benefits of having someone like Curt Casale behind home plate.
Well, it's nice to have Casale because nobody's going to freak out. And if you're a pitcher, you get set in your ways. You want this guy, you want that guy. You don't trust the new guy. I mean, it's a pretty sensitive deal. So Casale has more than won their confidence. So the pitching staff is going to believe that when they go out there, they're going to have a guy who calls a good game, who frames, who's going to fight for you with an umpire and run the rhythm of the game. So that's a given. What they give up is a little bit of quickness out of the pop for Casale. His release to second is not as quick as Bailey's. Not many guys are. I mean, we tell the story last night. We had him in the last series. He had a 1.78 pop time to second base. That's absurd. But Casale isn't going to do that. So what do you do as a pitcher? You have to help him out. It's up to you to be able to take some of your unload time off out of the stretch to give him a better chance. So whatever the weakness is in a player, if you have the ability to help him out, then it's up to you. So there is no excuse. There's no way that a pitcher can bitch and moan about it. And plus now Casale's getting some hits. I mean, for the longest time he was scuffling. He wasn't getting playing time that was consistent, and when he was in, he was pressing with the bat. Now he's getting hits. He's totally relaxed. So, there's no excuse there's no excuse for them not to make a run for this playoff. None. Not with Pat Bailey out, not with anybody not there. There's no excuse for it. And what I love about this team is they feel the same way. They're grinding, and that's going to be how they get to the playoffs.
Right. And it's funny. The Giants addressed it by signing Tom Murphy, and he's been out since that rainy day in Philly when he twisted his knee. And so we'll see if he ever comes back. He was supposed to be a decent little backup catcher for the Giants. So, and finally, Mike, I know we're late on the call and we're almost out of time, but I just needed a thought on the news that Brandon Crawford got released by the Cardinals. I mean, it created a feeling among a lot of Giants fans, many different feelings. What was your feeling to see the Cardinals release Brandon Crawford?
Well, I've always believed that as a professional athlete, you get every at-bat you can get. You pitch every inning you can pitch. Because if you don't, you're going to regret it. You're going to think, damn, I could have played longer. I could tell you a lot of stories of guys that regretted it, and it haunted them. And as hard as it was for me to see Crawford in a Cardinal uniform, I applauded that he was going to get everything out of his career. And you know why? You know why he did that? Because he loves the game. He loves baseball. That is who he is. He loves playing the game. And the game is going to allow you to do that, but it's also going to let you down when it's time to go. Nobody rides out hitting a home run except Ted Williams. Everybody else, you limp off the field. You're holding your arm or your legs are shot as an infielder, and God bless them. And I hope they bring him back for the last series of the year so Giants fans could say goodbye to him officially. But knowing Crawford, he may not say that he's done, so who knows? But, it's inevitable. It happens to everybody. And the greatest shortstop to ever play for the Giants in 142 years, he's that guy. And we got to appreciate him, and we love him.
Yeah, for sure. And it's something we could address going forward if there is a chance of bringing him back that final weekend. So just wanted to get a thought there, Mike. We know we're out of time. It's a day game today. Get your breakfast. Head out to the yard. Have a great one. We'll talk to you Friday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow with a day game today, 12:45. He's brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. And that's our big hit, Brandon Crawford. It's causing a lot of emotional reaction. He's back in the news. He got released by the Cardinals. What do you think the Giants should do? How do you reflect now on the Giants not signing him? Was it the right move, the wrong move? All your Brandon Crawford thoughts. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to qualify for the 49ers Season Pass contest. There's only 3 more days left of this, and each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring our guy Tim Ryan. So tune in today during the 7 a.m. hour, not now, but at some point in this hour for your chance to qualify.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's a Wednesday morning. It's the Water Boy, and I'm here today to talk to you about my waistline because I've got one simple question for you. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program about a month ago, and guess what? I'm down 17 pounds. Only 3 pounds away of reaching my goal from losing 20 this summer. There's no counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers team store gift card and qualify for the 49ers season pass grand prize.
On behalf of the team, I just want to thank you guys for this season, for showing up through the ups and the downs. You guys continue to show support and show up, and we just really appreciate it. And then And then personally from the Grand Slam in Milwaukee.
The pitch. A curveball is hammered deep right center field. Corey Hart is going back, and this one is gone! And Crawford has hit a grand slam. The rookie, in his first game, it's his first big league hit, and it's a grand slam.
So the World Series wins. So today, you guys always showed me love. My family and I appreciate it so much. You guys are the best. Appreciate it.
Oh, there it is. Our big hit today, Brandon Crawford. Why is he back in the news? Well, the St. Louis Cardinals released him yesterday. Does that bring the end of the long run of Brandon Crawford's career, which started in 2011 with that grand slam? You just heard young Tony play. We can talk about it. Do you want him back? Are you still mad about it all? Are you getting emotional? 808 KNBR is the phone number, although I see a lot of people calling in for that other reason, the 49ers tickets. I'll remind you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We dug out the story from March when he told Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, the bottom line is I was not wanted back by the one person whose opinion matters, so I went with a team that gave me a major league contract. But the bottom line is I wanted to come back to the Giants. That was obviously the ideal situation for me. So wounds being reopened here is what's happening here.
I wonder who that one person is that Brandon was talking about.
Farhan's probably saying, dude, I thought I moved past this, but we had the whole, you and I kicked it around a lot during February and March, and then they went to Nick Ahmed. And we were like, what's going on here? By the way, Nick Ahmed, who just got released by the Dodgers yesterday.
For the second time this season.
And hadn't hit an extra base hit since that home run that hurt the Giants so badly.
Also the same Nick Ahmed who had a lower WAR this year than Brandon Crawford.
That's insanity, brother. But anyway, yeah, he came to the end of the road. 80 plate appearances in St. Louis. It wasn't happening. He was hitting 169 with a home run and 4 RBIs and 80 plate appearances. And you heard Mike say, listen, and that's been Mike's stance all along. Play till they rip the jersey off your back. And finally, the Cardinals ripped the jersey off his back yesterday. So that leads to Giants fans who are so big on sentimentality and so big on nostalgia. Witness the Core 4 ceremony that just went down and the 2014 reunion that just went down.
The Cardinals couldn't release him a couple weeks ago so that Crawford could have showed up for the 2014 reunion?
Right.
Come on.
Actually, he hasn't played since August 10th, and the reunion was on, August, I think that might have been the day of the reunion, actually. But anyway, the point is where are you at, guys? 808 KNBR is the phone number. And I'm going out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 209 says he can come back, ... as a coach only. People don't want that. 925 says, a lot of chatter at the end of last season of a toxic clubhouse. As the oldest vet with the team, I have to believe management blamed Crawford for participating or not stopping what was going on. That's an interesting take.
He's saying Crawford should have took away those cards from Jock Peterson.
He's saying Crawford played a role in the bad culture. Interesting. 530 says Brandon should have retired at the end of last season. That being said, he was not being treated with the true respect he deserves. He needs to be brought back to sign a one-day contract to retire as a Giant, and then we need a Brandon Crawford day next season so the fans can truly celebrate him. He is a forever Giant. Treat him as such. 310 says sign Crawford. The season is toast. So at least let the fans see him in uni one more time. 510 says, God bless Crawford, ... but he's done. 707 says, when the Giants are out of playoff contention the last week of the season, they should bring B. Craw in for one last game. Now, that's an interesting one. If they are indeed mathematically eliminated, which could happen, they're 5 out in the loss column, and that's going to be a tall mountain to climb. Now, the Mets lost yesterday, so only 2 back of the Mets in the loss column. And you never know, obviously. The Braves are going to have to lose some games, and the Giants are going to have to win. They're going to have to go I think Sean asked this. And by the way, great to see Sean and Sergio on postgame. 20, so what are they right now? 65 and 50. Sean's saying 86 is the number. They got to win 21 of their final, so at 65 and 63, they're at 128, so they have 34 games left. Can they go 21 and 13? If they go 20, dude, that's a stretch they haven't done all year. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
So we're asking them to do something they haven't done all year.
Yeah, they have gone on a stretch recently the last month going 12 and 4. Maybe it's time for another Brian Murphy vacation. If they want to get 21 wins.
Hey, next Thursday, Friday, I'm out. I'm going to Scotland for that wedding.
Good time to get hot for the Giants, baby.
And they're playing the Marlins, who they should be able to beat, right? So maybe I'll be gone for that Friday. They should sweep the Marlins. And then what's Labor Day Monday? Yeah. But even then, you still need the Braves to come back to the pack. And then the rest of this, that 9-game roadie through Baltimore, Kansas City, and Arizona.
That's going to be rough.
Yeah. And I'll be going to that Kansas City game, too. We're going out there for that.
Is that good or bad for the Giants?
Bad. It's definitely bad.
Bad news for the Giants.
So, I mean, if they're mathematically eliminated, it would be neat to bring them back. Now, it would cost you a roster spot, right? You'd have to maybe just phantom IL somebody for the last weekend or something like that. But that would be kind of fun, And then they definitely need a day next spring.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. But also, wouldn't there be more mixed messages from the Giants front office if on the last day of the year, Brandon Crawford's playing shortstop instead of Tyler Fitzgerald after, last offseason, Farhan straight up told us that they were moving on from Brandon Crawford to go with their young shortstop, Marco Luciano, wherever the hell he's at these days?
707 says, how are the Giants disrespecting Brandon Crawford? They gave him a 2-year thank you contract after 2021, and then they gave him a day to retire in front of the crowd. I mean, what else do they need to do? That's a fairly reasonable text.
True, but I also have a counter argument.
Yes.
I'd say it's a little disrespectful when you go out and try to sign Carlos Correa, and you don't even mention to Brandon Crawford that he's going to be playing third base the next season.
You bring that up. It is a very good one.
I think that's a little disrespectful.
209 says, yeah, go ahead.
I can keep going. I think it was disrespectful to tell Brandon Crawford, the greatest shortstop in your franchise history, that he would have to try out for a roster spot at spring training. That, to me, is a little disrespectful.
Yeah, for sure, too. 925 says, I love Crow. I went to his same high school, but his time has passed. The reason they didn't bring him back was so that they did not have to make that move yesterday. But, yes, you can give him a one-day contract. I did think about that. That was what we were saying, is that they didn't want to go through the publicity of DFAing him in the middle of the season, which, I thought, hey, we're big boys. We can handle it. It was a tough deal to see Nick Ahmed be the guy. And right now, their shortstop depth chart is who? It's Fitzgerald and...
It's Fitz and then who's ever available.
Casey Schmidt.
Whether it's Casey, whether you need to slide over Tyro if you need it.
Tyro. Yeah, they really still don't. And we still don't know who their shortstop of the future is unless it's Hassan Kim of the San Diego Padres.
That's one of the biggest question marks is whether or not Tyler Fitzgerald can be an everyday shortstop. Now, the bat is showing that he can play. It's just defensively, can he go to his backhand? Can he give you enough quality defense at shortstop? But he's also a guy that can play second and can play outfield if needed.
707 says, Farhan better pray the Giants make the playoffs because Brandon Crawford could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I don't know about that. They're not going to fire him because of the Brandon Crawford situation. 650 says, I was really hoping Brandon was going to be with the Cardinals for the last series of the season because he deserved another round of love from us Giants fans. You noticed that right away that the Cardinals were going to finish the season here in San Francisco the final weekend.
Right when the schedule was released, we were like, damn, Brandon Crawford's going to have a chance to play his last game at Oracle Park because the St. Louis Cardinals were traveling to San Francisco. But now it's sounding like unless he does sign a one-day contract, which Mike Krukow was in favor of, I think it's going to depend on the circumstances, whether or not they have a chance to make the playoffs or whether or not Farhan kind of wants to reopen those wounds.
Well, it goes back to that story in The Athletic, and here's Crawford saying, I had no playing time expectations, just help out and be a veteran mentor type for Luciano, Casey Schmidt, Fitzgerald, continue being that guy for Tyro, whoever else I could help out in that capacity. That's what I came to him, meaning Farhan, with. I was told I could earn the last spot on the roster like anyone else could as a non-roster invitee. That was the nail in the coffin. And again, there was some hints that there was bad blood, that for some reason Farhan viewed Brandon as sort of maybe a symbol of the old regime a little bit, and that got a little dicey.
I mean, should we bring up the name Bruce Bochy in the end of his tenure here with the San Francisco Giants and how he wanted to retire, and then a couple years later, he's winning World Series with the Texas Rangers?
Yeah.
That's a whole thing, too, with the regime change.
415 says this is exactly why they didn't sign Crawford. They couldn't DFA him like the Redbirds did without idiot fans screaming to fire Farhan. 559 says that contract after 2021 was not a thank you contract. He was a top 5 MVP finisher after that season, which is true.
That is true.
619 says, I think it's disrespectful to think a guy who can't even reach the Mendoza line deserves a guaranteed roster spot.
Well, then why the hell was Nick Ahmed on the roster? 619. Answer me that. Riddle me that, Batman.
415 says, I love B-Craw, but I think it was disrespectful for him to hit 194 while making $16 million.
Look, my take at the end of last season was Brandon Crawford should retire. Let's make that perfectly clear. He addressed the crowd, got on the mic, thanked the San Francisco Giants, and after seeing him hit 194, I think we both agreed that Brandon should probably hang up the cleats. Now, if there was a possibility of bringing in a veteran shortstop to mentor a guy like Marco Luciano or Tyler Fitzgerald or a Casey Schmidt or a Brett Wisely, that's the only reason we wanted to re-sign Brandon Crawford as a late-game defensive replacement for Marco Luciano. Not to be your starting shortstop every single day. I don't know how that message gets mixed up so often.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I love you. By the way, guys, 209 says, let's also remember Kapler came after Crawford's defense before he even coached a game. How about that? Remember that? Do you remember when Kapler said that? Kapler, remember in 2020, he was like, yeah, we need to work on Crawford's range and ability. Do you remember that? There was like a bad vibe right away.
Gabe Kapler was calling out Brandon Crawford's defense.
Yes, he was.
Wow.
He did. And there was like, then he had to sort of explain it. He goes, no, we're just talking about coaching him up and da-da-da. Yeah. Don't you remember that?
I do not remember that for some
that's
reason.
A true story. Garrett is in Martinez at 808 KNBR is the phone number. Garrett, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to chime in here. I know there's a lot of good feelings around Brandon Crawford, who's basically the only link to those 2010, 2012, and 2014 World Series teams. But when you kind of look at his stats objectively, he was really just a replacement level player. And, people can gripe about that all they want, but if you just look at his stats, he wasn't very good. Now, I like Brandon Crawford as a human being, but I was ready to move on from him about 5 years ago. I was kind of tired of seeing his 250 average. No ability to steal, rarely had much pop other than about 15 home runs. So we actually probably gave him that 2-year contract. Farhan did actually overpaid him really just to kind of keep the fan base happy and to appease the fan base, knowing that they wanted to see him similar to how he did not trade Madison Bumgarner. So I'm definitely in the camp that we need to move on. Definitely in the camp that he's overrated. Definitely in the camp that his defense probably wasn't as good as some people think. And also I think that the comment that he made, Kapler, when you look at his defense, was he good? He was a major league defensive shortstop. Was he exceptional? I think there was a couple plays early in his career where there was some hype built around his defense that he was, and then the proof was that he was probably minimal in range and he had a strong arm. Anyways, I know that's a contrarian viewpoint.
Definitely.
Like you guys, keep up the good work. Crawford, good job. You fooled everyone for playing a lot longer than you should have. If you weren't a Giant, probably would have been done 5 years ago.
Man, oh man.
Wow, 5 years ago. Garrett, you know he finished top 5 in the MVP voting within the last 5 years, right? You do know that, Garrett. Oh, he's gone. Thanks for hanging up. Thanks for calling today.
I'm just looking at StatCast. If you
What
go by
are we
that,
talking about
in
here?
2022, he was 86th percentile in fielding run value. He was a +6 in fielding run value. So, I mean, and he was 93rd percentile in range in 2022.
But Garrett wanted to give up on him 5 years ago.
In 2022, he was in the elite tier of stat. And again, StatCast. Take it for what it's worth. You know, when you like it, you like it. When you don't, you don't.
Yeah.
But so that's as recently as 2022. 2023, his last year, his fielding run value was still in the 80th percentile, and his range was still in the 90th percentile.
And you know whose defense was also declining this year? Noodle arm Nick Ahmed.
Yeah.
When he's launching balls into the club level at Oracle Park.
In 2021, Brandon was 96th percentile in fielding run value and 99th in range. So that was just a pretty bad call from Garrett and Martinez.
Are we sure that was Garrett or was that Creative Tony?
Oh, exactly. Or was it Farhan Zaidi?
Yeah.
I mean, really, we talk about Pat Bailey.
Man, that was a bad call.
I mean, people talk about Pat Bailey. He's in this horrible slump right now. People say, yeah, but you're an idiot if you knock him because his defense is so amazing. Well, you would say the same about Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's shortstop. He was literally on the short list of the best in the game.
Yeah.
And so there you go. Well, listen, it was a complicated deal. It was complicated then. It's complicated now.
Yeah.
Would you like to see him go back for one last day? Sure. Why not? I mean, who wouldn't want to see Brandon Crawford come back and trot out? They did it with JT Snow. He came out for a day. Now, again, the bad blood, though, that might prevent it. And are the Giants in the race on the last weekend of the season? And would Crawford want to do it?
That's the big question.
Yeah.
Would Brandon Crawford want to do it after his kind of messy divorce this offseason?
I think he might just want maybe next spring, next May, some Saturday, have Brandon Crawford Day. That's it.
I'm
but
down with
again,
that,
somebody did bring up on the text line, couldn't they have done it so he could have made the 2014 reunion? So there you go.
Timing is everything.
Well, just last calls here, last checks of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here. 510 saying that Nick Ahmed is in your head.
Oh, yeah, because he was terrible. That's why. Nick Ahmed should have never been on the roster.
Yeah. Nick25 says, was that creative
So
Tony calling?
waste of a
Same thing
roster
there.
spot.
707 says, that was a trash call. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. True story. All right, it's this terrible take by Garrett. What were you watching defensively for your career?
That's bad.
And yeah, a lot of people down on here too. And then, yeah, oh boy, Garrett got probably got more texts than the Crawford situation. I can't read all the people calling Garrett a clown. Oh my God.
Enjoy your day, Garrett. Thanks for listening.
949 says, all I got to say about Kapler doubting Brandon Crawford is, how deep was your glove, bro? So
how deep is your glove?
All right, guys. All right, well, there it is. That was the big hit. We knew it would cause reaction, even from Garrett and Martinez, with a pretty bad call. All right, Brandon Crawford, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Where will the Niners be? Where will the Giants be in the final weekend of the season? Will they bring him back? Willie Mack Day. He won the Willie Mack Award way back when. And so Brandon Crawford, DFA'd by the Cardinals if you missed it. All part of the drama surrounding the Forever Giants. All right, cooler content is next. All sorts of good stuff in there, including some of the highlights. Are we going Theo Vaughn with Trump?
Ooh, are we?
Well, I mean, it's a chance to visit his San Diego takes.
All right.
Right? It's very funny.
I do like me some Theo Vaughn.
Okay, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Hey, fun. My younger guy went to a birthday party yesterday in the city, and they went to the Pier 39 Amici's. Said it was awesome. I can't wait to get my debut in there, too. Also, speaking of younger ones, it's back to school time. My older guys got back to school today, younger guy tomorrow. That means our busy schedule is ramping up. That means dinner's tricky. That's where Amici's helps out. How about those half-baked pizzas? You get them on a busy day, a busy Wednesday, kids back, soccer practice, whatever's going on. Just give me the half-baked pizza, and I'm giving it to you as a discount. All right, you ready for this? For the rest of August, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu categories scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's going to give you 20% off that pizza. So again, rest of August, any size half-baked pizza online from the menu categories scroll bar at Amici's.com. Amici's gives you 20% off that half-baked pizza. Pop it in the oven, ready when you want it. Back-to-school meal for your family. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan joins Tobin & Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. Obviously, the first preseason game is on Friday, so they're moving his hit up by a day. He joins the show at 4:50 this afternoon to share any new updates on Brandon Aiyuk and or Trent Williams. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Only God knows.
Well, I don't know if anybody's ever gotten a bigger reaction than Garrett from Martinez getting destroyed on the text line for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I don't have time to read them all.
Oh, man.
Probably caused more reaction than anything else this week. Not Brock Purdy, not Brandon Aiyuk, not, whatever. The Giants losing to whoever they lost to over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
None of that stuff has caused a reaction like Garrett from Martinez coming after Brandon Crawford.
No, it almost reminds me, I don't know if you ever watched The Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God. They have a bit that they do on their show called The Donkey of the Day. Sounds like our audience is making Garrett the Donkey of the Day.
Definitely. And when I see The Breakfast Club, I think Molly Ringwald.
Oh, yeah, I think. You think movies.
All right, listen, I teased Theo Vaughn. I think we're going to have to, cooler heads are going to have to prevail. We're not going to do it because he was talking about illegal drug use, and we don't want to endorse that. But suffice to say that Theo Vaughn had a funny podcast moment. If you're into sort of risque PG-13, NC-17 humor about illegal drug use, so we're going to pass on it, but you can look it up on your own.
We're going to pass on that body like John
How do you feel about
Stockton.
that, Young Tone? I heard John Joe was upset. I don't want to upset anybody here today.
That's a fair take. I think it was definitely hilarious, but definitely not for the kids, as they say.
Kids are. Is this back to school time?
This is a kids show.
The kids are literally
Safe for
in
kids.
You think about Sean from San Rafael. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Wu-Tang is for the children, and so is the Murphy Market Show.
So instead, let's talk about coaches that yell at people. Let's talk about that. Another thing kids can relate to.
Yeah, everybody can relate to
This
that.
has been burning the sort of the NFL circles the last couple days. We haven't touched on it, but I want to get it on the record. It's Tua Tagovailoa on the Dan Le Batard show talking about Brian Flores, his former coach, and how it was not a good relationship. Listen to this. Tua Tagovailoa on the relationship he had with his former Dolphins head coach, Brian Flores.
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you sucked at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, I mean, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
Man, I hadn't heard that. That's a lights out quote. That's a great soundbite. Shout out Dan Le Batard show for getting that out of Tua. Brings up a tremendous question, which is, is tough love the right kind of love? Now, I want to caution that by saying it sounds like Brian Flores wasn't even given tough love. He was just being an a-hole.
Sounds like he was just insulting to
Like, there was never I get tough love. Like, hey, man, you're going to need to do this to get where we want to go. Or to get to be a champion, you're going to have to work hard. But if he just told him flat out, you suck, you don't belong here, that's not tough love. That's just negative, like bottomless pit negative energy. I don't know, maybe he's mischaracterizing it. Brian Flores responded. Now, he's with the Minnesota Vikings coaching staff now. So he responded.
Now he's telling Sam Darnold how much he sucks.
By the way, the joke there, too, is I'd asked Tua Tagovailoa, have you read the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line? That's an average day for me and Marcus.
Yeah, I was going to say, you want to deal with some negativity.
So
shout out to Garrett and what he's dealing with right now.
Flores' response to Tua's very stark comments here.
I just want to say, look, I'm happy, genuinely happy, genuinely happy for the success that Tua's had, and I really wish him nothing but the best. And I think player relationships are very important to me. I think that's kind of the foundation of coaching. I mean, I got into coaching because I was impacted as a young guy by my high school coaches, my college coaches, going all the way to Pop Warner. I got into coaching because I want to make that same kind of impact, positive impact, pour into young people, help them become, as KO says all the time, the best versions of themselves. And that's really my goal always in coaching. So I wish nothing but the best to Tua. really, more than anything, I'm just focused on the Vikings, the 2024 Vikings, the players we have.
Okay, interestingly, he did not deny any of it.
No.
He did not. He's just like, hey, man, I'm happy for him. He did say that he's into positive impact, and Tua was saying there was zero positive impact.
Yeah, not too positive at all.
So where are you with hard coaches?
Well, I have had hard coaches my entire life, starting with my pops, which is something why when I heard this topic, I wanted to talk to you about it since you are the Little League coach here. My dad always explained it to me as a coach. There's some players who need a pat on the back, and there's some players who need a kick in the ass.
Yes.
There's a difference, but you have to figure out what kind of player you have,
right,
and what they need. Because I've seen players and guys that I've played with shut down when they get yelled at.
Yeah.
I've also seen it with myself. Like a fire will be sparked. A coach will tell me how bad I am, and next thing you know, I'm hitting 92 on a gun because I'm so mad. I want to amp it up a little bit. So, like, that's the difference to me in that mindset. What's your take on it?
Well, it's a topic that deserves a lot of discussion. I mean, and it's a lot of it is generational. Like, there was a time when really the hard coach was really the only way, the Bobby Knight. Although, conversely, John Wooden offered a different thing. Ted Lasso addresses this very clearly. Ted Lasso's show is about a guy who comes in and just changes all the attitude by being constantly reaffirming the positive side of human interaction, the positive side of human believe, as it's written here in our studio here. But I did come from my high school basketball coach, shout out coach, he's listening, I know, was extremely hard on us. And at the time, we hated him. And this is the classic story you hear, man. You hear this so many times. Years later, you appreciate him, right? And the movie Whiplash, you see that movie? Where the guy just beats the bejesus out of the musician in the school,
drummer, right? Yeah.
One of my favorite movies of all time is The Great Santini, and it's about Robert Duvall as a tough Marine father who's trying to prepare his kid for the world by being hard and hard. So I fall on the hard coaching style of life. I have seen myself try it with certain kids, and when I see their reaction, I'm like, oh, I can't do that with him. So I just know I can't do it with that guy. He's too sensitive. He's not built for this or whatever. I also think different sports call for different mentalities. Like, I am a way different coach in basketball than I am in baseball. Yeah. Baseball is I say in baseball, the calmer, more poised team wins. In basketball, the team that plays harder is going to win. That's going to get that loose ball, play hard on defense. So now it sounds like what Tua's saying, though, about Brian Flores is bad coaching, though. I would never tell a kid, you don't belong here, you suck. Now, is Tua overreacting, or is he mischaracterizing what Flores is saying? I mean, because Flores didn't deny any of it, like we said.
No.
Now, Tom Brady checked in here. This is interesting. Brady checked in on the Pat McAfee show about his view on this here. Tom Brady.
If the coach was going to be hard on me, I was going to accept the difficult coaching because I needed to hear it. And again, it motivated me. And there was a lot of players on our team that would see me get coached hard, and that they would say, okay, I got to step my game up because I don't want to get yelled. Tom's getting yelled at. I don't want to get yelled at. How do I up my game? And I think that's what accountability looks like. And you can't be, so have your ego so big that, any criticism is going to, lessen your confidence. I mean, look, you're going out there in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks in Vegas, and you got hundreds of millions of people watching. You better be tough at that point. You better have not go in there with, a weak attitude. I think you got to go in there and you got to embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity. You're going to be tested. And if your coach tests you and your teammates test you, then you can go beat your competition.
Okay, so that was from January 30th. Sounds like he's more like, hey, and this is something either John or Jim Harbaugh. It's John Harbaugh, who one time was caught on Hard Knocks saying, you can't have that baby deer skin. Get that baby deer skin out of you. You got to have that alligator skin. Now, again, contextual. NFL football versus Little League baseball.
Yes.
NFL football versus Pop Warner football, and you see videos of sometimes of coaches losing their minds. So I do think there is a place for the hard coach. I really, really do. But it sounds to me like if Tua's characterizing Brian Flores, then Brian Flores was a what's the word I'm looking for? Negative is not the right word. He was like an actively detrimental coach. Like, that's not. If Tua's right, Brian Flores was doing a terrible job.
Yeah, also,
but he might also be overreacting and not characterizing it the same way. Flores might have said, you got to get better because we want to get to the championship, and so let's do this. But if he's right that he just constantly berated him and told him he sucked and didn't belong here, that's bad coaching.
And you also have to think about the culture change of going from someone like Brian Flores, who has ties back to New England and Bill Belichick, versus Mike McDaniel, who I think everybody agrees is like one of the coolest coaches in the league. Also, you got to point out the fact that Tua's been a lot more successful in the Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan system than he ever did with Brian Flores. So I think that plays a part of this whole storyline as well.
Well, listen, it's going to be an interesting. I think it's a topic worth carrying on. I look up, we're at the clock. We got Todd Husak at 8:50, Andy Bagley at 9:30. We can continue this conversation on the other side.
Oh,
if you
I would
want.
love to tell stories about all the hard ass coaches I had.
Okay, well, I don't want to incriminate anybody. I can tell a couple, but I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But if you guys have thoughts on it, 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627. Also, the Giants get the win. Day game today, 12:45. Logan Webb trying to finish off a sweep. And remember, sweep the White Sox or don't look at me. I'm going to stare at it and I'm going to turn the camera off tomorrow if the Giants don't sweep the White Sox. Some people will like that. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself.
The words you used were terrible person. I'm just curious how that hit you when you saw it.
Look, I'm human, so, that hit me in a way that, I wouldn't say it was, positive for me. But at the same time, I've got to use that and say, hey, how can I grow from that? How can I be better? And that's really where I'm at from that standpoint. Do I feel like, that's me? No. But, how can I grow from that situation and create a world where that's not, the case that anyone says that about Brian Flores.
All right, that's Brian Flores. We've kind of stumbled on this topic in the cooler of content. It's been out there. Many topics to talk about. Brandon Crawford's been a topic today. The Giants getting a win has been a topic today. Brandon Aiyuk has been a topic today. The backup quarterbacks for the 49ers have been a topic today. But right now, we're on this topic because the very, very scintillating quotes from Tua Tagovailoa on Dan Le Batard's show about Brian Flores just being an absolute monster, negative psychological monster living in Tua's head. And it raises for every person out there listening who's ever played a sport and had a relationship with their coach can relate, even all the way down to Pop Warner, all the way down to Little League, or all the way up to high school football, high school basketball, high school baseball. Young Tony wrestling, he's got a story or two to tell. But that was Brian Flores was the last one you heard. And it sure sounds like, the more I'm listening to this, he's not denying any of it. He's like, you told him he was a terrible person. He's like, well, I got some, I need to grow a little bit. He's like, I never said that. So sounds like Flores really came from just the maniacal, crazy school of negative coaching, which, I mean, to me, again, and mine is so funny because last night at dinner, we were actually talking about me as a basketball coach because I got to be honest with you guys, I'm a lunatic in basketball because I came from that. That's how I was coached. Now, should I be doing that with middle school kids? Probably not. But I am because I want them to be the best version of themselves. Absolutely. And I want them to understand that if they play harder than the other guy, they will win the game. They will get results. They will see results. And if they work hard, like you, we were just talking off the air about a hard Pop Warner coach you had who really instilled discipline in you. You're one of the most disciplined guys here in this building. I'll just share that with everybody here. Marcus is where he is because he shows up on time more than anybody else. He cuts sound that needs to be cut more than anybody else. He comes up with topics more than anybody else. He works really hard. And I have to think, it's not the only reason. A lot of it's, most of it, your mom and dad and all that. But also it has to come from those coaches who made you really work your ass off to get on the field.
Yeah,
right?
And the craziest thing is we were talking about middle school coaches, and the first guys I think of are my Pop Warner coaches, the Montalvo family.
Dude, the Montavos.
Down in Sunnyvale, who were absolutely legendary. Murph, get this. They not only coached me, they coached my dad in Pop Warner.
What?
So I feel like they installed a lot of those lessons to my dad that was later passed down to me. And the Montalvos came from a strict military-style family. And so everything we did was like military style to the fullest. We would march in unison to games. And before every single game, Coach Joe had something called the gig list. And he just had a list. If you forgot one piece of equipment, 100 up downs.
Whoa.
If you had dirt on the bottom of your cleats, 100 up downs. We would sit in the locker room with toothbrushes and scrub off the dirt from the bottom of our cleat. If you had a scuff mark on your helmet, 100 up downs. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There was one kid who had 800 up downs racked up, and the coach is like, you're not practicing, you're not playing until you do your up downs. He just the entire week by himself on a side field doing up downs all day and night.
So there are people listening right now that would say that the Montavos were crazy and that was bad and negative. But you're here to say that you appreciate it.
I'm saying, look at me now.
Look at him now.
And, it was needed. And, shout out to Coach Jerry Payne, the Payne Tree Service down in Sunnyvale also, because we had some troublemakers. I was telling stories the other day about how on that same Pop Warner team, we had a few kids who had ankle braces on for house arrest in middle school.
I almost spit take
right
there.
So
I had coffee going.
There were kids who definitely needed some of that hard loving. And I was a kid who got in trouble and got suspended all the time for fights and stuff in middle school. So I needed some of that discipline also.
Oh, that is awesome. Young Tony, did you say you had a story from wrestling?
Yeah, so freshman year at Trinity High School, Coach Rudolph, I'll never forget it. I was joining the wrestling team, never had any wrestling background. They were like, 106, we don't have a guy. Do you want to fill in, learn the game? And I was like, absolutely, I'd love to. And it was always really tough coaching. you got to do this better. You got to be better in this way. You got to run 10 more laps. You got to do this. You got to do that. And I always was like, dude, this is too tough of coaching. It's like too tough of love. But then now I'm sitting here today and I'm like, it was worth it.
I'm going to say this again. Here I am just lavishing too much praise on the younger generation, but you are right there with Marcus, tied as one of the most diligent guys in this building. Like from the moment you showed up for your first job interview wearing a coat and tie, which nobody did here, everything you do is supremely on point and professional. You work super hard. It's why you're you can see him right there. You can see him on YouTube. That's why you're global. People keep watching this in Japan.
That's why you're a superstar, right? Tony. Yeah.
They're watching you in Malaysia right now. But, dude, you clearly are the product of some sort of discipline because you are an extremely disciplined person. And do you think that the coaching played a role in it?
Definitely. I would say the parents as well, the way they raised me and the work ethic. But yeah, it's tough coaching. But then as I sit here today, I'm like better from it. I'm better for it.
I would say the same. But I'm telling you guys, did you hate your coaches?
During the moment, I was not a big fan, especially my first year. Like, here's the crazy part. I played 2 years on the Micro Rockets. So I went back for a second dose. But the second year, they made me team captain. And so I was the one leading the military march out to the field.
Well,
and so that installed everything from being a team leader, which led to me being a team captain in football and baseball in high school. Like, they taught me a lot about leadership and how I kind of turned into a red ass.
I'm a firm believer that the tough style of coaching is the better way to go, but it comes with an asterisk. You can't be what the way Tua described Brian Flores. That's bad coaching, man. That's where you're just trying to hurt somebody or you're trying to make there's a toxic part of your personality that needs to be remedied because you're trying to hurt somebody or demean somebody or what your coaches were asking for was meet a standard. It's so funny. I think back to I'm such a lunatic. This was like our 4th grade baseball team, and I was God, I'm embarrassed now, but it's like we were having a really bad infield, and I got upset. I wasn't not swearing. I never swore, by the way. Just a little side note. Declan said to me that I swore in 8th grade basketball. I'm like, did I? He goes, you did. And I said, I think I have a sort of handshake agreement in my mind that in 8th grade you can swear in front of the kids. You can take issue with that, but I think that's kind of my Mendoza line, 8th grade.
Like those 8th grade kids ain't cussing on their own anyways.
Dude.
Not even close.
Sad. But I'm just talking about, I never want to be that coach setting that example. And not cussing like a sailor, just occasionally saying, I'm not going to put up with that BS. And I'll even front it by saying, I'm going to swear now, but something like that, But in 4th grade, we were having this really bad infield, and I remember saying, guys, and I wasn't screwed. I said, guys, there's got to be a standard, okay? There's got to be a standard of how we take infield, okay? What we're here to do is trying to get better at something we're doing. And my big thing is to kids is always like, there's something noble, and they don't know that word, noble, but there's something noble about trying to get better at something. I said, whether you're playing piano, maybe you have piano lessons, you're trying to get better every day. Or when you're doing your homework, you're trying to get better at school. I said, when we're playing baseball, in addition to having fun and being with your buddies and being outside, that's all positive. Let's also try to get better. Let's try to have a good infield. Make it a point to have a good infield. I said, let's play to a standard. And so that became the big thing. And at the end of the year, we made T-shirts. There's 4th graders who are now 7th graders who have T-shirts from our team that year. And on the back, it says in quotes, play to the standard is what it says. I'll give you another one. We had K through 2, dude. Our K through 2 teams, we were so by far the most organized teams out there. And I think other coaches thought I was a lunatic because we had to tuck in. We had to have belts. We had to wear our uniform a certain way. No untuck. You tuck it in. We wouldn't yell at them because those K3 was like, hey, Oscar, tuck it in. Or you got it, and then cleaning up the dugout, all that stuff. And I remember my coach, Jim, who I'm going to play golf with today, had a great line because we were finishing up our 2nd grade year. We'd done pre-K, K, 1st and 2nd. And at the end of the year, I'm like, well, I said, I know people think we're crazy, but we were trying to establish something here. And Coach Jim said, Coach, it's a way of life.
Yeah.
And we laughed about that forever. And our T-shirts for those 2nd grade kids say, it's a way of life on those shirts. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and I get that.
There's always a goal of positivity and a standard and a discipline.
Yeah.
But not what Brian Flores is. You suck. You don't belong to be here. You're a bad person.
Yeah, that's just straight up demeaning. Like, there's such thing as tough love, and then you can just be a D-bag, which sounds like that's what was going on with Brian Flores. But again, back to the bigger point, I think one of the biggest problems with coaching these days, whether it's Little League or high school level or whatever, is you can't be a one-size-fit-all type of coach.
Yeah.
You've got to know, like we said last segment, there's some coaches that need a pat on the back, and there's some coaches that need a kick in the ass.
Right, and it is hard. Sometimes you try to kick a kid in the ass, then you find out he's not that kid, and then you have a situation.
Yeah, and then it goes downhill.
Yeah. Anthony Modesto is checking in on this topic. Anthony, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, fellas. Appreciate being on with you.
Yeah, what's up, Anthony?
I was wanting to chime in. I played a lot of sports growing up at a pretty good level. My son's playing first year of college football this year. My brothers are twins. They played for Mike Leach in Texas Tech. And we've all had similar experiences. And I agree with you guys. There is a value to hard coaching, discipline, tough coaching. And you guys were pondering the thing of how do you get away with it. And I think that the biggest key is you have to build what I call relationship equity with a player when I coach, and you have to earn the right to be hard on them so that they could process it and deal with it, even in those moments where they do hate you. In the long run, they know they got something out of it. So I think you guys are right, spot on. I appreciate the topic.
Yeah, Anthony, thanks for the call. So you're saying relationship equity. That's a fancy word by saying, like, they have to know that ultimately you have their back.
Correct.
Like, we're all in this together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're trying to win. You can't just lash out with no ultimate goal or ultimate positive. Positive Coaching Alliance they call it a criticism sandwich. You're supposed to open by complimenting them, then criticize, and then end by complimenting.
The compliment sandwich.
You could either agree or disagree with that, but that's what they try to teach.
Yeah, and it's something that I've also talked a lot with my pops about, how, like, whether or not you get the right reaction always isn't the direction of the conversation and how it goes. Like, there's got to be a little back and forth. There's got to be some give and go. There has to be that relationship and trust, because if a coach is not talking to you at all, that's worse than getting yelled at. If they yell at you, at least they care about you. They're trying to make you better. Once the coach goes silent on you and doesn't even talk to you, that's when you have a real issue.
That's also bad coaching, too. You got to always be talking to all your kids. Hey, our friend Heather, who's checked in now a couple days in a row, says she's a counselor. So maybe she'll have some topic on this. Heather, on her way to Sacramento. Good morning, Heather. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys?
What's up?
Good. I'm just on my way in, and I preface this with I have been a high school counselor for 27 years. And so I've dealt with a lot of students and obviously athletes. I have a son who goes to LSU who was an athlete during high school. And I really believe in everything that you guys have said, especially Anthony with bringing up the R word. It is about building a relationship and a rapport and building respect so that if you need to be hard, not mean, not degrading, but hard, because discipline is good. And I'm so proud of Tony for wearing a jacket and tie for the interview, because I tell my son that all the time, and he's the only one who ever does it. So shout out to Tony and his parents. But if you are degrading to a kid, it is going to harm them. Not every kid can do it. My best friend Austin and I had this conversation recently, and we used the two coaches that you mentioned, Wooden and oh my gosh, who's the other one?
Bobby Knight, we said, yeah.
He said, I did not like Bobby Knight ever growing up. I thought, how could you throw a chair? How could you be so mean? Because I don't think it gets you anything from your players. But if you are going to show respect, build a relationship, be tough, and be disciplined, that is one thing. When you turn around and you are being a Brian Flores, which I'm so pissed that he's a Minnesota Vikings coach because I'm a Vikings fan, that it turns it. It gets you nothing. It gets you nothing from a player, in my opinion.
Yeah, so, sounds like Brian Flores was, if Tua's right, Brian Flores is a bad coach, and it sounds like he doesn't deny it either. But you're right. And Heather, it's interesting, and good luck, have a good day, and drive safely and all that. But it's interesting what Bobby Knight is. And he's easy to dislike because he did a lot of stuff that was very foul. And I didn't like him because he's anti-Wooden and all that stuff. He does have, his ex-players do have a degree of loyalty to him. Some of them said, yes, he was crazy, but he loved us. He also, though, he stepped over, not to get on a Bobby Knight digression, he did step over the line on some stuff and some really demeaning comments, particularly about women. He was kind of a misogynist, really. Wow. But John Wooden was able to thread the needle of being very disciplined, demanding discipline. How do you lace your shoes? How do you put on your socks? How do you show up for layup lines? Here's our practice today, without being a lunatic about it. Now, he was kind of a unicorn. He was Yoda.
Which is why he's one of the GOATs, yeah.
Exactly. So, Coach K, hey, you guys ever watched the show The Bear? This is all about the TV show The Bear. I highly recommend The Bear on Hulu. It's about a chef who's trying to open a restaurant, and it's the same principles. He's a lunatic, but he just wants to create the best thing possible, and he does love the mission, and he loves the food, but some blood is spilled along the way. And they splice in, he's from Chicago. It's a really artistic show, so there's a lot of quick edits and all this stuff. And sometimes when he's on a rant or he's thinking about things, they splice in Mike Krzyzewski, like Coach K saying this or Coach K saying that. And sometimes when he's writing things, Coach K just cuts into the scene. So he Coach K is one of those guys, I think, like he was a Bobby Knight disciple. He was a hard ass. Yeah. And look what he got in a lot of games.
And also look at the way that Duke players talk about him.
Right, exactly. Although I didn't like Duke either.
Yeah.
I guess.
Me neither.
But anyway, it's fun. Thanks to Tua for the fun content. Hey, Todd Husak can pick up this thread. First, we're going to talk to him about quarterbacks, Brock Purdy, et cetera, Joshua Dobbs and Brandon Allen. But also, he says he's coaching Pop Warner right now. He says it's pretty wild out there, so we can do that. And then Andy Baggerly at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Hey, we talk about River Islands, where I've been out and hung out at the boathouse, had my club sandwich, my great lunch, and good times and all that. You think about the family out there. We were talking to the good people from River Islands just last weekend, or last week at the Giants game. And as a result, too, I want to say hi to Colleen's brother, Mike from Danville, who's listening right now. Huge Giants fan, listens to KNBR all the time. Go Giants for Mike. And he's part of the River Islands family, too. And he wants to know what's new out at River Islands, and we're talking about everything. Everything is new. Northern California's best-selling master plan community. So River Islands High School's new. It's just opening. The 4th charter school within the River Islands community. Campus is large. Classrooms modern. Technology amazing. High school baseball team going to be playing at Awesome Islanders Field. 6 new home neighborhoods celebrating grand openings in August and September with a wide array of home designs and sizes. Huge kitchens and home offices. Lots of bedroom. Luxurious baths. And best of all, the pricing starts in the low 600,000s, tops out at just over $1 million. Enormous new park opening this month, playing fields, picnic areas. So much new stuff, playgrounds. With so much to see into, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? You want to start your tour at riverislands.com. That's riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last year you declared your backup quarterback before the last preseason game. Where do you stand now with that?
It's kind of like what you guys see. They're pretty tight, so I'm definitely not declaring it now. Hopefully they'll play out more in these two practices and hopefully a little bit more in the game.
There it is, man. The 49ers getting ready for Friday's 7 p.m. preseason finale against the Las Vegas Raiders down there in Vegas. And then Monday night, September 9th, they still don't have Brandon Aiyuk in the fold or tackle Trent Williams. Although Deshaun Jackson, we actually have sound from Deshaun Jackson we can play where he said he spoke to Trent Williams. He'll be in there, quote, shortly is what he said. We'll get into that. But let's talk football with Todd Husak, of course, former Stanford quarterback from 96 to 99, and then, of course, served as an analyst during our KNBR NFL draft shows, and, of course, played in the NFL, too. So, Todd, it's good catching up with you, brother. We can talk a little football. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Todd.
I'm doing great. First day of school today, so life is back to normal somewhat, and excited about football season. I'm coaching Pop Warner. I took the boys to Stanford's football practice the other day and watching the Niners preseason. It's a great time of year. I love it. Before we get into the Niners, though, I got to hear about Cooperstown. You went a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
How awesome is that trip?
You took your 12-year-old boy there, too? Or he went with his
year.
team? Oh, it was just last year? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So most people listening right now, if your kid plays travel baseball, it's the goal of the 12-year-old summer to go to Cooperstown. There's two different tournaments. There's one closer to Cooperstown, one closer to Oneonta. We were in the Oneonta one. They call it Cooperstown, but you're a half hour away from Cooperstown. Dude, I mean, come on, man. I mean, the kids stay in a bunk all week. It's kind of like a mini version of the Little League World Series, which is a different governing body, Little League of America. That's what's going on our TV right now. This other thing's a travel ball thing, which is a little more mercenary. But the kids had an absolute ball. Those short fences, Todd, they liked hitting bombs. I tell you that. When you're a pitcher, it's not as fun giving up bombs. But we experienced both sides of that coin. We won a few games, got, a decent result, and put up with some rainstorms and some rain delays that you get in upstate New York. The kids had an absolute blast bunking down for a week without mom and dad. So triple thumbs up.
Yeah, it is fun. My son learned a valuable lesson. Do not watch what you think is a home run, because he was trotting and it bounced off the top of the fence and back in, so he finished with a very long single.
Well, you know what? There's that one of the, were you at the Oneonta one or the Cooperstown one?
No, we played. We were at Dreams.
Okay, yeah, so we weren't there. The All-Star Village has a couple of very tall, like short fences, but are very high, green, monsterish. So balls that were home runs were bouncing off the wall and going for singles.
Yeah, but then he finally did hit one, and he was, I think, halfway around second by the time it landed. So he learned his lesson.
There you go.
Don't watch it.
All right, Todd. So, hey, by the way, so you're a Pop Warner coach. So you were listening to us. You texted. You also played football all through. You played Division I, Pac-12 football. You played in the NFL. What was your reaction to the Tua Brian Flores comments? How did that hit you?
Yeah, I think it boils down to, if you're a player, I think it boils down to, does this coach believe in me? Right? If there's that trust and that relationship where this coach believes I can be good, I will listen to him and take some hard coaching if I need it and work through it and try to get better. It sounds like there was not that belief and that trust. And so at a certain point, you kind of just, you have to tune it out. Like, this guy's just does it. He has it in for me, right? This guy's not working to make me better. And really, he doesn't believe in me. He doesn't think I'm the guy that's going to lead this team to a successful season and championship. And that, it sounds like that was what Tua believed. And I had that when I was at Stanford. So I was a 2-star guy, went to Stanford, worked my tail off, got to a position where I was playing, and I had a rough game. And our offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, sat me down after the game and said, "You will never be good. You showed me yesterday you do not have what it takes to be a good quarterback." And it's like, oh man, I'm only a sophomore, coach. Like,
wow,
that may get a little better. But that was it. Wow. And so I was like, man. And then he ended up leaving to join an NFL team, and we hired a new guy who had come from Washington State, who came in, and immediately we hit it off. He believed in me. He was a hard coach, but I got so much better because of that relationship and the trust level. Todd, I'm going to put a lot on your plate, but I know you can do it, and I will help you do it. And if you listen to me, you will reach this, this level. And we had that great relationship, and I think that's what coaching's about. Like if you trust each other, and that coach is going to put in the effort, and the player is going to put in the effort, there can be some ups and downs and some tough coaching, but if there's that belief, I think it'll end up the right way.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting topic and conversation to have, and I was trying to think of ways of how it could correlate to this 49er team, and the first thing I thought of was Kyle Shanahan and the reports a few years ago of Brandon Aiyuk being in his doghouse. Now when Kyle talks about Brandon, he talks about how they have such a great relationship, but Todd, I'm curious if maybe B.I. in the back of his mind when he's sitting down with these contract negotiation still thinks about those days when he was in Kyle Shanahan's doghouse.
I think one of the things about the 49ers, what they've built is this great culture and work ethic and belief in each other and a system that, they've been successful now for a pretty extended period of time. I think they have a system in place with great leadership, great players. I don't blame Aiyuk, right? Players get some players don't even get it, but the really good players get one, maybe two big contracts in their career if they're lucky. And he's at a position where here's the market for wide receivers in a area where Aiyuk fits in. He just wants to get paid, and I don't blame him at all, because the NFL is a tough. If he blows his knee out game one and can't play again, that's it. And so he's worked hard. He's earned his spot. Also, I think he's in a great position with the Niners that he might not be like if he's watching that Pittsburgh Steelers game last weekend. It's like, oh man, is that a place I want to go? I think it's going to be hard to get 1,500 yards in that offense with those quarterbacks. So I think there's a realization that the Niners are better with him. He's better with the Niners. Can they figure out what's likely going to be a 1 year, even if it's a multi-year contract, they would likely have to move him based on what they do with Purdy in the offseason. But I do think there's an embedded trust between the players and the team, and they realize that Aiyuk has to realize that I am a better receiver in this offense versus, 26 of the other teams. So let's figure out a way to get something done.
Todd Husak.
I would hope that's the case.
Yeah, Todd Husak, the voice you're hearing. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. If for some reason the Niners did trade him, which, still not ruling that out, it's likely he'll return. But if they traded him, how much does that hurt the offense? How much does that hurt Brock Purdy? It seemed like he was developing chemistry with Aiyuk.
The 49er offense, when they have everybody, I think they're the best in the league. There's no way a defense can prepare for what the Niners have between Kittle and McCaffrey and Debo and Aiyuk and Juszczyk and you name it. And now we're seeing some of the younger receivers. I wish Ricky Pearsall could play more this preseason. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more of him and what he can do. But it's not the end of the world. But with those top five players in the 49er offense, they're at a different level. And, of course, Trent Williams. So if they have all those pieces, they're the best offense in the league and can pretty much do what they want, run the ball, pass the ball. They're great on third downs. They have big play ability, but they're also they can be methodical and rip off 3, 4, 5-yard runs consistently. So when all those pieces are in place, they're definitely better. And so I think if you're the Niners, figuring out a way to get those pieces back in place by week one, I'm sure they're all working on it and figuring out how to do it, but it's going to take, I don't see how they can give him a top wide receiver money since he's a little bit different than some of the, like Amon-Ra St. Brown and some of the other focal points of the offense. I will say Shanahan has built a system where it's probably easier to plug another guy in and have success as opposed to some of the other offenses where there's so many other pieces around him. The new X wide receiver doesn't have to be the focal point. They can be a very good player and get their 3, 4, 5 touches a game and be successful.
Yeah, and we'll see some of those pieces on Friday night. Kyle Shanahan announced yesterday that some of the starters will play against the Raiders in their final preseason game. But, Todd, I got to ask you about last week. Brock Purdy was out there for 3 series, but he was only out there with 2 other starters. So what was your breakdown of Brock Purdy's performance and also the fact that he was out there with a bunch of backups?
There is not a more meaningless thing than preseason NFL football for the starters anyway. Nobody here's a secret. Nobody cares They're just trying not to get hurt. I think the coaches are trying to not to get them hurt. They're not going to show anything offensively. I mean, it's important. Preseason games are important for the 52nd man, like 45th through 52nd man on the roster where there's some competition. There's just, I put very little stock, almost zero stock in preseason, especially with the starters. So I've seen enough of Brock Purdy to know he's a top-tier quarterback. And if they can get everybody healthy and have a couple good weeks of practice before the opener, I'll tell you what, that's going to be a fun one on Monday night with the Jets, because I think the Jets are going to be a tough team. They got some pieces as well, and Coach Saleh coming back with the 49er ties. That'll be a fun one. That'll be electric. So hopefully they can have enough practice. Everybody's healthy. I don't worry about Trent Williams, but would be good to get Aiyuk in, getting some reps, and get that starting kind of 5 skill position players together to create some chemistry again and get in rhythm before the opener.
It's funny about preseason football, man. It's all we got. So everybody talks about it, but you're right. I mean, can you name the greatest preseason game you ever saw or moment you ever had? It's like I was a beat writer. Those things were like torture. And so
I loved it because that's when I got to play.
Oh yeah, it's true.
As a third stringer.
Were you that guy?
George,
were you fighting for roster spots in those games?
So my rookie year, it was me, Brad Johnson, and Jeff George at the time as the Washington Redskins. And Jeff George told Coach, I don't play with backups. So they gave me like quarters 2, 3, and 4 is great. I got a bunch of reps playing some fun stadiums. And, for me, for the second and third stringers, there wasn't a lot of pressure. I think everybody knew I was like, as that third guy, I was the low level, like we can pay this guy league minimum. He'll be happy. And no worries. We can save some money and pay some of our other players. Jeff George did not like playing with the backup. So I got a lot of work in the preseason.
He was kind of a backup level as it turned out. Yeah. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, that guy could sling it. Don't be fooled. That guy could throw it.
I know, but he never found that winning situation or never had that winning moment.
He did not win a lot of games in the playoffs, but his highlight reel was pretty darn good. He was fun to watch in practice.
Yes.
Todd, which leads to my last question about that backup quarterback job. That's been one of the biggest battles throughout training camp. Josh Dobbs, Brandon Allen. You can even throw Tanner Mordecai into the conversation. What's your viewpoint on who's going to be the backup quarterback this season?
I would guess Allen based on his experience with the system and with Shanahan and his comfort level. Dobbs has looked good. That was a really nice scramble and run for the touchdown on 4th down. I think it's a great situation if whichever guy is third string and the coach can look at him and have faith in his ability to run the offense and score some points. As we've seen over the last few years in the NFL, really league-wide, but with the 49ers especially, having a third guy who can come in and play and not skip a beat. And we saw it with Brock Purdy, right, as a rookie, to come in and play at a high level. Might need those guys. So whichever one, I think I would say they're pretty darn close right now, but just experience with the offense, I would think Allen secures that number 2 spot. But Dobbs has looked good, so they're in a good spot.
Todd Husak, by the way, Jeff George, 46 and 78 as a starter.
Not great. He did beat the Rams. My rookie year, he beat the Rams. We beat the Rams on Monday Night Football, and he threw for like 350 and 3 touchdowns.
In 1997 with the Raiders, he actually led the NFL in passing yards. So I'll give him that.
I think he threw for over 30,000 yards.
27,000. 27,000. Yeah.
Didn't get there.
154 touchdowns, 113 picks. He was the ultimate.
I could fill a full segment with Jeff George stories, by the way. So next time. But by the way, Ed, Murph, I got to get your take on this. So one of the things I'm dealing with in Pop Warner now is the reclass. Have you heard of this?
Oh, kids who are – I have. Listen to this, Marcus.
Reclass.
Guys who are just announcing all of a sudden they're going to stay in school an extra year to graduate a different year. Is that what you're talking about?
So we're playing a team this weekend that has 10 kids who are reclassing, meaning they graduated 8th grade, but then they go to an academy for a year, train, take a couple classes, and then they go to high school next year.
Yeah, they're good. Basically, Marcus, it's like what year did you graduate high school?
2010.
So imagine if, like, in 2005, you're supposed to be class of 2010. You told your Pop Warner coach, "No, I want to go do this little academy. I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to graduate in 2011." So how different would you be in that 2011 season, right? You'd be-
night and day.
Right, exactly. So your guys are playing a team this weekend, that's 10 reclass kids?
10 reclass kids. So our offensive tackles are 150 pounds.
Yeah, they're going to, yeah.
Their offensive tackles are 275 pounds.
Yeah, this is, man. Yeah,
Eighth grade
especially that particular year, when you're going from 13, 14, 15, like that makes a huge difference there.
Huge.
Come on.
Literally a huge difference because these kids are huge.
That's brutal.
So yeah, that's the deck is they're stacking the deck at eighth grade Pop Warner.
Wow.
This is where we're at. This is where we're at. All right, well, shock the world, Todd. Shock them.
That's our plan.
Yeah, go get it, Todd.
We used to always, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Go beat them.
Absolutely right. That's good coaching. That's good coaching.
All right. Take care, Todd. Be
thanks,
good,
Todd.
man.
All right. All right, guys.
Thanks for hopping on. Todd Husak with his Jeff George stats. Yeah, kids are reclassing. That happens. Declan's sport is water polo, and he was telling me about a superstar kid in the Bay Area who has, quote, reclassed from the year ahead of him to his class.
Is it just like being held back a year?
Well, it's like you voluntarily hold yourself back a year.
I probably should have done that. I graduated at 17.
Maybe you would have gotten that D1. Maybe you'd have been at Texas. Hook 'em.
I know. I was hitting 90 at 18, but I was already in college.
Didn't you want to? You said your ultimate dream was to play at Texas sport.
Football and baseball.
Yeah.
And by the way, what the hell's going on where kids in Pop Warner can weigh 270 now?
Well,
back in my day, we had weight limits.
Yeah.
You had to cut weight. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that I don't know about.
We had like older lighters. You had to be a different weight if you were older than the younger kids. There's no more weight
Todd was
limits in Pop
exaggerating
Warner.
to make the story sound better.
Yeah, but still, like, you can't be that heavy in Pop Warner.
All right, we can continue the hard coaching talk. The Brian Flores Tua Tagovailoa war, because it caused a lot of reaction. We can hit that next, and then Andy Baggerly at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you just heard the promo, but I know if you're watching on YouTube, you did not hear the promo. So Kyle Shanahan joins Sobern and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon to share any new updates on Brandon Aiyuk and or Trent Williams, and of course to preview the final game of the preseason on Friday. You can hear the full interview at 4:50 this afternoon on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
When I was at Stanford, so I was a two-star guy, went to Stanford, worked my tail off, got to a position where I was playing, and I had a rough game, and our offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, sat me down after the game and said, "You will never be good. You showed me yesterday you do not have what it takes to be a good quarterback." And it's like, oh man, I'm only a sophomore, coach. Like, maybe,
wow, that
may
is
get a little better. But that was it. And so I was like, man. And then he ended up leaving to join an NFL team, and we hired a new guy who had come from Washington State, who came in, and immediately we hit it off. He believed in me. He was a hard coach, but I got so much better because of that relationship and the trust level. Todd, I'm going to put a lot on your plate, but I know you can do it, and I will help you do it. And if you listen to me, you will reach this, this level. And we had that great relationship. And I think that's what coaching's about. Like if you trust each other, and that coach is going to put in the effort, and the player's going to put in the effort, there can be some ups and downs and some tough coaching. But if there's that belief, I think it'll end up the right way.
There it is, Todd Husak joining us on a topic that we got on after the Cooler of Content, which the Brian Flores, Tua Tagovailoa, which has caused a lot of stir around the country. Tua Tagovailoa with really frank comments about how Brian Flores was this old school. Well, I don't even know if old school is the right word. You want to play the Tua comments from Dan Lebitard? It's interesting, and it's caused a lot of reaction because in 808 KNBR is the phone number. We have an open segment here before we get to Andy Baggerly talking about the Giants. 12:45 start today, trying to finish off a sweep against the White Sox with Logan Webb on the mound against Garrett Crochet. But it's caused a lot of reaction about what is appropriate in coaching, what you need in life, what is good coaching, what is bad coaching. Are kids too soft today? Tua Tagovailoa on Brian Flores, his former head coach of the Dolphins.
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you sucked at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear, or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
First of all, I want to shout out the audio quality of a Dan Lebitard cut. That was phenomenal. Lots of times we play stuff in Cooler content. It's hard to hear. So that was great. Really well said by Tua Tagovailoa. And man, oh man, Brian Flores has responded, and we won't play that because we want to get some calls here, but he didn't deny everything, but he did say, I'm trying to, what'd he say? He said, I wrote down the quotes. He said, I try to have a positive impact as a coach, but he didn't deny that he said any of this stuff. And it really does sound like if that is what Tua is saying is accurate, that's a bad coaching. We're talking about the difference between being hard and having a standard and requiring a discipline, which I think we all agree, interestingly. None of us has come out the other way. Tony had his high school wrestling coach. You had your Pop Warner coaches and your dad. I had my high school basketball coach, and while we resented it at the time, it certainly instilled in us something that made us responsible, disciplined, organized, and productive, and at least enough to get to the point where we're on YouTube right now.
Yeah, look at us now, Murph.
Yes.
Exactly. So as we were saying earlier, like there has to be that two-way street. There's actually got to be a sense of belief between the coaches and the players. And I think that's a big part of this story is looking at Brian Flores' past and the fact that he came from the New England Patriots. And we hear so much about the Patriot way. It's the Patriot way or it's the highway. Well, when you're Bill Belichick, you have that leverage over the players because you've got Super Bowl titles. You have that credibility. So it's different when you're Bill Belichick telling somebody to show up on time and to do their damn job. But when you're Brian Flores taking over a new program, to me, just my thought, I think that he viewed himself as Bill Belichick taking over the Miami Dolphins, and it was his way or the highway.
There is a theory, this is a little digression off the main topic, but a little theory that the Belichick tree has produced some bad coaches, although Mike Vrabel seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, except for the fact he doesn't have a job right now.
But that was kind of nutty, wasn't it?
It's insane. I agree with you. I think Mike Vrabel is actually one of the better coaches in the league. I'm shocked he doesn't have a job.
Romeo Crennel, other guys that have not. You can only pull it off if you're a certain guy.
If you're Bill Belichick.
808 KNBR is the phone number. John is up in Rockland checking in on this topic because it is a very interesting topic. We've all been affected in one way or another by a coach who was too soft, too hard. Are kids too soft? Should kids listen more? John in Rockland is next up. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I just wanted to say I spent about 10 years coaching college basketball there in the Bay Area, and listened to a lot of great coaches talk from, Coach K to Gene Cady, Calhoun, those guys. And they all talk so much about the pre-practice time. It's like 15 minutes before practice starts, where you go around and you build your rapport with the kids and, hey, how's your mom? How's this English class? Things like that. And they talked about how important that was so that when you did have to coach them hard, you could, because they knew you had their best interest at heart. You were on the same team and all that stuff. So just sounds like a lot with this situation that Flores just didn't do that. And if you don't build that up first, then of course, then people do feel like, hey, he's always on me, or he's coaching me too hard, or he doesn't care, right? So it just feels like that's what was missing there, and that's kind of a mark of a bad coach, in my opinion.
Yeah, John, good call, man. We had a guy who called in earlier today. Forgot, was it Anthony from Modesto, who talked about relationship equity, which is kind of a fancy word, but what you're saying, you have your kid, the kids have you know that you're trying to achieve a common goal, and you're trying to do it together and with great spirit, but that means sometimes you're going to have to be hard on the kids, but that works if you stress the common goal and being together as a team, John. So there he is.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
All right, John, be good, man.
Can I tell oh, shoot, okay.
No, okay, I'm sorry, you had one more thing. Go ahead, hop on.
Can I tell a quick water boy story from Rockland here?
Yeah, what's up, man?
20 seconds.
Yeah, what do you got, John?
So I was bartending on the weekends about a year ago, and I've been waiting to tell this, and a couple came in, and they frantically asked me to put the Philadelphia 76ers game on, and I did, and then I went and talked to him. I said, oh, are you a fan? Our son's there, and they go, he works in the media, an old coworker, and I listened to your show, and so I pulled the Jimmy G, and I said, oh, you talking Waterboy? And they were super excited that I knew who you were and talking, and then I just wanted to share with you, man. It was cool talking to them because they were just so proud of you, man. You could just tell.
Appreciate that, John. They mentioned that story, so I'm glad it's coming full circle now. And yeah, shout out to the great Kate Scott hooking me up with some tickets to that Philadelphia Sixers game.
So they actually, Ken and Denise just wanted to see if they caught a glimpse of Marcus on the show.
Yeah, because I told them I might be courtside because Kate Scott's hooking me up with tickets.
What a cute story. I like that story, John. That's heartwarming. Good stuff, man.
Hell yeah, John. I'll come grab a beer, man.
Hey, John, free plug if you want to plug the establishment, unless you don't like your boss because he's Bobby Knight.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Lucille's Barbecue in Rockland. Great place.
Good barbecue. I've been there before.
There it is.
I didn't see you, John. I'll see you next time.
510 brings up a really good point. It says kids are way softer and more fragile these days. They can't take criticism. This is true now. I've run up against this where I try to do I was raised a tough way by my high school basketball coach. I can do this to you guys. And they say kids have changed. Kids have changed. And a lot of it starts, like we have this, I'm going to riff on our public school system in our hometown, but there's the slogan from kindergarten on. It's on the front of every school on the sign where it usually says like opening day or minimum day today or, PTA lunch today, whatever the news sign is in front of the school. It actually literally says, be kinder than necessary. Okay, be kinder than necessary. I have literally said to kids in basketball practice, maybe with a whistle and a slam, I say, I know it says in front of your school, be kinder than necessary, but not in this gym.
Yeah.
All right?
Not on this court.
I said, if you want to get the rebound you're going to need to get, you can't be kinder than necessary, okay?
I believe the famous motto is we play some ball on the West Coast.
Well, this is true.
It's not be nicer and kinder on the West Coast.
And so it is true, though. It has affected some kids. And the way they're kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth grade, they are very much coddled.
Yeah.
Very much
And, like,
coddled.
think about it, too. Like, I know we're up against the clock. We can go down an entire rabbit hole. Think about what it's like being a college coach these days. And if you insult one of the kids, they're like, I'm going to go get some NIL money somewhere else.
This has happened a lot of places.
Yeah.
Where players are, like, coaches have had to change their ways, and some coaches are getting out.
Yeah, that's why Nick Saban took off.
We had that Mike Gundy sound we wanted to put in the cooler where he's like, tell your agent to stop calling us for more money. And he went off. I'm a man. I'm 40, all that stuff. So, listen, it's a topic we can carry on, obviously, as the weeks go on. I love the Lucille's Bar. I want to go to Lucille's Barbecue. That's where I want to go. But I hate to offer a competing one, but I can't stop forgetting about the Roundhouse Deli down there.
Oh, man.
Down there in Roseville.
I still got to get out there.
All right, guys. Hey, Andy Baggerly, Talking Giants, next on the Sports Leader.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, the Athletics' Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, so Andy's, of course, brought to us by Marin Health. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. So obviously we're going to talk Giants here, but we do have breaking news for you guys. Very, very, very sad that the legend, Al Attles, has passed away at the age of 87 this morning, surrounded by family at his East Bay home. I mean, we will, I'm sure, spend hours and hours talking about Al Attles, and I'm sure Papa and Lund will do it, and we'll do it in our final segment too. And of course, he's the Hall of, wow. Just where do you want to start? Drafted by the Philadelphia Warriors in 1960 and never left the Warriors organization. Has been with the Warriors since 1960. 64 years, and of course the coach of the 1975 NBA championship. This is a big one, personal for me, Marcus. We had an Al Attles poster in our downstairs TV room, him in the coaching huddle. Got thrown out of Game 4 for fighting with Mike Reardon, and just what a gentleman. One of those, just a different generation and just a different soul. But oh, by the way, you want to talk about hard? The Destroyer. Yeah. My dad used to tell me nobody messed with Al Attles on the court. Nobody. That if anybody ever came near Wilt or Rick Barry or they had to answer to Al Attles. So we were talking about hard coaches and all that. What a wonderful life. Sad, sad, sad. Number 16, his number was retired, along with Rick Barry, Wilt, Thomas Sherry, Chris Mullin, and Nate Thurman. So obviously our hearts go out to Al's family and his wonderful wife, who taught Gary Payton in elementary school in Oakland, and of course the whole Warriors family. And so anyway, we'll get into that in the next segment. Mm-hmm. But we wanted to get that news out there, and we do have Andy booked though to talk baseball, so let's do it. Andy, sorry to sort of jump in there with that news, but we wanted to get that out there. That Alvin Attles has died at the age of 87. I don't know. In all your years in sports writing, did you ever encounter him?
Yeah, no, I have not. But I'll tell you what, I covered the Giants beat a long time with guys like John Shea, with Chris Haft. And for somebody who didn't grow up in the Bay Area, I feel like that was kind of essential for me to understand what it was like to be a Warriors fan, to be a Niners fan, to kind of grow up with these franchises when, they were kind of in different eras. And, I remember maybe the Run TMC Warriors, but I don't really have a frame of reference for them before that. And Al Attles was it. I mean, you listen to Chris Haft tell stories about him, or he shows up to the ballpark and he was sort of revered. And 87, gosh, lived a great life, a pioneer in so many ways. Somebody who played before I came along, obviously, but just knowing what he means to the generation older than me, of sports fans in the Bay Area, that's a pretty significant loss for a franchise that now has gone on to become a global brand, and this is, if you want to go back and look at the history of the franchise and the people who really helped to make it what it is. I mean, you kind of begin with Al Attles.
You're going to talk to Bob. Are you going to the game today, Andy?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Guarantee you Bob Melvin.
Sure.
Bob will have, was it his uncle, Dick D'Oliva, the trainer? You know that, right? I think
there is some connection there, yeah.
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah.
I think it's Bob's uncle was longtime Warrior trainer Dick D'Oliva. This will affect Bob Melvin. This will definitely affect Bob. I guarantee you he had a close relationship with Al Attles, so I will look forward to his comments and memories. He'll be emotional, I'm sure. So anyway, that's the news, and we have some stuff we can play for you guys on the other side. Life does go on. There is a baseball game today. The Giants have to finish off a sweep of the White Sox. But the other part that's non-Giants is Brandon Crawford got released by the Cardinals, and you, of course, had the story in March. You had the big quotes from him that caused all the stir about him and Farhan. So what was your reaction when you saw the Cardinals release him? And is there, the sentimental, easy question is, the Giants do these things. You bring them back to play one last half inning and trot him off the field?
It's potential that they could bring him back to retire as a Giant, and I'm sure that'd be something that there'd be probably some mutual interest in. Right now they're focused on trying to remain in contention, and we know that it's kind of a slim window, and their playoff odds are down to 10%, but they're also not that far behind the Atlanta Braves, and the Braves are leaking even more oil now with Austin Riley being out for the season, and they do have to catch the Mets as well. It really is a shame they didn't get at least a tiebreaker over the Braves. They could at least sort of have that to hang their hat on. That they could just get in a tie, then they're the team that moves ahead. But That's where their focus is right now. I don't know if Brandon Crawford really would be a fit for the roster to help them win games. Obviously, he was a guy who played very, very sparingly for St. Louis. Frankly, I think he lasted on that roster maybe a little bit longer than maybe even he might have thought. They didn't have anybody else who could play shortstop behind Mason Wynn. Mason Wynn certainly did not need training wheels. He's having a great season, been even better defensively than what he's contributed offensively. Not really too surprised to see that they would move on from Crawford at some point in the year. Hopefully it was a good experience for him. And he said he wanted to have fun playing baseball again at the end and didn't really have that experience at the end in San Francisco. So, hopefully he got that and got to enjoy some more time as a big leaguer with his family, his young kids, watching dad as a big leaguer, and that served its purpose for him. But yeah, I could definitely see there being, we sort of already had a Brandon Crawford day, but it was a little bit awkward toward the end because he wanted to come back, not too dissimilar from Madison Bumgarner tipping his cap as a pinch hitter against Clayton Kershaw. It's kind of, you don't have that many really scripted goodbyes unless you're Hunter Pence and you have like 4 of them, or Pablo Sandoval. But that's just not the way the world works or baseball works. Very few guys can have that kind of send off. Maybe there'll be a Brandon Crawford day, kind of like there was a Buster Posey day. He certainly deserves it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Giants handle that moving forward, of course, with their commitment to playing young players towards the end of the season. But, Bags, one of the young players I have to ask about is Patrick Bailey. The Giants announced yesterday they're putting him on the 10-day IL with an oblique strain. Now, him and Bob Melvin both described the injury as very minor. So what's the time frame we're looking at with Patrick Bailey here?
Yeah, obliques can be weeks. They can be a long time, and they can be tricky too. We just had the 2014 team together, and Michael Morris, was a guy who got the big hit off Pat Neshek in the NLCS to set up Ishikawa's homer, and then people forget he drove in the tie-breaking run in Game 7 of the World Series too. But he's a guy who they were trying to get him healthy for several weeks. When he tweaked his oblique, and you don't want to come back too fast because you can set yourself back. So. A lot of times if this happens probably in April or May, you're looking at him being out probably minimum of a month. But, when he had his ice pack on the other day, and I hate to really speculate on this stuff, but it was kind of in front as opposed to like behind. So, maybe it's in an area that's a little more manageable. But he's just so important what he does defensively that getting him back on the field is going to be really important. And in the meantime, they've got a guy, Kurt Casale, that, he might not be an offensive juggernaut, but he's a guy who has the trust of the staff, and he can't catch every day. He's 35, 36 years old. So, you wonder if they're going to maybe look out at Diaz, the Rockies catcher that got released the other day, or try to find some other somebody else who can step in because they've got Jackson Reitz up from the minors, but. You got to think if Bailey's going to be out more than a week or two, then you're going to want to find some coverage someplace else.
Is Tom Murphy at all a chance to come back?
As we understand it, no.
Wow.
The knee is still giving him problems when he gets into his crouch, apparently. It's hard to really think about what part of this contract made sense at all. And I know that we can unspool this, right? And I'm sure you guys have, because you look at what Joey Bart is doing for Pittsburgh. He's hitting, he's catching. Here's the part that I find fault with. Not that they let go of Joey Bart, because I think that Joey Bart needed a change of scenery. I don't know if you can say that Joey Bart does what he's doing in Pittsburgh in San Francisco, all else being equal, because he kind of needed to start over. But what they did by basically putting themselves in a position where they didn't have room for Bart by signing Murphy is they took on a guy who gets hurt. Tom Murphy gets hurt a lot, and that was a risk. They definitely took on the risk to try to get a little more offense out of the backup catcher position, have a guy who can come off the bench and pinch hit against a lefty. I understand the thought process, but by doing that, they took on the risk and became a more brittle roster, and they find themselves in this position right now. And you look back at the Murphy signing, and it's been an unmitigated disaster. It really has. It was a miscalculation from the start. He hasn't been a good fit. He's hurt, and now they find themselves needing innings at catcher. So my issue is not that Joey Bart is hitting and producing elsewhere. My issue is that Joey Bart is healthy elsewhere, and he probably would be healthy in San Francisco, and you wouldn't be in such a dire strait.
Wow, and of course comes after seeing what happened to Patrick Bailey in the second half of the season, kind of talking about how he ran out of juice, ran out of energy, and now we're seeing that same thing this year, and of course it relates to that injury he had. So how big of a concern is it that now this is 2 seasons in a row with Patrick Bailey of his body breaking down in the second half of the season?
Well, it's hard to say. It's the same thing because last year we saw everything tail off in the second half, and he acknowledged that he was just whooped, and he looked whooped behind the plate too. His throws got really, really bad. The things that he did well defensively, he wasn't doing as well in the second half. And I know that the defensive numbers have split a little bit, but for the most part, he's still been the most valuable catcher in all of baseball in terms of fielding runs saved and all that stuff. So the framing numbers are still off the charts. I think that what's happening for him offensively, he has made some hard outs. He has hit a few balls crisply. I think it's been a struggle for him at the plate, and he tries to overwork to find something in early hitting, and then he tweaks the oblique. So I don't know if you can really say that he's breaking down in the same way he did last year. To me, he looks like he's doing better from a fatigue standpoint, but you're always dealing with tons of stuff, especially as a catcher. Anybody in the second half is. And to me, the bigger issue is that this is a lineup that has asked Patrick Bailey to hit, fourth, fifth, in that part of the order and be a run producer. And that to me is where you have a problem. I mean, Patrick Bailey should not be, hitting fourth or fifth, in a quality contending lineup. He's a guy that you probably want to have a little bit lower in the order. So, the Giants just need to be better to be able to withstand, a really good defensive catcher who is having a tough time with the bat, and they really haven't been.
All right, Andy, day game today. I know you got to get out there. I'm looking forward to the Bob Melvin quotes on Attles, and we got to talk about him on the other side. So we'll let you go, and we'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Appreciate it.
There's Andy Bagger. Yeah, Andy Bagger. And I got to tell you guys, Attles has passed away at the age of 87. Let's reflect on the epic life of one of the true Bay Area treasures, Attles, dead at 87. We'll talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, it's time to talk about Bigelow Tea because it is Bigelow Tea season every season. Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. One of the first things we do each day is reach for that mug of full English breakfast tea, get you going. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. It's perfect for me. Make my living behind the microphone. Take care of those vocal cords. What a soothing feeling. So you want to know what keeps me going? Look no further than my cup of Bigelow tea next to me in the studio. We have the cup right here. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Next it is Attles. Scores on the layup. It's 84-82 Warriors.
Swings it back to Attles. Top of the key. Down the lane, right to left. Shoots a bullet to Lee, who lays it in. Out to Attles on the right. Alvin comes into the forecourt. Top of the key. Dishes to Lewis. A running jump pass to Al. Al goes under. Hits a layup. Attles sprints after it in the Warrior forecourt. Scoops it up. Goes all the way to score. Pass in the backcourt. He fires to Lewis. Then to Attles. Attles down the lane. Scores. And the Warriors are within 8.
Nats have a chance to go ahead, but a stray shot is picked off by Philadelphia's Al Attles. He goes all the way for the tally.
And Attles went down court. Holy Toledo.
Oh, man. Listen to that. Tower of Power. Ruling Oakland back when Al Attles was roaming the sidelines in those plaid pants and the open collar and the badass Fu Manchu mustache and the enforcer, man. You didn't want to. I was raised on that. My dad told me nobody messed with Al Attles. Nobody. You're a scrapper. You like fights. You would have loved Al Attles, dude. He was like, you mess with my team, I'm coming for you. To the point where in the 1975 NBA championship, when he was the head coach, he got into a fight with the Washington Bullets' Mike Reardon, because Reardon was being really dirty with Rick Barry, and Al was like, fine, let's go. And he got ejected, and then the Warriors won the championship. Do we actually have that? We have that, Tony?
Wow.
Incredible. Let's take a listen.
Let me hear this.
Now, hold on. Attles has come out at Reardon. Coach Al Attles wants Reardon. Unsell's got Attles. He's pushing him back. Attles won on him. Reardon was all over Rick Barry. Attles is furious. Now Bill Bridges has a hold of Unseld. He's trying to push West back. Joe Roberts grabs Attles, yanks him back out of the way.
Well, let's tell you, this is a man's game. I hear this. They're down 3-0. It's getting a little rough out there.
Coach Al Attles came right out after Reardon. Let's take a look at it. You'll see Reardon jump Rick Barry.
Yes, he will.
Here it is, Ray out high. Now Barry cuts. Now watch Barry slide the other way. Reardon will stick right with him. Comes up behind him to hold him up. And then Al Attles came out, and now Attles is out talking to Richie Powers. Rick Barry standing in the way. Attles has had a technical call on him, at least one.
Wow. Man, Brent Musburger. You want a little detail? If you remember, during the pandemic, during COVID time, when we tried to do vintage game rewatch, I picked that game for us to watch. I remember Copes told me he was bored by the game. He didn't watch it.
Oh, bad take, Copes.
Yeah, because there was no three-pointers. There was a lot of two-pointers. I remember that. I was very hurt. But at least he was honest with me. I mean, he goes, I said, didn't you watch the game? Because then we replayed it and everything. Copes goes, yeah, I found it very boring.
Oh.
Well, he was honest.
Wasn't a fan of the Destroyer, huh?
No, but it's funny. My dad always called him the Enforcer. I think my dad had the nickname wrong, but it was the Destroyer.
The Destroyer.
Yeah, and listen, I'm speaking in an upbeat tone, but it's mostly because I'm just so happy about everything Al Attles brought. And if you're just tuning in, Al Attles has passed away at the age of 87. Yesterday at his East Bay home, is surrounded by his family. 64 years with the Warriors. He was drafted by the Philadelphia Warriors in 1960 out of North Carolina A&T and never left the franchise.
Think about that. 6 decades he spent with this organization.
7. So he's into his
Going on
7th
7,
decade,
yeah.
So Hall of Famer. So 11 years on the court, 8.9 rebounds, 3.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. Last 2 years he was a player coach. The fun story is that the night Wilt scored 100, Al Attles went 8 for 8 from the line, 8 for 8 from the field, 1 for 1 from the field. A free throw line scored 17 points. Wow. And so they combined, he was joke, we combined for 117.
That's great.
Listen, we can keep going on and on. The Warriors made a statement. I know we have to do the Sutter Health thing, but Warriors said Alvin Attles did not just epitomize what it meant to be a Warrior. He was Mr. Warrior. His tenacious playing style earned him the affectionate nickname the Destroyer on the court. But it was his gentle soul, grace, and humility off the court that served as a guiding light of the organization for more than 6 decades. It goes on. We mourn his loss alongside his wife Wilhelmina, son Alvin, and all who knew him. Loved Rick Barry has a quote, "My heart is heavy today with the loss of my mentor and my friend. Al was my roommate during my rookie season in the league. He was our coach during 1975, exemplifying leadership, toughness, and a keen strategic ability." And Chris Mullin has a quote, "This is a difficult day for me. Alvin Attles had a huge positive influence on me and my career, not just drafting me in 1985 and bringing me to the Bay Area, but guiding me through my journey as a player and a young man, both in good and difficult times. There will never be another Alvin Attles."
Yeah.
So there it is.
We
man.
lost a lifelong warrior.
If you want to send flowers, send it to Fauches, Hudson Funeral House, 3665 Telegraph Avenue in Oakland, or in lieu of flowers, donations can be made to the Attles Center for Excellence on Telegraph Avenue in Oakland. And for more information, visit warriors.com. Is that our young Tony today? What you learned about today? You learned, well, hit that right now. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what it's going to be. It's going to be you learning about the great Al Attles, because I imagine, young Tony, you're so young. Al's career predated you.
No, I'm learning about it right now. Curly was telling me he led the Warriors to their first championship.
1975, he was the coach, and in the clinching game got ejected for fighting a Washington Bullets player.
Unreal. Some great sound.
And Tony, how about this stat? Even to this day, has more wins than Steve Kerr in the regular season
He's
with the Warriors.
He's the winningest coach in Warrior history, ahead of Kerr.
Ahead of Steve Kerr. After
yes.
the Warriors dynasty, he still has the record for the most regular season wins.
That's what young Tony learned today, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And then finally, we do have to do a little business on the Giants' Sutter Health, so we'll hit that.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, we'll make this quick. We just talked to Andrew Bagley about the Giants placing Patrick Bailey on the 10-day IL with an oblique strain. Here was Bob Melvin yesterday on that decision to put Patrick Bailey on the IL.
You know, it's tough to say, but I'm pretty optimistic that on that 10th day, he should be ready to go. I think, based on what I'm hearing and how he's feeling, we were a little bit cautious with this one. You know, if you go out there even a game too early and you re-injure that thing, it could be a long time. So I think we were pretty cautious here, and I'm hoping I think it's the last day in Milwaukee. Maybe it would be the day that he could come back.
The Giants are optimistic that Patrick Bailey could return for that game against the Milwaukee Brewers on August 29th, so make sure you stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all of your Giants update, because, of course, that Sutter Health update was sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
All right, I know we're up against it, and I know Greg will have a lot of thoughts on Al Attles. We had a poster of him in our downstairs TV room. My mom loved him. I don't know if she liked his style. He had the open collar. Hey, they were champs, baby. And he was with the Warriors all the way till the end. So what a wonderful life. 87 he will be missed. He will be missed, but what a wonderful life. So rest in peace, Al Attles, and condolences to his family. And I know Papa and Lund will take it from here. Now it's time for a change, and when it is time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station.
If you woke up every morning and I told you you sucked at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here.
That hit me in a way that, I wouldn't say it was positive for me.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman, San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Next it is Al Attles. Scores on the layup. It's 84-82 Warriors.
Swings it back to Attles, top of the key. Down the lane, right to left. Shoots a bullet to Lee, who lays it in. Out to Attles on the right. Alvin comes into the forecourt, top of the key. Dishes to Lewis. A running jump pass to Al. Al goes under, hits a layup. Attles sprints after it in the Warrior forecourt, scoops it up, goes all the way to score. Pass in the backcourt. He fires to Lewis. Then to Attles. Attles down the lane, score.
Now, hold on. Attles has come out at Reardon. Coach Al Attles wants Reardon. Unsell's got Attles. He's pushing him back. Attles won on him. Reardon was all over Rick Perry. Attles is furious. Now Bill Bridges has a hold of Unseld. He's trying to push West back. Joe Roberts grabs Attles, yanks him back out of the way.
Well, let's tell you, this is a man's game. I hear this. They're down 3-0. It's getting a little rough out there.
Coach Al Attles came right out after Reardon.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the Hall of Fame for this terrific honor. As a kid, I was given the nickname Brother.
because I was overly protective of my family. Later on, someone began calling me the Destroyer. The nickname stuck, but I have no idea why. But after graduation in 1960, I expected to become a school teacher. Yet I got drafted in the 6th round by the Philadelphia Warriors. I only took one pair of shorts because I thought the team would release me, but God had other plans. I never imagined my name would become synonymous with the Warriors throughout my 60-year odyssey.
Good morning, Papa and Lund. Thanks for joining us. A lot to talk about. We got Giants baseball, more on the 49ers, but just a few minutes ago we found out, Pop, that Al Attles has passed away at the age of 87.
Yeah, we knew over the weekend that it was in the final hours, so we were kind of bracing for this moment, but the Warriors sent out the release at 9:30 this morning that the Destroyer, the Jersey Jet, really, he's just Mr. Warrior. You know, Steph's Mr. Throwback now, and, you know, Steph's taken it to new levels, but he is Mr. Warrior. As he was talking about, drafted in 1960 to the Philadelphia Warriors out of North Carolina A&T, and he lasted 11 years as a player. The last 2, player coach, won a championship in 75. And you heard the clip Brent Musburger calling the game. That was Mike Reardon was trying to bait Rick Barry into a fight early in Game 4. They were at the Capitol Center, Landover, Maryland, May 25th of 75, and you know, Al came off the bench to protect Rick. He didn't want Rick getting kicked out, so Al went right at him. And that was the 1960s NBA. And he brought it to the 70s in the championship. But just what a quality man. Obviously, been with the franchise forever. Nobody's been with an NBA franchise as long as Al's been with the Warriors, 64 years in some role, and the ambassador. First time I was in his company was the first NBA draft lottery in 1985. I was working for the Indiana Pacers then. It was in New York. It was at Madison Square Garden, Felt Forum back there. And the Warriors had the worst record of the NBA that year. And they didn't get the first pick. The New York Knicks did and took Patrick Ewing. My Indiana Pacers took Wayman Tisdale, number 2. And back then the lottery was 7 teams, so the Warriors were dead last. And I saw Al's face when they picked number 7. He stormed out of there like he was going at Mike Reardon, and it was May 25th of 75 all over again. There wasn't saying anything to him that day. He stormed out of there. But as fate would have it, they would draft Chris Mullin. And, you know, Al's Mr. Warrior, and so is Steph and so many others, but in some respects it's Mully. And Chris will join us. Chris is back on the East Coast today. And they got to be really tight. And when I you know, we talked about his passing this morning, he just said, my favorite of all time. And Mully grew up loving Havlicek and the Celtics, and obviously a Knick fan. He wore 17 because of Hondo, but it was the quality of the man. And Chris will join us from the East Coast. His flight is delayed, so we're kind of lucky in that regard, not from Mully, but we'll get his thoughts on Al. Just so many interactions with him over the years, just always there. Whenever you went to a Warrior game at the old arena, he was there. In the offices, sitting quietly at practice, not saying anything, watching Nelly coach his team or Steve Kerr or whomever. Probably the most extended time I spent with him, John, was during an NBA lockout one year. It must have been like the early aughts, I think, and we played those games back. It was me in studio in lieu of Warrior basketball on TV. We didn't have any until, I think, February that year or after Christmas. Rick Barry, myself, and Al went through and detailed. We picked the games. It was Game 6 and Game 7 against Chicago and the Bulls in the Western Finals, and then all 4 games of the NBA Finals. It was Brent Musburger and Oscar Robertson on the call, the Big O. We went through all the games and such detail, and, you know, Al getting kicked out of that Game 4. When the Warriors won the championship, when Al was a coach, he was not on the court to jump around with his team. He was back in the locker room because he got run early in the game. But that was who he was. He had his family. Wilhelmina, we're thinking of you. Obviously, what a classy lady she has been by Al's side all these years, and his family. But he was just the rock. I mean, he's here all those years, and such a quiet presence during games. He was a player coach for a couple of years. It's just a different time in the NBA. And Steve Kerr will pass him this year at some point and become the winningest coach in Warrior history. And Steve's got the 4 titles, obviously, but the original Mr. Warrior brought this franchise the first championship, and that was one of the greatest upsets, as Rick likes to say, in the history of the NBA. The Warriors won 48 games that year in Washington with the Big E, and Wesley Unseld and Chenier and those great players won 60. They beat Boston in the Eastern Finals, but couldn't beat Al's Warriors. So we kind of knew this day was coming, John. Certainly over the weekend we got the news, and Al's been in bad health for a while. He's so strong in the upper body. I mean, whenever you shook his hand, it was like shaking Willie Mays' hands. He's just so strong. And Al lost a lot of weight, but he's been battling, fighting the good fight for a long time. So we knew this day was coming. We didn't know it was going to be today. And whenever it hits, John, it's hard. It's hard to lose a guy like Al Attles.
Well, like you said, even when you know it's coming, it's really difficult. And like I said, coach, the championship team was a head coach from 70 to 83. That's not easy with this organization. And any 6-foot point guard that's named the Destroyer, and he always made the joke that he and Wilt scored 117 the night that Wilt scored 100. So just one of the good guys, man, and we heard it coming in. I mean, just an iconic voice, an iconic member of the Warriors, like you said, for so many years. And he just, from the outside, I just remember always the Warriors being Al Attles. You just remember his presence on the sideline for those Warriors teams for so many years and bringing home the first championship in 75 as the head coach, like you said. So Al Attles has passed away at the age of 87 today. Obviously, we will eulogize him. And if you'd like to get your thoughts in, of course, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, call in line 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll catch up with Chris Mullin, and he'll give us more insight into Al Attles. But as you always do, you give us great perspective on these type of things, as sad as they are with Al Attles. So, again, he passes away at the age of 87. So we'll talk more about that. We'll get you caught up on everything that's going on as far as the Giants last night, and maybe some good news as far as the 49ers getting some contracts done as we get closer and closer to everything. Friday night, of course, the final preseason game in Las Vegas against the Raiders, so we'll get into that conversation as well. Plus, we know you're tuned in to find out when you can win a pair of tickets to every home 49ers game. We will tell you what hour we're going to do that, because we've got a short show, because we've got Giants afternoon baseball as they try to sweep the White Sox. So we'll get into all those things coming up next. Memories for Al Attles, who passes away at the age of 87. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do no more next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hi, Krukow. Kruk joined Murphy Marcus this morning. He said he believes Ryan Walker can hold down the closer role for the rest of the season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
A laser, as in the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and Papa and I have been talking about it for a long time. I guess my procedure's been about 2 summers ago, and I couldn't have asked for anything better. I can see again. It's nice. I don't have to run around the house and look for readers. That is really, really nice when you can see it. I think you take your eyesight for granted sometimes, but we, Papa and I, both did this procedure called CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement. It's a permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts. You're never going to develop cataracts as well. It is just an awesome procedure. I had LASIK years and years ago, and it didn't. Maybe I had too high of expectations, but it didn't work quite to the level that I wanted. And we started talking about CLR, and they said, "Hey, this is kind of a new thing." And they've done thousands of procedures. Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And so the best thing to do for you, if you're having struggles like I was, and you're using those readers, and you're running around, and you just don't want that near, far, whatever it is. It's a simple procedure. It takes minutes, but I know you want to trust the people that are going to be doing your procedure. So why don't you just go to lasereyeclr.com. It's a free consultation. You have nothing to lose. They're not going to hard sell you or anything like that. They just want to do what works for you. So they have multiple procedures that they can do. CLR worked for us, but find out exactly what is going to work best for you because everybody's different. So go to lasereyeclr.com. Get that free consultation right now. You're going to feel a lot better about things, and you're going to be able to see like Pop and I. It is, and I've said this many times, life-changing when you can see like you used to see. It is the permanent solution. lasereyeclr.com or call simply to 877-GET-2020. That's 877-GET-2020.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. The Papa and Lund Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. If you just joined us, sad news. Attles passes away at the age of 87. We're fortunate enough to have Chris Mullin on the show, the Hall of Famer, at 10:50. So do not miss that. We're going to talk about the Giants. The lineup is out as they try to sweep the White Sox and try to slip in for a wild card. We'll talk about last night's game in a moment. Mark Spears, our good friend, the Hall of Famer, at Mark J. Spears, puts out on Twitter/X. It pains me to hear the icon Al Attles is no longer with us. The patriarch of the Warriors befriended me from the moment I moved to the Bay in 2009 and was blessed to sit next to him at Press Road during many games at Oracle. The world just lost a stellar human. Rest in peace. So there's our good friend Mark Spears, who's got a piece out about Al Attles already on ESPN, so make sure that you check that out and give us your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Another quick note, Pop, the opportunity to win a pair of tickets to every home 49ers game. Today, you will hear the Tim Ryan sounder in the 11 o'clock hour. We're on until 11:45. We'll give you pregame for the Giants and the White Sox. So in the 11 o'clock hour, which means between 11 and 11:45, you got to listen for that sounder. You can qualify for a pair of tickets to every home 49ers game, plus you will automatically win a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store. So listen in the 11 o'clock hour for that. By the way, I like you got the whole thing going today. The hat, the shirt,
I got all the Warrior regalia. I got a team store right
flag.
Here at home.
That's nice.
So we're going to have Mullin on at 10:50. Jim Barnett is going to join us at 11:15.
Outstanding.
Jim's first year with the Warriors was 71-72. I'm actually, the NBA Network is replaying the All-Star game from 71-72. It's at the Forum in Inglewood. John Havlicek is guarding full court Oscar Robertson. It's just an amazing video. I love watching these old games. And Al, the year before, Al was a player. He in 34 games as a player in 70-71, and it was his first full season as head coach. So he did it briefly, and then in 71-72, when Jim came in, Al was just the coach. But it was a different era. Lenny Wilkins was a player coach then. Jim's first year in the NBA in 68, Bill Russell was the player coach of the Boston Celtics, and Red Auerbach stepped aside. Russell won 2 championships there after Red left as a player coach. Of course, he had Bill Russell as a player, although he was starting to slow down a little bit. And then, so the 74-75 championship, and I think Al just got overlooked as far as his ability to coach the team. He was tough, and the way he ran that team. That team, when Steve Kerr does it, they call it strength in numbers. I remember talking to Al about it, and I said, your team was too deep, not T-O-O deep, but like a football team. You were T-W-O deep. He played 10 guys. Rick Barry obviously was the star of that team and averaged over 30 a game. Didn't have a three-point line. He was the finals MVP. But they had a backup at every position. You had, rookies contributing, and Phil Smith, and obviously Jamal Keith, smooth as silk, Wilkes, off the campus of UCLA, Butch Beard, our guy Johan, Cliff Ray was on that team with Charles Johnson, and then you had not Mullin, but Mullins, Jeff Mullins, and Chris's name is the most mispronounced name, and I think in sport for a great player, everybody calls him Chris Mullins because they confuse him with Jeff Mullins, who was a great Warrior, and then Derek Dickey and George Johnson. So they had a backup. They had the two-headed centers back then. It was obviously Cliff would start, and he and Rick were really tight, and that was the trade that year where Cliff went to the Warriors and Nate Thurman went to Chicago. And the irony of ironies, John, they played the Chicago Bulls in the Western Conference Finals, and Game 7 was epic, and Rick didn't shoot the ball well that game, but the Game 6 at Old Chicago Stadium, the Warriors beat them 86-72, probably the biggest win they had. They swept Washington in 4, but they were down 3-2, and Dave Borwinkle was Chicago starting center then. Nate played off the bench, but in any event, that Game 6 was just epic to be able to win there, force Game 7 back in Oakland, and then the great story about the Ice Capades taking the arena, the old Oakland Alameda County Coliseum Arena. When the Warriors went to the finals in 75, they couldn't play in their building because Franklin Muley, the owner, booked out the arena. He didn't think his team was going to be in the NBA Finals, so they went to the Cow Palace to play Games 2 and 3 after winning Game 1 in Landover, Maryland, and then won Game 4 May 25th of 75. But the one tragedy about Al, and when someone dies like you've known for so long, and we'll talk to Chris Mullin and Jim Barnett, two of his closest people in the Warrior organization, and they're going to get emotional. Jim breaks down at moments like these, so we'll see what he has to say. But Al was a hell of a coach, and I think maybe because he was a player coach first, and Rick just was so Rick. I mean, there were a lot of shots of the huddles back then where Rick was doing all the talking. And kind of, Rick is just Rick. But Al coached that team. Al ran that bench. Al's the one that subbed him out. And how many championship teams, even Steve Kerr, when they get in the playoffs, John, the rotation gets pared down. Maybe 9, but some coaches go 8, 7. Al Attles played 10 guys. He played guys off the bench. It was almost like they had a second unit, kind of like Steve Kerr's Team USA team this year in the Olympics. You had a whole fivesome that came in behind, and he rotated it, and then they didn't lose anything, and they all gave something else, and nobody bitched and moaned. But he is the winningest coach in Warrior history, and, eventually Steve will pass him. But I think he just got a bad rap because his superstar, was so demonstrative during games that Rick coaches that team. Those are the people that know that. And, Jim was gone for those years when they won the championship. And actually, when Jim was there, Rick was playing in the ABA for the Oakland Oaks and playing for Louis Carnesecca in New York. But anyway, I think, we'll have a lot of platitudes about Al and the quality of the man, obviously, the toughness as a player. But also, put up there at the top of the tombstone, he was a hell of a good basketball coach.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Al Attles, if you're just tuning in, passes away at the age of 87. Chris Mullin's going to join us in less than 30 minutes at about 10:50. And then Jim Barnett, like you said, that'll be fun to talk to Jim. I haven't talked to him in a long time. He's going to join us at about 11:15, so we will honor Al Attles during those times. And remember, if you just tuned in, you can win a pair of tickets to the 49ers each home game in the 11 o'clock hour, so between 11 and 11:45, because we've got Giants pregame coming up right at 11:45. So in those 45 minutes, you can do that. So we'll continue to talk about Al Attles. We will honor the man with, as you said, a couple of the guys that knew him best, and Jim Barnett and Chris Mullin. So we'll do that for you as well. Keep you up to date on what's going on with the Giants as well as they attempt to sweep the White Sox, and we'll go over last night's game. We'll do that next, and then we'll get ready to talk to Mullin and Jim Barnett. We'll do it all coming up next on a Wednesday, getting ready for afternoon baseball over at Oracle, only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
It is always great to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz, who has the answers to all your tax issues. And, Steve, we're talking about an oldie but a goodie. We haven't talked ERC in a long time. What do you do if you didn't get your ERC check?
There's 3 things we can do to ask the government to hurry up. We have a 3-point program we'll explain to you. The IRS is currently sitting on literally over 1 million paper applications. There was no digital work here. It had to be on paper, and they have literally over 1 million backed up. And also, what if you got a letter from the IRS that said your application is denied? You only have 30 days to appeal that. Or what if you're being audited? So the bottom line is, if you have any of those 3, whether you just didn't get your check, you say, what happened to me? They forget about me? There is a way we can ask them to hurry up. There's three different ways. We'll go over that with you. If you were denied, we can determine what's going on, but remember, you only have 30 days to file the appeal. And if being audited, we can represent you. So the bottom line is, with ERC, give us a call. We want to help you. We have a free consultation to start off.
Don't forget, if you didn't get your ERC check, Steve can help. All you have to simply do, 888-TAX-DEAL. Call Steve right now at 888-TAX-DEAL or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Wade at first, the pitch. Shot up the middle, base hit. Here comes Casale. Roberts got it. They're going to wave in Casale. The throw home is cut off. And Ramos has got an RBI single, and it's 3-1.
Kite on the call. The Giants win last night. They go for the sweep this afternoon right here on the Sports Center. We'll start the pregame at 11:45. We got a lineup out. Fitzgerald at short, Can at first, Ramos in left, Chapman at third, Encarnacion in right, Estrada at second. Schmidt is your DH. Kirk Casale, which we'll talk about in a minute. Grant McCray, who welcome to the major leagues, had the trifecta strikeout last night, and then Logan Webb, who, of course, has been great lately, is on the mound. Kirk Casale in his 25 starts. The Giants are 15-10, and they've won 7 in a row. So it's not great news that Patrick Bailey is on the injured list, but when it's kind of like what it was before they reacquired Casale. When Casale catches, somehow the Giants just win. So let's talk some Giants. By the way, if you're just joining us, Attles, Warriors legend, has passed away at the age of 87, and we'll talk to Chris Mullin about it at 10:50. But what do you think of those Giants as they go for a sweep against the White Sox today?
Well, they're loading up with the right-handed batters. Garrett Crochet will be on the mound for the White Sox, and he is overpoweringly good stuff. Guy throws 99 miles per hour up in the zone where they've been victimized, and he's got a hard cutter in. He probably won't be out there long because they're backing off his innings. Because of where he is in his development as a pitcher. So he may only throw like 60 pitches or so, but when he's out there, he's got great stuff. So I think you'll see, some of the left-handed hitters come in off the bench, and a little odd to have Casey Schmidt in the game as a DH, but they got all righties in there today to try to, deal with this guy and his overpoweringly good stuff. But he hasn't pitched as well lately. But Casale, this is a day game after a night game. And we asked Dave Fleming about it. I mean, would he catch the day game after the night game? He is. He in 2021. I don't think the Giants. They had Buster. So Buster was the one who wasn't catching 3 in a row. Casale would catch once in a while. He caught shutouts 5 straight starts when he was behind the plate. The 1-loss record was glittering. They win when he catches. I'd wondered about wearing Bailey down and just having Kurt catch more. Bailey is a tremendous pitch framer, and he's a great receiver and thrower and the pop time and all that. But you watch the way Kurt Casale worked last night with Robbie Ray. And I know they have history, going back earlier in their career, John, but he works with everybody so well. He'll work with Logan Webb today. He knows the game plan. He knows how to execute it. He knows where to set up. He's a great catcher behind the plate, but offensively, he had just not been hitting at all until he gets this shot. And he was not in the lineup on Monday. Bailey was a late scratch. He gets in there, and he has a couple of knocks, and he's been on base 5 times the 2 games that he started, and he's starting to get back to what he is. He's got big-time power when he squares it, but right now he's thinking up the middle and shooting you the other way, which is the way you got to hit Crochet. So we'll see. They're going to be off tomorrow before they go to Seattle, so he'll get an off day there, John. But, 3 in a row. He hasn't done that as a Giant before. The last time he did it was in Seattle. After the Giants traded him in the 2022 year, late September, he caught 3 straight games. So, but he's such a pro behind the plate. And Robbie Ray, we were talking about Robbie Ray yesterday going into the start and would he change his mechanics. And I was thinking more dramatic and stop twisting and turning and, showing your back to the hitter and your chest is facing center field. He did that last night. It was tighter, though. He was talking about coming downhill, squaring more up to home plate. When he gets that landing spot down the mound, coming downhill as they talk about, it's the same for Kyle Harrison. When Kyle Harrison, and he twists a little bit, Crochet will twist a lot today. And when he's coming downhill at you, it's, wow, impressive. Robbie was just off against the Braves, obviously, the start before when he gave up 5 in the first inning and hit a couple of guys, 3 walks and a slam. But last night, it was him. He locked in. He put the work in. But I also think Curt Casale just has a way of guiding, pitchers to good outings and working the bullpen. Travis d'Arnaud, when he was in last week with Atlanta, we thought, is this guy the best backup catcher in baseball behind, Atlanta's number 1 catcher, Murphy? But and d'Arnaud's good. But Curt Casale, if he can help out at all offensively, just move the line, come up with big hits with runners in scoring position, he's in that category because he is a great backup catcher, pure catcher.
There's no doubt. And even over the last couple of games, I was doing diamond notes and I was looking for somebody hot. And the hottest guy in the last couple of games is Casale. I mean, they're against a lot of other teams last night, they would have lost. I mean, they had so many opportunities, bases loaded, no out. They get a walk, and then they don't score. They left the bases loaded. And at another point, they were 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position. They left 9 on base last night. So between what Ray did on the mound, bouncing back against a pretty bad lineup, but give him his credit, he pitched well last night. And then what Casale did, and you and I have talked about this even before he was reacquired by the Giants. Guys on the mound heat praise all over Curt Casale. And now with this oblique injury to Patrick Bailey, and maybe this was the reason he was struggling with a bat, but this is the 2nd consecutive season that he's worn down. And I remember the praise that Gabe would always give him, and obviously Bob feels the same way. They feel like they can't have him out of the lineup because of his pitch framing, defensive abilities, all these kind of things, but they got to figure something out. They can't run him out there all the time because this is the 2nd consecutive year that this has happened. So like you said, if it's Casale or whomever they want to give more at-bats to from the catching position, I love Patrick Bailey, but it does the team no good for him to wear down and be so ineffective offensively and then ultimately get injured like this because an oblique can take, who knows, it could take a week, it could take a month.
They're saying he'll be back on the 10th day. So when they look at the schedule, they're looking at him coming back for the last game of the Milwaukee series, which would be a week from tomorrow because they did it retroactively to, I guess, the last game he played against the A's. But remember that game against the Dodgers on that Monday night, May 13th? And it was ugly. Mm-hmm. Patrick Bailey was on the IL concussion protocol. Tom Murphy just got hurt, Cinco de Mayo, in that rain game in Philadelphia, or maybe it was the Saturday game, May 4th. But it was just, I don't even remember who was catching them, but it was bad. It was not good. And the Dodgers were running all over them, everything in the gap. And I remember going to the game the next night, and it was bad again. And you were already on Casale because he was a AAA with the Cubs at Iowa. Right. And I remember coming on that next day and saying, you got to get Casale here right now. He's just, you're kidding yourself. Just get him here. He's not going to be tied to stay in the minor leagues in Chicago. He wants to come here and be in the big leagues. And they got him on a plane that day. He woke up at like 3 a.m. They were in Syracuse then, and he got here, and he caught Logan Webb. And Logan Webb went out, and he had a great outing. He's got to catch Logan Webb again today. With Webb against the White Sox, Benintendi's in their lineup, Andrew Benintendi. And I remember vividly Logan's second start of last year was in Chicago. The first start was at Yankee Stadium, and Aaron Judge took him out. Gleyber Torres took him out. He pitched well, but he lost, He ran into the wrong guy on opening day, and he wound up losing. But the next start was in Chicago. And the White Sox don't see Logan Webb very much, obviously. And Benintendi said We had a plan, and it was just they took everything low in the strike zone and away, and it was just whack, 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 whack. They just singled him, and they hit the ball where it was pitched over and over and over again. And ever since then, I thought everything he throws is down, sinker, slider, change. So they look low. He doesn't come in enough. His last few starts, though, more four-seam fastballs. He threw really hard against the Braves last week, John, for the day game to get the finale of that four-game series. He was throwing 95, 96, two-seamer and four-seamer. He's got to be up today if they're looking down and going with the same scouting report. Now, they fired their manager. Sizemore's the interim, so maybe they change up. I don't know, but they had a plan that I was like, whoa, how do they know so much about him? And then other teams that have success, the Red Sox this year at Fenway. It's happened a handful of teams with the Dodgers have a good approach against them. Look down and look away. So if that's what they're going to be looking for, bust them in and bust them in with fastballs. So we'll see if Curt Casale sets up inside against some of these White Sox hitters today and tries to work up more with the four-seam fastball today.
By the way, I looked up that game because I thought it was Jackson Reeds, but it actually, for one of the few times this year, it was Blake Sable.
Ooh.
How bad? Remember how bad he was in that game? Now that we remember,
the one on May 14th, May 13th.
I think that's when his catching
Shohei's
career
still running
ended.
now. He's still running right now.
I think his catching career ended that day because I don't think.
Well,
he's
they got. You know what was good about it? It was so bad we got Casale back.
Exactly,
which is Italian for shutout.
Yeah.
Mets are underway, a day game in Flushing. Sean Manaea, the big Sean on the mound for the Mets against Baltimore 0-0. They lost last night. Atlanta. And I was watching that game last night. It was a 1-1 game, and then Ozuna just hit a bomb late in the game. Lopez came back and pitched well, and Atlanta wound up beating Philadelphia, John. So you won last night. You won the day before. You picked up a half game on Monday. But let's see if they can tee off tonight on Aaron Nola, because Zach Wheeler threw well last night, but so did Lopez, and it was a low-scoring game. And the Braves, despite the injury to Austin Riley and all their injuries, found a way to win last night.
Yeah, they did. So White Sox one more. Seattle might be a good time to be catching the Mariners, and they haven't hit all year long, but they're 3-7 in the last 10. They've lost 3 in a row. They can't score runs. Then the Brewers, who have won 6 in a row. Then you get the Marlins. That's really your only last break, and then it gets crazy. D-backs, Padres, Brewers again, Padres, Orioles, Royals, D-backs, Cardinals, with no Brandon Crawford. If you did not hear, he got released yesterday. So that's what's ahead, but let's start with the White Sox today, get a sweep in this series, and move up to Seattle. So that's what's going on, and we'll continue to talk about it. But Chris Mullin is going to join us in a few minutes. If you haven't heard, Attles has passed away at the age of 87, so we'll catch Mullin. What's he going to be at the airport? Catch him at the airport?
He is leaving the East Coast. He's been back on the East Coast. His flight, originally we were working in a time, and he said, I'm going to take off, and then he couldn't do it, and then his flight, which is scheduled to leave at 1:50, has been delayed.
All right.
I guess it's bad news for him, but I think he loves Al Attles. When I texted him this morning about Al's passing, he already knew. He said, my favorite of all time. So, and I go back to when the Warriors drafted Mully, and then that was the first NBA draft lottery in New York.
Yep.
And Al was there representing the Warriors, and they had the worst record in the NBA that year. You thought they were going to get Patrick Ewing, and the Knicks got Patrick Ewing. Big surprise. Wayman Tisdale went 2, and the Warriors, who had the worst record in the NBA, finished dead last in that lottery. But, and Al walking out of there, he was charging Mike Reardon or Truck Robinson all over again. He was
did not
pissed.
like it. Yeah.
But they got Mully, number 7. How many teams have drafted a Hall of Famer number 7 after finishing dead last in the lottery? Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. They've gotten lucky with some good ones. What was Curry? Was Curry 7?
He was he
6?
7 or 8? 7. He was 7.
I think he was 7. So, yeah, they've
Mr.
gotten pretty lucky.
Throwback?
Yeah, pretty lucky with those kind of things. It's not bad. All right, so we'll talk to Mullin in a few minutes. By the way, you were just talking about Ohtani, 39 homers and 38 steals in 124 games. If he can get that accomplished, the 40-40, he would be the fastest of all time. Right now, Alfonso Soriano did it in 147 games in 2006. So Ohtani.
And how many did Soriano finish with? He also had 40 errs that year at second base. The guy would never bend over to feel a ground ball. Did he go 50-50?
He absolutely could. Yeah, we got enough time. What do the Giants have? 34 games left, so the Dodgers are in that
6 weeks.
range.
Season has 6 more weeks.
Oh, yeah.
6 weeks from Sunday.
11 homers, 12 steals, and if he's even close for 50-50, he's going for the steals. So Anyway, that's what he's at.
And they got to win.
There's
There's no guarantee they're going to win the National League West this year.
No doubt. Yeah, with the Padres in Arizona, they're a little bit cooler than they were, but still hot enough. So, anyway, there you go. Soriano, Canseco, Acuna Jr., A-Rod, and Barry Bonds. That's the list. That's 40-40.
Hosey was the first. Come on.
Yep, he was.
Milwaukee, the stolen base, and he picked up the bat.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see his speech when he came back to go in the A's Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
He was twitching, and he got emotional.
What was that? Is that list ill effects from all those years or something?
Yeah.
I mean, the speech itself wasn't
stall two
that
in the A's
bad,
clubhouse with Mark McGuire. He started
Yeah,
twitching.
he was a little twitchy. A little twitchy.
And how Tony La Russa introduced him.
Yeah.
Which was amazing, considering how they're related. But Tony's back. Tony's he's an advisor with Jerry Reinsdorf for these White Sox.
Oh, boy.
Wow. How is Tony enduring this year? Just don't show up at the ballpark too often.
Nobody does. The White Sox are in
lose?
town.
They're going to lose 120 plus.
Easy.
Wow.
I mean, they're worse. I was in Detroit that year. They won 43. I think this team's worse. I mean, that's a bad team.
Are they that bad? Luis Robert Jr. is not a bad player.
No, that shortstop's got some potential.
Vaughn's not a bad player.
Yeah.
They had a 21 game losing streak.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Plus, that game they played
games.
last night. I mean, the Giants didn't play all that well. I mean, Ray was good last night, but that wasn't a great performance by the Giants. But, man, gosh. White Sox
they won the game.
They did.
They won the game.
They did. You don't grade them. All right. Mully's going to join us coming up next. We will honor the memory of Al Attles, who passed away at the age of 87. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. My friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4, the best rates in years. Listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time right now to call Loan Pronto. Do it pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days. You can also do it with no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you could even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, or 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Wednesday. Got Giants baseball coming up in about 45 minutes or so, but we want to honor the life of Al Attles. If you had not heard, Al Attles passed away at his home at the age of 87, more than 60 years with the Warriors, of course, and piloted the Warriors to the 1975 NBA championship. And we wanted to talk to some of the people who knew him best, and that leads us to, Pop, our good friend and the Hall of Famer, Chris Mullin, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Mully. How are you?
John, Pop, how you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing great, man, and we love talking to you every time, and we're sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances, but just give us your thoughts of the Destroyer passing away at 87.
Yeah, I think obviously sad news. I've been sick for a little bit, so kind of had a little bit of a heads up. I've been in contact with Alvin Jr. So obviously sad news, but like you said, John, just I think it's a time to celebrate Al Attles, the man, the impact that he's had on so many people over, so many decades. And to me, I can't think of a more genuine, consistent, graceful, humble person I ever met in my life. And we're talking about, an incredible basketball player, very aggressive. You mentioned the Destroyer. But then, a championship coach, a player coach, a GM. You talk about, you said piloted. He did more than that. He made that transition from Philadelphia to the Bay Area, and then played every single role with the Warriors organization. And each and every day I watched him, each and every day, do it with class and humility, never once putting himself above anybody else, never judging anyone, always trying to make the situation better than it was, even when it was really not good. But he had this positive attitude. So just an amazing person. I look back on my life and, besides my parents and my siblings and, my close friends and things like that, Coach Carnesecca and Al Attles, two people that had the biggest impact on my life.
Wow. That is strong. So obviously he drafted you into the NBA, and that was a difficult transition for you, leaving the East Coast, coming all the way out to the West Coast, and he took you under his wing, so to speak, and it had a positive influence on you every single day. What did Al do for the young Chris Mully, when you first got here?
Yeah, when I look back, Pop, it was just his humility. He played with Wilt Chamberlain. He and Wilt combined for 117. The night Wilt scored 100, I was 8 for 8 and 1 for 1 from the line. He had 17 points. He played, my first introduction really, he drafted me, he was the GM. But he came to one of my games, I think it was my junior year at the Cap Center. When we played Georgetown, he was at the game. He was sitting right on the floor. And later on, before they drafted me, I had no contact with the Warriors. Didn't work out. Didn't do anything with them. And then when they drafted me, I was like, I saw you play against Georgetown. That's all I really need to see. I didn't need to call you. But he played, when he was playing with Wilt for the Philadelphia Warriors, he played for Frank McGuire, who was the St. John's coach, who was really close to Coach Carnesecca. So when I got drafted, Coach Carnesecca just said, you're in great hands. He's one of us. He's the best. Al's the best. And Al kept things simple, you know what I mean? And he had made that transition. And, I just never felt one day of him judging me. He was always trying to, boost my confidence. This guy coached Rick Barry. Rick Barry was a way better player than me. I never once felt, a comparison. He had a unique ability to be in the moment. I could still see him sitting at practices all the time, just sitting in the background, watching, observing, and then giving a quick little, positive few words that would lift you up incredibly. And he had that unique ability to do that every single day. Al never walked in the building without being positive and trying to make the situation, whatever it was at that point in time, better. And he was able to do that.
Chris Mullin is joining us. We're honoring the memory and the legacy of Al Attles, who passed away at the age of 87. You used the word a couple of times, humility, in every article that I've read and everybody that you talk to talks about how just nice and genuine and great of a guy Al is, just kind of behind the scenes. And so you see this guy who was the destroyer, and he was certainly intense, but then he seemed to be just the nicest, most genuine guy off the court.
Yeah, and, that generation, Al Attles, Lou Carnesecca, our parents, Pop, and John, your parents, that generation of people, to me, they really set the standard on how to conduct yourself, right? They grew up and they were brought up on an honest day's work. You put in honest day's work, you're going to get, paid back for it. You don't boast about yourself, right? Even if you're very successful, let someone else talk about you, right? So Coach Carnesecca used to say, don't wear a big hat, right? Peacock today, feather dusted tomorrow. Just, do your job, and if you're really good, they'll find you. And at the very end, the biggest thing that Al did, in my opinion, he shared his experience. He shared his wisdom, always with a positive tone to it, and he made everyone's lives better. And and Pop knows, we were around some tough situations. That wasn't always the feeling around the Warriors organization. But Al, he had won a championship. He had played with Wilt Chamberlain. He saw the great times, but he also handled the bad times just the same way. He dealt with adversity and victory the same way. And that's class. That's grace. That's humility and dignity. And so to me, he set the standard. I never really saw Al play, but I saw him each and every day, the way he conducted himself, the way he treated everyone in the organization, not just the head coach and the GM, the janitors. He treated everybody with respect, and in turn, people respected him.
And you did the same. So I think, and obviously your mom and dad raised you that way, but I think just being around Al and having the Warriors standard be set. Did you watch him coach, Mully? You were a fan of the Knicks back then and Havlicek. I mean, one thing about Al, and we'll talk to Jim Barnett at 11:15, he's an underrated coach. The way he coached the Warriors to that championship in 74-75, they talk about strength in numbers now. That team was TWO deep. They were too deep. He had to back up at every spot. The two-headed center, they were able to wear down teams, I think, in the regular season and in the playoffs. Did you watch him coach the Warriors much, Mully, or you too young for that?
No, I've more clips, but so 74, 75, I was 10, 11 years old. I remember that team. I remember Rick Barry, of course. I remember the clip of Al Attles running out trying to take out Mike Ridd for, cheap shot and Rick Barry. So, and Pop, you said, yeah, they were deep. Look, Al was a rotational player, so he understood the importance of a bench from his playing days. But I think most importantly, Pop, what he did as a coach, what he did as a GM, what he did as every role he played, was he got people to believe in him. Because, like you said, he was genuine. He kept his word. Sometimes, when you hear those cliches, one day at a time, and all these different things that we hear, they're cliches until you do them every single day of your life. And then you become remarkable. And that's what Al Attles did. He, to a degree, lived a pretty simple life. And he did not need to be the center of attention, although he could have been. But he did it every single day, no matter what was going on around him. And that puts him, to me, in a very unique, from the people I've met over my lifetime, just extraordinary.
Chris Mullin has joined us, the Hall of Famer. We're talking about Al Attles, who passes away at the age of 87. Plus, just his story as a Warrior, from a guy who almost didn't take the contract, and the Warriors had to convince him to come. He was going to be a gym coach or a gym teacher, and then he comes and he's a player. Then he's a player coach. Then he's a player. Then he wins a championship, and he stays. His loyalty is such that he stays with the organization. And as you pointed out, that's not easy to do through some of these down years, but more than 60 years with the organization. I mean, that says a lot about the man in a day and age where people are jumping all over the place.
Yeah, but again, if you know Al Attles, he's not only loyal, he's a grateful man, and he understood the opportunity he was given, made the most of it, and then passed it on to other people. And that's the ultimate, is passing on your knowledge, your experience, so someone else can step into that role. And he did that for me when I played. He did that for me when I was a GM, and as importantly, beyond, as a friend, as a mentor, and all along, just to me, it just sticks out because he accomplished so much, but he never once talked about himself. You have to look it up and I would have to ask him and then pry it out of him because I wanted to hear those stories. And then he had great stories about, his playing days and his coaching days, but he wasn't one to talk about himself. And I think, that generation of people where, you didn't celebrate after every basket, it was just what you do. I'm a pro. This is what I do. And like I said, and you mentioned it, Pop, to me, he set the standard in that organization on how to conduct yourself both on and off the floor as a professional, as a leader, and not always not always vocal, but by the way you conduct yourself each and every day and the way you treat people, whether it be the most, highest ranking person or the lowest. Treated everyone the same. And that to me is the ultimate in a class, humble human being.
Which the Warriors are about now, with Steve and Steph, obviously. But for those of you too young to remember, even Mully playing or Al playing or coaching, I mean, it's hard to believe because the Warriors are the gold standard and such in so many respects in professional sports and certainly in the NBA. But back then it wasn't always that way. And to be with the Warriors for 64 years, I mean, no one's been with an NBA team as long as Al Attles. It's a lifetime. It's just hard to believe, Mully. So, like Al, you've done it all. You were a player, you were a GM, you were a coach. Just what kind of guidance? We spoke a little bit about, Al's guidance and wisdom that he passed on to you as a player. When you were the GM of the Warriors, there must have been some moments there where Al counseled you, or when you coached St. John's. Did he reach out to you there? Just tell me about after you were done playing and finding the next career, what Al meant to you, Mully.
Yeah, first and foremost, Pop and John, he was always there. So he was always sitting at practice. He was always in his office after practice, always available. But anytime you needed him, he was right there. So on some tough days or, things that to me were very new as a GM, I could just sit down and make a statement, and he would give me feedback from what he's observing currently and from his past experiences. Invaluable. And look, Al worked for a lot of different owners, Franklin Mullin mostly, and sometimes there's things that just don't go right. But Al never once blamed anyone, took responsibility, took accountability for everybody. And that's not easy, but that's the standard that he set. That's the way you conduct your business. And so to me, coaching, not so much when I was back coaching college, but look, Al, I've never lost contact with Al. I see him at the games all the time. I went over to his house a bunch of times, visited him. And really, after it's all said and done, we used to sit there and laugh. We would bring up different topics, whether it be some tough games, some GMs, some bad draft pick, and we would laugh. We would just sit there and laugh and say, look, man, this is what we did. It's water under the bridge, but we're still sitting here on a couch out of respect and love for each other.
Yeah, quality man at the highest level. A lot like Steve Kerr, certainly, and Steph Curry. And before we let you go, because I did reach out to you a few times during the Olympics, and this team was just special. They had a hard road to get there as far as the world competition, but just your thoughts on what Steph was able to do in the game against Serbia when they were down, and he had the big first quarter in 36, and then obviously in the gold medal game, Mully, to do what he did against France and to make the 4 threes in the last 2:47. We've seen him do a lot of incredible things, but on the world stage, and you know what that is. That was one of his best, if not his best moments. But what did you see from the 2024 Team USA that won gold this year, Chris?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations. It was a great performance. Steve and his staff did a great job. And look, since '92, we've seen how the competition has grown, just strictly in the numbers of NBA players that play for the foreign team. So competition is tougher. But Steph, yeah, I mean, after 4 games, he was 5 of 20 from 3-point range. I think he had 29 points. And then in the 2 biggest games, he had his biggest moments. Definitely on the international stage, but probably when all said and done, it's going to be right up there with Game 4 in Boston. Because quite frankly, if he doesn't make 9 threes against Serbia, they lose. And against France, the score was 82-79. It was a one-possession game when he came off that pin down and knocked down that three and went on to make 3 more threes. So if he doesn't make probably 3 of those, I think the last one, the game was kind of sealed. That was a little, gravy. But if he doesn't make 9 and 8 threes, they might not get a bronze medal. So that's a huge clutch performance. Like you said, Pop, on the biggest stage. And I'm so happy for Steph because he's done so much. And, much like when only amateurs played, the timing wasn't right for Steph. It was with their injuries and they played late. So it was almost like he had that one shot. Not only did he take advantage of it, without him, I don't think they medal. That's an amazing performance. I was at the Brazil game. I saw him after the game. And I was right before the Serbia game. So he was still kind of catching his footing over there. But I had a few friends that were there, and I saw the Brazil game and flew home. But someone texted me before the Serbia game. They went to shoot around. They said it was optional, but Steph Curry's here putting in an incredible hard workout, hour 15. And then he had that performance against Serbia. That same person, shoot around was optional before the France game. Steph Curry there, hour 15, sticking to his habits, his daily routine. And then, so it doesn't happen by mistake. My coach Conasecki used to tell me, what you do in the rehearsal, that's what you're going to do when you get on stage. And Steph Curry is the perfect example of that.
Oh, that's great insight, Mully. You'd have beat these guys by double digits anyway in the 92 teams.
So Pop texted me, asked me a question. I was like, come on, man.
They didn't have Angola on the schedule for this group. Well,
you guys.
This team is special. I mean, your team had Michael, and obviously, but to watch Durant play for Team USA with LeBron and the way Steph played and, Bam. And, I mean, this is a special team. We're not going to go down that road because your team is historic, but this team was damn good.
No doubt. These guys are going to go down as some of the greatest players of all time. No question about it.
Mully, you're the best, man. Thanks for making the time for us and talking about Al.
Pop, John. Thanks, man.
You got that flight. Come home.
We got going so fast, and I just, Wilhelmina, Alvin Jr., and the entire Attles family, we all send our love. And it's a sad time, but just an incredible person. It's a time to celebrate his life as well. So it's kind of like those mixed emotions, right? It's incredibly sad, but what an amazing one of the most incredible people I've ever met in my life. It's a time to celebrate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mully. We really appreciate it. Condolences to you too.
Thanks.
I will. Thank you, man.
All right, that was awesome. Just what cool insight from Chris Mullin on the life. And like he said, you celebrate a guy like Al Attles who passes away at the age of 87. All right, Jim Barnett's going to join us, and he's got insight into Al Attles as well. We'll do that in about 5 minutes. But just want to thank Mully, man. That's, you could tell how he felt and how well he knew him. And, for a guy you've known so long and to come on here and do that, man, that's not an easy thing to do. So,
man, when he got drafted, cool. It was a hell of a time here. Joe Barry Carroll and Sleepy Floyd and Purvis Short, Larry Smith. They had their moments in playoff games, but it was a rude awakening for what professional sports was for Mully. Leaving St. John's and Coach Carnesecca coming out. And it's just Al. Al's just the rock. He just had that. I could see him sitting in the old arena, and they'd practice in there, and he didn't even know he was there. It's all dark in there, and then at the end of practice, his booming voice, after everybody shot and left, because he didn't say anything, but he was there, and you saw him like just kind of sitting up there in the dark, and he was observing, and he just had a presence about him where he didn't have to use a lot of words, but he was powerful. So I know for a young Chris Mullin, Al Attles made it. It's a hard adjustment, John. He's a kid. Yep. He's all USA. He's St. John's. He's one of the most popular sports figures in New York. He comes out here and people don't know him. And it was pro sports, and it was a slap in the face. He had to learn it, but because of the guidance of his GM, that first GM that he had, Al Attles, Chris was able to get through that.
We'll give you a great perspective with Jim Barnett too, because like Mully said, he didn't see him play. Just said that he was 11, but Jim Barnett, they were they were on the same court. So we'll talk to Jim Barnett about that, and, of course, all through his legacy as a longtime Warrior. We'll talk to Jim Barnett, Warriors broadcaster and one of the good guys. He'll talk to us about Al Attles, who's passed away at the age of 87. We'll do that coming up next. We've got day baseball coming up for you as well, Giants and the White Sox, and we still have not played the Tim Ryan Sounder. Your opportunity to get a pair of tickets to each 49ers home game and to win a $50 gift card automatically to the 49ers team store. That is coming up in this hour as well, so we're very busy. Stay with us for Jim Barnett next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our friend, the great Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster, joined the show yesterday to discuss the home stretch of the season for the Orange and Black. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? If you do not, you can take advantage of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year going on right now. You will save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus you get special financing for a limited time. It is only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Next it is Attles. Scores on the layup. It's 84-82 Warriors.
Swings it back to Attles, top of the key. Down the lane, right to left. Shoots a bullet to Lee, who lays it in. Out to Attles on the right. Alvin comes into the forecourt, top of the key. Dishes to Lewis. A running jump pass to Al. Al goes under. Hits a layup. Attles sprints after it in the Warrior forecourt. Scoops it up. Goes all the way to score. Pass in the backcourt. He fires to Lewis. Then to Attles. Attles down the lane. Score.
Honoring the life and the memory of Hall of Famer and NBA champion, 60-plus years with the Warriors and one of 6 players in Warriors history to have their jersey, old number 16, retired. That is Al Attles, who passes away at the age of 87. We just talked to Chris Mullin about it, and the great Jim Barnett, Warriors broadcaster, good enough to give us a few minutes to talk about him as well. Hi, Jim. It's great to have you on. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you very much. And thanks for having me on.
Of course. We'd love to have you on under any circumstances. It's unfortunate, but certainly celebrating Al Attles. Give us your thoughts.
Well, he was an icon. And, he spent his entire adult time in the league. And there's really no one like him. Coming from an HBCU school that was always 80 to 85% black, and coming to San Francisco, California, it was a big change for him. But he was his own man, and he was a strong-willed person, and he just had great character traits. He was honest as the day is long, and he was a taskmaster. He expected you to be trying and doing your best every minute on the court. He asked a lot of you, and I just, they called him the Destroyer. And I remember playing against him before I joined the Warriors. I think I joined the Warriors maybe my 5th or 6th year in the league. And I didn't enjoy playing against him because he was very physical, and he could actually scare you a little bit because he could set a screen on you, and I'm telling you, you couldn't get past that screen, and he would knock you down. And he was tough as iron. He was so strong and so well balanced. And I had before I joined the team, I had a little fear of playing with him because I was always afraid of getting hurt, having a knee come into my thigh and giving me a Charlie horse where I'd miss 2 games or something like that. So, but as a coach, he was a taskmaster. He expected you to go out and play 100%, especially at the defensive end, where he always shined. Of course, he was more of a defensive player than an offensive threat. He was consistent all the time, and he had that deep voice. And when he got irritated over play and it was a timeout, everyone listened because his voice became very loud and demanding. And it actually sometimes sent chills down your back a little bit at a timeout.
Jim, it's so good to hear your voice. I miss you, my friend. You sound great, and these stories are incredible. Talk a little more about him as a player. We had Mullin on. We were talking about him, obviously, as a GM who drafted Chris and just a mentor being around the organization. But you were a young guy. You had a great first step. You could beat people off the dribble. I assume Al would guard you.
Yes.
Just what were those matchups like? Because you had to go up against Oscar and Jerry West and some great players, Walt Frazier. Just talk about when you had the ball in the triple threat position and you're looking to go to the goal and Al Attles is in your way.
Well, I always look for a screen, first of all. It was slowing down a little bit because he was such a great defensive player, and he had great defensive skills, and he could move his feet. And plus, he was strong. And I have to say, in the early days of the NBA, and I played in those early days where it was a lot different and more physical play, and they would let a lot of fouls go uncalled, that, he would hit you with his body a little bit and knock you off balance. And of course, I only weighed 175 pounds, and he was strong as an ox. And so he kind of intimidated me a little bit during that time, especially my early years in the NBA when I was trying to make a name for myself and be established. But he was always, a player that you respected. he always played the right way. He always played 100%. You never worried about him scoring. You could sag off him a little bit because he wasn't a great outside shooter. He ran the team, doing all that kind of thing. So you could also double team away from the ball a lot with him, because they're not going to throw it to him for a 20-foot jump shot as often as they would other players. So you learn how to play in the league. You learn the strengths and the weaknesses of all the players, and you adjust and play your game according to who you're playing against and your opponents. But he was always a fair guy. When I played for him, he was just a joy to be around, but he was very demanding. He expected you to be a professional, on and off the court, by the way. And everything was businesslike. And because he was such a great defensive player, he emphasized defense more than anything. Now, when you play with Rick Barry, and I played with Rick for a couple of years, of course, Rick was by the way, Rick was a good defensive player. He led the league in steals a couple of different times. And, he was such a great offensive player. People forget about that. But, I know for myself, I'm not going to be leading the team. I'm going to be, the third or the fourth leading scorer on a club when you have Jeff Mullins and you've got Cazzie Russell and of course, Rick Barry. And I'd be hurting the team if I tried to shoot the ball as often as I did when I was a Portland Blazer on an expansion team. So you have to play smartly and use your brain as well as your physical qualities and your physical prowess out there on the floor. And Al was a thinking man's coach. And he knew if you were doing what you were doing, if you were dogging it, or he expected you to give 100% all the time, which you should do anyway. And of course, if you're not a star in this league, and I was certainly never a star, I was a good player, but never a star. No one ever had to motivate me. I was self-motivated out there. But so Al liked me very much. And, I still, my favorite picture is the picture with Cazzie Russell, Nate Thurman, Clyde Lee, Jeff Mullins, and Jim Barnett. We were the starting five. And I've got that picture up in my living room at home in a big 8x10 frame. And it's my favorite picture of all time. I've got other pictures, shooting over Pete Maravich or what have you, and are guarding Pete Maravich and different players around the league, and New York Knicks. I played with them for a couple of years. But my favorite picture is that starting five of the 71-72 team when we won 51 games my first year with the Warriors. And it was a pleasure to start and know that you'd made it into the NBA. And Al was a perfect coach. I didn't have any problem with it because I played hard all the time, because I was so insecure, especially early on in the league, wanted to make it and everything. So I had to give 100%. I couldn't coast along like a lot of players could.
Great insight, celebrating the life of Al Attles, who's passed away at the age of 87. The great Jim Barnett is joining us. I got to tell you, this is fun because we talked to Mullin, and he talked about the man that Al Attles is, and you're talking about him as a player and a coach, and it's fun to go back and listen to these stories. The thing I remember is he just looked like the coolest guy ever, when he was on the sideline. Just, I guess back in those days, Larry Brown and all those guys, but Al just looked cool. He looked like a cool guy.
Yeah, he was, and very well respected. He was always under control with his emotions, John, and he was very highly respected. What is it? He lasted, when you're talking about playing and coaching and being general manager. Would he last over 60 years in the NBA,
64
right?
years, Jeff.
How about
64.
That?
Wow.
64 years. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. As simple as that. And so many things about it as a player and as a coach. He never took the shortcut, and he never would allow you to take a shortcut. He was a great mentor in that respect, and for life, and on and off the court, and anything that you did. You took pride in doing your very best and the best job that you could possibly do. And that's how he lived his life, on and off the court. I think he was a great husband. I think a great father. He was a great leader. He had dignity. Al Attles had dignity on and off the court, and he was a great role model, not only on the court as a player, as he was, because he gave 100% all the time, but just who he was as a person and in society in general.
Well said. And, 64 years in a variety of roles at the end, Warrior ambassador and just a Warrior legend, and did it to the day he died. And he was so proud of that, Jim. But just the one thing about him as a coach, because I think he's a little underrated as far as his ability. He's still the Warriors' all-time leading wins leader as a coach. Steve will get him at some point this year. But in particular, you were already gone at that stage of your career to New Orleans and expansion. But the 74-75 Warriors, I mean, if it's the greatest upset in the history of the NBA, it's right there, 48-win team to beat the Washington and 60 in the tough series with Chicago. I know you came back because you were living in the Bay Area to watch that team, and they had Rick, but they were too deep, TWO deep, where they had a backup at every position and a two-headed center. And Al had to orchestrate all that. I think Al Attles, when you look at the great coaches in Bay Area history, whether it's Steve or Bill Walsh or Bochy, whoever you want to mention, Al Attles has got to be in that conversation. I think the Bay Area needs to know what a quality coach he was, Jim.
Absolutely. And to manage that 75 championship team where they took the Bullets, who were heavily favored, and they swept them 4-0 in 1975. It just tells you, and like you say, he didn't do it with 5, 6, 7 players. He did it with 10 and 11 players and kept them all happy. Now, maybe they weren't always happy and everything and used to submit us, but he could get away with doing that and get the best out of everybody, and he knew how to get different combinations with that team, and he was just a genius at that. He just had respect from his players, and I think that's the essential thing. If you're going to be an NBA player and you're going to be a successful team, you have to have respect from the players for the coach. And it's not always that way. I mean, I was on a lot of different teams, and sometimes you'd get a coach who didn't last. I was on an expansion team, and it was pretty tough. And you'd have, players wanting more minutes and things like that, and just being disruptive. But Al Attles was a leader. And when he had that tandem of first stringers and the second stringers and bringing them in, there wasn't any jealousy. There was no one crying about lack of minutes. And therefore, they played as a team, and they beat a team that was supposed to sweep them, the Washington Bullets, but they ended up sweeping the Washington Bullets 4-0 and winning that 75 championship, which was a huge upset. And it was an epitome of and showing the talents of Al Attles and how he gets everyone, all 12 players, for one mission and accomplishing the goal of winning a championships. And everybody's proud of that. Everybody's having that championship ring. You can take the 12th player, 11th player on that team, and they're proud to have that championship ring, just like Rick Barry is proud to have the same ring.
Jim, thank you so much for your time and your insight. That was a lot of fun talking about Al, and as we celebrate his life today, we really appreciate the time.
Well, John, I appreciate you guys having me on. And, hey, Pop, I haven't talked to you in a long time. I miss you, brother.
I miss you, brother. I miss you. Let's get together in Orinda and go have
Tell
a cold
some stories.
One day. I miss you, brother.
Yeah, right now I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah, I know you're.
Spending the summer here. But it's great to hear your voice, young man. And there's still – I heard Bill King announced there as you brought it on, but Bill King was a great broadcaster, and Greg Papa, you've created your Hall of Fame status as well, and congratulations on that. And I miss you.
I miss you, brother. You broke me in. He broke me in the NBA. I was just a baby when Barnett found me.
Yes, you were, but you knew what you were doing. You became a pro right away.
Thank you, my friend. I miss you. I love you, Jim. You be good.
I love you, too. Take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you, man.
That was fun. That was the great Jim Barnett. Those are about the best two you could get, because Mully told us all about the man, and Jim told us all about the player and the coach. That was fun. That was really cool, man. Really cool. Good insight.
Well, I mean, Jim played against Al. Yeah. He played under Al. He watched Al win championships. He watched him, as we all did, moving in the role as GM. But Mully, he drafted Mully. I mean, people forget Al was the Warrior GM when they got that 7th overall pick and took Mully. And then after Nelly came in and they changed in ownership, and Franklin sold it to Fitz and Fanan, and it was different. But he was still there. He was still there. I mean, just think about it. I mean, Yogi Berra had, tough times with George, and he left the organization. 64 years.
Man.
I know that's a record in the NBA. Is it a record in American sport where one individual spends 64 years with one organization? And who would that be?
Trying to think maybe if somebody stayed with the Yankees that long or something like that. But I don't know, man. Especially with the ups and downs of the Warriors.
I mean,
64
DiMaggio
years.
never went anywhere, but he wasn't around as much as Al. I mean, Al had a title with he got a
Right.
paycheck from the Warriors for 64 continuous years.
I don't know if you could beat that. That's we got to think on that one, but that's going to be tough to beat. All right, we will get you ready for Giants baseball, including with Patrick Bailey out with that oblique injury. There's a rumor going around that the Giants could be grabbing a new catcher. We'll tell you who that is. We'll give you the lineup, and we'll get you ready for day baseball next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I ask you, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or bifocals? So CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. CLR custom lens replacement is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. I've had the procedure. John Lund has had the procedure. Tens of thousands procedures have been done by Dr. Craig Binding and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation. They are available at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, and no cataracts the rest of your life. lasereyeclr.com, or you can call them at 877-GET-2020.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Happy Wednesday. Short show today. We've got Giants baseball coming up, award-winning Diamond Notes and the such. So we know that Patrick Bailey is out with that oblique for a little bit. And kind of like the Angels did last year, teams start releasing guys, try to save a few bucks. Elias Diaz, the 2023 All-Star Game MVP, hit that home run. He has been released by the Rockies. He's not having quite the year that he had a year ago, but he's solid. Hitting about 270 this year with a OPS around 700. So could the Giants be interested in Diaz with Bailey being out to team with Casale? How about that?
I'm surprised. I heard the name, and that guy was an all-star last year, as you mentioned. He had 14 bombs. He's a really good catcher. Bailey's not going to be out that long, but the calendar is going to turn to September 1st.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted a third catcher on the roster, or if you wanted to play Diaz over Casale, you could do that. It sounds like Tom Murphy from this knee injury back in May in Philadelphia, John, is just not coming back.
Mm-mm.
So, and you gave the lineups earlier. Kurt Casale is catching Logan Webb today, and then they're off tomorrow. So today will be 3 straight days he's catching. And today's a day game after a night game. They have Jackson Reed, so they brought up from AAA's on the roster as well. But you can't ride Casale, and he says he's a young 35. So just looking at the schedule, you do have you're off tomorrow, and then a night game in Seattle on Friday, and then a day game in Seattle on Saturday. So he'd probably catch, well, he's doing a day game after a night game, and you can't run him in the ground. He'll get at least 2 in Seattle, Casale, maybe all 3. Then they're off on Monday next week, and then they go to Milwaukee, and the game on Thursday the 29th is a day game. So a lot of factors here is what I'm getting at. And then I think Bailey comes back, is what Bob said. He could come back in theory. Now, it's an oblique injury, so you don't know. Those things could last weeks, but they're thinking a week and a half and 10 days. So, I mean, Casale would be available based on the schedule to catch just about every day, with the exception of maybe Saturday in Seattle. But maybe he catches that one, too. And then with the off day Monday, he could catch Tuesday and Wednesday in Milwaukee, and then Bailey would be back on Thursday. So you'd be whole again, and then you got to get through the Miami series Labor Day weekend, and then rosters do expand. How does it work with the claiming process? It's based on record, right? So the Giants could, kind of in the middle of baseball right now, a couple of games over 500, they could claim him. It all depends on what their scouts think about him of somebody else. But is he making that much money that Colorado's looking to get out from his salary? Because he was an all-star last year.
Yeah, let me look at his number. That's a good question. But Susan Slusser is reporting that there is interest there in him. One team that I'd be a little nervous about, just because they've had such bad catching all season long, is the Cubs. They're still in this, and they have a worse record than the Giants. Well, let me check his contract. But yeah, that would make sense. And again, he's not having the year he had last year, but he's an offensive first catcher. But hitting 275 home runs, 36 RBIs, and OPS of around 700. But he's hit 14 homers in his career. In 21, he hit 18 homers. So, the guy's proven, it is Colorado, but still, the guy can hit. I don't think there's any question about that. Let me see what his contract is.
No, he's a good catch and throw guy from what I remember him in Colorado, John. So I'm a little surprised that they would get. So his contract, he signed a 3-year, $14.5 million deal. This is the final year of the deal. So it'd be prorated on that. So he's making less than $5 million this year.
Maybe
so
$1 million
it's not a lot of money now. Now, that would be if you claimed him. If he went through the whole waiver process, then Colorado would have to eat the money. and you could take him on the back end. But I think somebody's, what is he, 33?
33, yep.
Yeah, then maybe he would get claimed. And I think anybody that wants, good catching and a guy that can hit, you mentioned the 14 homers he hit his All-Star year last year. He had 18 and 21. And he before that, when he was playing, at sea level in Pittsburgh, right on the Allegheny River there, he had 10 in 2018. So he's been around for a while, an All-Star last year. Was he a finalist for a Gold Glove? I want to say he was a really good catch-and-throw guy last year because I know Patrick was in that mix as well, but he wound up not winning the award. So we'd have to look at that. But I think he's, Casale's strong that way, but Casale's not the hitter. He used to be when he was younger, Kurt. He'd drive the ball when he was a Red out of the Great American Small Park, but that's a name to keep an eye on. That would be interesting.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm seeing if he's got any Gold Gloves. I guess he's been nominated a couple of times. So
I don't think he won
decent.
last year, but he was in the top 3 last year, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he was a finalist.
But anyway, just a name to get out there because teams kind of start to do this to save a few bucks. He's a free agent next year. Rockies could save themselves $1 million if somebody picks him up or whatever's prorated. So anyway, there's a little name to remember on that one. So Giants get ready for some day baseball. Logan Webb has been great lately. Like you said, Garrett Crochet, a lot more of this in Diamond Notes. He's been great, but they just don't let him go very many innings. So
their managing is kind of like the Giants are letting Harrison go and Birdsong, but they're really managing. This guy's got great stuff, though.
He does.
He is big and strong, a lefty. He turns and fires. 99 miles per hour, top of the zone, can put his fastball anywhere, a good cutter in. And for Logan Webb, John, I don't want to beat on it. It's not really what he is, but you got to pitch up. He did against the Braves last week when he was throwing hard. Just go up and in today. These White Sox are looking down the way, looking to shoot you the other way. So stand them up and maybe mix in a few four-seam fastballs today.
No doubt. All right, there you go. Again, our best to Al Attles and his family as he passes away at 87. And if you missed anything, Chris Mullin was tremendous, as was Jim Barnett. And I know in the afternoon, Tommy will talk about it after the Giants game as well. They'll have on some great guests, so continue to listen. But we've got Giants baseball coming up next. As always, thanks to Danny, thanks to Walter, Diamond Notes, and everything else to get you ready for day baseball as the Giants go for the sweep, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's Giants baseball under the sunshine. Beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Final game of the series. Last game of the homestand. The Giants and the Chicago White Sox. Giants trying to make it 4 wins in a row. They're 3.5 games out of the final playoff spot in the National League. Trying to make their push before heading out on what will be a very tough road trip. Great pitching matchup today. Logan Webb on the mound for the Giants up against the ace of the White Sox, the all-star left-hander Garrett Crochet. I'm Dave Fleming along with John Miller. Full pregame show to come. Giants White Sox baseball on the radio.
Hey, everybody, it is August 21st in Giants history. We're going to go back to the year 2000, the year they opened that beautiful, beautiful ballpark at 3rd and King and called it Pacific Bell Park, Pac Bell. So let's get into it. 8/21/00, Giants are on their way to an NL West flag. They're taking on the Marlins. They're up 2-0. Bottom eight's going well. They're looking to pad their lead against a reliever named Braden Looper, and JT Snow leads off with a walk. Nice AB. Richie Aurelia with a base hit, first and second. How about old school baseball, guys? Dusty Baker has catcher Doug Mirabelli bunt. So the runners move over. Felipe Crespo is up, and they pitch carefully to him. They load the bases. Marlins bring in a new pitcher, Armando Almanza, to face, well, a pinch hitter named Russ Davis. Marvin Bernard was due, but Russ Davis, a short-lived Giant, right-handed third baseman, had a little pop. Dusty Baker sends him up. Take a listen.
Here's the pitch now. Davis swings, and it's a high drive. Deep down the left field line. Back into the corner. Goes Rodriguez all the way to the wall. He jumps up. It's gone! A grand slam for Russ Davis. 6-0 Giants.
Pinch hit grand slams. Hey, now, that'll work. Russ Davis, 2 seasons with the Giants. That was one of his 16 home runs that he hit in just 350 at-bats, so he had some pop. Rob Nen hops in to get 3 outs in the 9th, and Mark Gardner gets the win. Good Giant, Mark Gardner. Giants beat Florida 6-0 on August 21st, 2000. And before we go, our ongoing memories of the great Willie Mays. August 21st, 1968. Willie is at Shea Stadium, where he will finish his career. He goes 3 for 4 and hits his 580th career home run. Giants wallop the Mets 13-3. Mays scored 2 runs, drove in 2, threw a runner out at the plate to complete a double play. How about Jim Ray Hart going deep? And how about Jack Hyatt going deep? And I guess, I don't know, Juan Marichal threw a complete game. If you listen to this date in Giants histories, you know that happens all the time. Juan Marichal threw another complete game, his 23rd win. That was on August 21st, 1968. If you haven't guessed, I'm a Marichal fan. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
Out to the ballpark as the Giants go for the sweep against the White Sox before they head off to Seattle. Garrett Crochet versus Logan Webb, and we welcome the Hall of Famer. We always love talking to John Miller. How are you?
I'm well, and, you know, I was interested when I saw this morning that the Atlanta Braves, who lost their regular third baseman, broken hand, and which is kind of a bummer because he's really a good player, Austin Riley.
Yeah.
So that kind of had them up against it, but just by coincidence, the Detroit Tigers had designated, or they were releasing their third baseman that was just here when the Tigers played here, Urshela. So they were able to sign Urshela to replace Riley for the rest of the year. And I was thinking, what, you know, you can't make any kind of trades after the deadline now at all. There used to be some, you know, little, if a guy had cleared waivers, maybe you could trade for him. But I was thinking, how about when you have a player injured and he's going to be out the rest of the year, that that would be an exception where you could maybe acquire somebody. And they did it because it just happened that this guy, a veteran player, was going to be released by the Tigers anyway. So whatever happened to Elias Diaz, the National League MVP of the All-Star game last year, and I saw several days ago, a week ago, didn't they designated him for a sign? They were going to release him. So whatever happened to him?
He is a free agent. In fact, I think Susan Susser wrote about it, and we were just talking with Greg Pop about it, that maybe with Patrick Bailey's injury, and I don't think it's obviously the oblique, but obliques are weird. So maybe Diaz could be a Giant.
I know they were talking about him being out for just the 10 days that he's on the injured list. Bob Melvin was confident it wouldn't be any longer than that. So hopefully that's right. But I was just thinking that he's, from what we've seen, and I don't know what the inside story is or why they were releasing him. I was kind of surprised by that, but that maybe he's a guy that could help here. And then as soon as I thought that, then Curt Casale was having some of his best games of the whole season the last couple of days or 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? I mean, even before he was picked up again by the Giants, he kind of had that streak in a row, that shutout streak. What are they, 15-10, I think, with Casale this year, and I think they've won 7 in a row. But he's an older guy. I'm not taking no ageism here. Just he's an older guy, and you might need a backup. So Diaz wouldn't be a bad idea, depending on how long Bailey is out, huh?
Well, I thought that would be something that could be helpful for the Giants, and I don't know what the story is as to why they, because you'd want to know that, right?
Sure.
Why
if he's
there's
hurt,
a team that's going nowhere and he's one of their best players, why are they getting rid of him for nothing? How come they didn't just trade him at the trading deadline if they wanted to get rid of him?
I agree.
And the Tigers, how come they didn't just get rid of at the trading deadline instead of just keep him and then 3 weeks later, now let's get rid of him? I don't know, and get nothing for him. So I don't know what's going on. But in the case where Atlanta is up against it, and either they have to bring somebody up in the minor leagues who maybe they don't have anybody who's ready to come up in the minors, or it's just too bad. So but they got Urshela, which that's I think a pretty good pickup for them at this time of year. But I think there should be some sort of an exception in that case.
I agree with you. Because like you said, there is no more. There's one trade deadline where there used to be another one where you could, you had to get guys through waivers and everything like that. But yeah, you're right. There's no process. Although I think didn't the Angels start that last year where they were trying to save money on their payroll, so they started releasing guys and people were picking them because Diaz is a free agent next year. He makes $6 million, so maybe that's, I don't know what that's prorated to at this point, $1 million or something. So that, like you said, it wouldn't seem to motivate Colorado too much to say, I mean, maybe they need it, but maybe save $1 million for whoever picks them up. That's about it.
It's depending on these teams doing business versus us. Yes, I would take $1 million.
Yeah, exactly.
I get $1 million savings.
That's a good point.
Okay, I'll take it. Release him.
I know I'm acting like $1 million is nothing. It's nothing, John. You got that in the couch cushions, right? You got $1 million over there.
I remember years ago, and a big TV star had a big hit show on NBC, and it was having a huge battle because NBC offered him $49 million for the next season, but he wanted $52 million.
Right.
And the guy was on the Larry King, the old Larry King show, and Larry says, "Listen, Joe, I mean, it's $3 million. You're talking about $49 million, and what's the difference? And you still would make $49 million." And he said, "The difference is $3 million." And I know it, and NBC knows it. So, anyway, different kind of. We don't get in too many of those kind of contractual negotiations ourselves.
That's a good point.
That's $50. I want my $50.
I was acting like $1 million was $50. It's a few bucks. That's not bad. All right, we'll talk more with the Hall of Famer John Miller as we get you ready for day baseball over at Oracle Park. Finish up against the White Sox. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader. Let's get you ready for day baseball. Wrapping up against the White Sox with the Hall of Famer John Miller and John Logan Webb. He's always good, but over his last 4 starts, an 0.61 ERA, striking out 25 and walking 6. I'm no expert like you, John, but that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. Is it 6? He walked 6?
Yeah.
Because I thought it was less than that, but I don't
might be right. I could be wrong.
I thought it was 3, but
Okay.
I might have
I'll go with
miscounted. I'm not good at that kind of math.
I'm not good at any math.
Times table's really good.
Yeah.
So.
Not math, not as much. Point is, he's been pretty good. Even better than he normally has. So that top of the rotation with he and Snell, that's pretty good. And they're going to be going into Seattle, and that's darn good pitching.
Yeah, the Mariners, it's kind of an incredible. I know the Giants have had their problems hitting with runners in scoring position. The Mariners just had trouble hitting, period.
Yeah.
And it's really sort of incredible. Their team batting average is .216, and they have a winning record. They're still in contention, hitting .216. Whoa, wow! And that is kind of doesn't sort of in 1968, and I remember this. I was still in high school.
Right.
That was the year of the pitcher, and hitting and going down and down in the game for a few years. They had raised the mound and made the strike zone bigger, and it hitting went down, and then finally in '68 the American League only had 300 hitter the whole league. Carl Yastrzemski, Mike Yastrzemski's grandfather, hit .301 and he won the batting title. Oakland's Danny Cater. It was the first year the A's were in Oakland. We moved out from Kansas City. Danny Cater hit .290 and finished second in the league in batting average. The New York Yankees, it was Mickey Mantle's last year. The New York Yankees hit .214. And I looked that up because Bobby Cox had told me that he had been on that team, and going into August, he was leading the team in hitting, which he said people always thought I wasn't a very good hitter, but I led the New York Yankees in hitting going into August of that year. Well, I looked it up, and they hit .214, and his average was like .255 going into August. And he didn't stay at .255. He sort of but Mickey Mantle, and I saw a game at the Coliseum the last time the Yankees came into Oakland that year, because I grew up with Willie Mays, and he was my idol, my favorite. And I thought, man, I really want to see Mickey Mantle. So I went over, and Mickey Mantle hit a home run. The game I saw into right center field, and when we were getting rid of all of our stuff, we were selling our house where we lived for 23 years, just 3 years ago, and moving into the city. I came through all these boxes of stuff that I didn't even know existed, and I found all these old programs from Candlestick Park and that program from the Coliseum, and I was keeping score. Oh, and a thing I did not remember, I didn't remember who he hit the home run against and how the game turned out and all that. But in the next inning, Reggie Jackson, who was just a young guy, we didn't know he was going to be Mr. October yet, and he hit a home run. And so 2 all-time greats homered in that game, Mickey Mantle and then Mr. October, same thing. So anyway, it was kind of fun to find those that I didn't know. Still, I kept those, by the way. Don't tell my wife.
Starting to make you get rid of everything and you're packing stuff away. I know how that is.
I'm just going to take this, and that's it. There's nothing else.
You got a whole box of stuff over here. Of course. That's awesome. John, thank you so much. It is always my pleasure. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. All the best. Thanks.
That is the great John Miller, the Hall of Famer. He'll be on the call today. We'll get you more Diamond Notes and the rest as we get you ready for day baseball. White Sox and the Giants. Giants try to sweep before heading up to Seattle. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Let's be honest, the White Sox stink, so the Giants need to get a sweep if they want to continue to chase the wild card in the National League because they're not making it easy. The Diamondbacks and the Padres are still hot, still chasing the Braves. And remember, because of the last series they played against the Braves, the Giants do not have the tiebreaker there, so they got to outright beat the Braves. And the way to do that is to beat some bad teams like the White Sox. You got the Marlins coming up. Other than that, teams in contention, that is what is left for the Giants, so they got to take advantage when they can. Let's get you caught up with some pregame diamond notes with the keys to the game. That's brought to us by our good friends at Stevens Creek Infinity, where luxury is affordable. Visit StevensCreekInfinity.com for obtainable luxury without the high price tags. Giants pitching is one of the keys, if not the biggest key to the game. Since July 26, Giants pitching has allowed 77 runs in 24 games. That's 3.21 runs per game. That is best in the National League. So Logan Webb going to the mound, and he has been red hot lately, is a great sign for the Giants today against the White Sox. A player to bank on. That's brought to us by Poppy Bank, located throughout California. Poppy Bank is here to help you hit your financial goals. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Let's keep the theme going. Logan Webb allowed 2 runs in his last 29 and a third innings. That's a .61 ERA, 4 starts versus the White Sox. In the previous 4, 25 strikeouts, walked 6, and hitters only to a 160 batting average. That is over his last 4 starts. So Logan Webb has been red hot and hopes to continue that today. So let's bring that into the starting pitchers. That's what's brought to us by Benjamin Moore. Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience in the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned, authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com. So Logan Webb now 11-8. Did get that win to salvage 1 against the Braves last Thursday. 4 hits, 1 walk, struck out 7 over 7 1/3. All 4 of the hits against Logan Webb were singles, and he didn't allow a runner to reach third base till late in the game. Garrett Crochet is the pitcher for the White Sox. Lots of rumors around him around the trade deadline, but as solid as he's been, he has only gone 4 innings. He's gone less than 4 innings on any start since the beginning of July, and he's posted a 6.17 ERA. So he is solid, but he has not been out there a whole lot because they're trying to limit his innings. We'll come back. We'll give you who's hot and the rest of Diamond Notes next. Day Baseball at Oracle, only here on the Sports Leader. Diamond Notes continue. Wrapping up against the White Sox. Day baseball at Oracle Park. Let's start with who's hot. Valley Heating and Cooling, along with Electrical and Solar, locally and family owned for 62 years. Not a lot to choose from among the Giants hitters, so who's hot? So we'll go with Kirk Casale, 3 for 6 in the series with 3 runs scored and a walk. X Factor, that's brought to us by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in, 1-800-GAMBLER. Kirk Casale again. Giants are 15-10 in his 25 starts and have won 7 in a row. So without Patrick Bailey, they have still got some hope with, of course, with Kirk Casale back there. And the out-of-town scoreboard brought to us by NorCal Toyota. Let's go places with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. A few games on the docket today, but it's going to be the White Sox and the Giants to start everything off this afternoon. And those are your Diamond Notes. More of the pregame next. Giants and White Sox only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, it's Around the Park with Krukow, and today we're going to talk about a young arm, a budding superstar who is in the rotation with the White Sox named Garrett Crochet, and we'll talk about what's happening in his world when we come back. Hey, everybody, it's Around the Park with Krukow, and today is Game 3 of this 3-game series with the Giants and the Chicago White Sox. And, I was kind of looking forward to this game because today the White Sox are going to run out their young left-hander, Garrett Crochet. He's going to start for them. And he is an intriguing young arm. In 124 innings this year, he has struck out 175 guys, and he's only walked 30. He throws 100 miles an hour, left-hander. So I want to see, this young ace-to-be. They're really pampering him. I mean, it's likely he might even throw just 4 innings today. They're watching his innings, and they want him to take a start the rest of the way. They want him to feel what it's like to pitch as a starter and take your assignment all the way through September, which they envision this guy's going to be an ace and whatnot. But it's just a clear indication of how the game treats its young star pitchers. They really, really baby them so as not to hurt them for the big picture.
Are we sure who made this decision on whether he wanted to pitch in postseason or not before the trading deadline? Was that his decision?
No, he's at an age where, he's going to listen to what his manager and his pitching coach say. And he's going to do exactly what they want him to do.
All right, because I thought maybe that his agent or the kid himself was told, look, we don't want you to get traded to a contender where you're going to have to wear it out all the way possibly until, the end of October. But anyway, one way or the other, he is an interesting young guy to watch. And I'm actually kind of glad that he's not going to go possibly 8 or 9 innings.
Yeah, well, I want to see a sampling of what he is, but I don't want him to throw 8 to where the Giants might not be able to win this game. But, it was interesting right around the trade deadline. Crochet's name was being rumored by a lot of the teams that are getting themselves all in a row and getting their rotation set to go into the postseason. One of the things that Crochet said, if somebody trades for me, I won't be pitching in October, which kind of killed a lot of the trade talk and whatnot. But I do think that they planned this thing out for him because this is the most innings he's ever thrown, and he's a young guy. So they definitely want to baby him.
I'm wondering, Mike, look, when we played 1,000 years ago, I guess more guys had more innings in the minor leagues before they got called up, and maybe not as many guys threw as hard as this kid does. But that wasn't an issue back then. It is more of an issue now where, look, everybody's keeping an eye on Kyle Harrison's, innings pitched. Jordan Hicks has been a closer. Now he's a starter. Everybody watches the innings he's pitched. So it's really becoming more prevalent every year.
Well, I just think that quality arms and premier arms are harder to find. And when you have somebody who is left-handed and literally can throw at 100 miles an hour, that talent kind of jumps off the page. But in regards to back in the day, I was raised in the Cubs organization by a pitching coach, Fred Martin, who pitched in the Texas League, which is minor league baseball. He had 240 innings. Those days are over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is it safe to say, and I know we're running out of time, that most guys that throw 100 are in the bullpen? You don't see many starters like that.
Yeah, I think you're right with that. I mean, but this kid is pretty special. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, can't wait.
And I hope the Giants light him up.
Light him up.
And that's Around the Park with Krukow. Enjoy the ball game.